in Eastern Europe and Spica using UN standards. Today's seminar is an important demonstration of raising the level of cooperation between Spica states. Undoubtedly, it has a positive effect on the development of transport relations that plays an important role in the expansion of economic relations. We firmly believe that on the background of complex geopolitical processes and rising economic tensions in the world, the platforms like this will help our countries to uncover new opportunities for better and more effective cooperation in the field of transport operations. Dear delegates, we all acknowledge that the application of information technologies and innovative solutions is of great importance to ensure a safer, more efficient, and effective exchange of information throughout the global supply chain. As you remember, International High-Level Conference on Digital Transformation of Information Exchange in Supply Chains using UN standards was held in Baku, October of last year, and the main goal of that event was to promote trade and transport facilitation in the region and to strengthen digital connectivity along the trade corridors. And we consider this event as a continuation of that event. I would like to mention that Azerbaijan joined Spica in 2002 and is an active member of the organization. And we are pleased that our country became the chairman of Spica for 2023, and we hope that it will be conducive for our future cooperation. It's my great pleasure to take this opportunity and share with you the remarkable efforts undertaken by the Republic of Azerbaijan to enhance the potential and the quality of cargo transportation and logistics services within our nation as well as at the global level. In recent years, Azerbaijan has emerged as an important player in the transportation and logistics sector, leveraging its strategic geographic location as a bridge between Europe and Asia. Under the visionary leadership of Mr. President Ilham Aliyev, large-scale projects have been realized, and we may state that a modern transport and logistics infrastructure has been established in our country. The construction and modernization of various roads and railways, commissioning of new international airports, and construction of Baku International Sea Trade Port and creation of Alat Free Economic Zone have turned Azerbaijan into an international transport and logistics hub. Thanks to those efforts, we managed to increase the transit cargo volume by 75% in 2022 and reached to 10.7 million tons. However, that's just the beginning of our journey. As the Minister of Digital Development and Transport, we aim to realize even more ambitious projects. We believe that an efficient multimodal transport system, well connected to international transport corridors, is a prerequisite for the development of trade and unleashing the full potential of Azerbaijan's economy. So far, we have undertaken a series of initiatives to improve and expand our cargo transportation infrastructure, streamline customs procedure, and embrace the transformative power of digitalization. And we are about to launch a second phase of Baku Seaport project to increase the transit capacity of the country to 30 million tons per year. Today, our country continues to invest in transport infrastructure, especially in the roads, railways, and airports in our liberated territories in the Karabakh region. And we are sure that projects implemented in these areas will be connecting the northern transport networks with the southern and eastern networks and will restore the historical connectivity of the region. Another important initiative for the region is the opening of the
Region için daha bir önemli proje Zengezur koridorunun açılmasıdır. Bunun da ciddi olarak orta koridorun transit potansiyelinin kapasitesinin gelişmesine katkısı olacaktır.
Dear guests, digital transformation lies at the heart of our strategy to optimize trade facilitation and logistics services in Azerbaijan. I still remember Professor Abbasov was the first person who I heard mentioning the word digitalization back in 2003 when I was a student at University of Economics and he was a rector. And later he became the minister of the ministry I work for at the moment. And as a great professor and insightful statesman, he was one of the initiators of digital transformation process. And we are quite thankful to Mr. Abbasov for these efforts. Since then, several projects are being realized in the Republic of Azerbaijan to digitalize transport logistics operations and create a single online platform for effective organization of the joint activities of all participants of the supply chain, and then integrate the platform into similar systems of neighboring and other regional countries located on the international transport corridors passing through the country. We firmly believe that embracing digital technologies and standards is essential for enhancing efficiency, transparency, and reliability in multimodal information exchange. In this context, we are actively working towards aligning our practices with the United Nations standards, harmonizing our systems with international norms, and promoting interoperability among our regional partners. Last year, our country joined the additional protocol on electronic invoices, ECMR, of the UN Convention on the Agreement on International Carriage of Goods by Road. Also, our international freight transportation with the application of the Carnet Tour was adopted. And I want to emphasize that the first ever e-tier transport based on the convention took place between Azerbaijan and Georgia, initiating a new era for the e-tier system. We highly appreciate the work going on related to the digitalization in the framework of SPICA, and sure that that will bring benefits of the innovative approach for the SPICA countries. However, we think that fragmented digitalization of separate elements of the supply chain doesn't match with the harmonization expectations that is key for the seamless integration. We should use the current opportunity to evaluate the digital solutions and benefit from UN-guided standards to develop unified digital logistics systems and solutions that serve for the best interests of all the states to ensure seamless, paperless, and efficient border crossing operations. In conclusion, I would like to emphasize Azerbaijan's unwavering commitment to trade facilitation, logistics services, and the digitalization of corridors. We firmly believe that the digital transformation of multimodal information exchange is vital to unlocking the full potential of our region and fostering inclusive economic growth. We expect a lot from the experts participating in this seminar, and mainly to bring up valuable set of recommendations and guidelines for the member states to help them to embrace the advantages of the contemporary intelligent transport systems for better connectivity in the whole region and the world. Thank you very much for your kind attention, and I hope you will all enjoy your productive discussions during the seminar, and we'll have a nice trip in Baku.
Thank you very much, Mr. Aliyev, for these nice words. And we thank for the hospitality of your government, of your ministry in this nice, beautiful city. So I would like to turn now to a pre-recorded message of the UN Resident Coordinator in Azerbaijan. It's the message of Mrs. Vladanka Andreeva. Can you switch it on, please? She is on medical leave.
Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to welcome you. Multimodal information exchange between Eastern Europe and SPECA using United Nations standards. Let me, first of all, thank the organizers of the event, the Ministry of Digital Development and Transport of Azerbaijan, the Institute of Control Systems under the Ministry of Science and Education of Azerbaijan, and my colleagues in the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe. This seminar brings together and connects experts dealing with trade regulations, transport and transit procedures, as well as business community practitioners from both Eastern Europe and SPECA countries. Dear participants, trade facilitation carries an essential role in fostering resilient, sustainable, and inclusive development. the ongoing discussions in preparation for this year SDGs Summit that will be organized in September in New York highlight that the overlapping global challenges have led to rising cost of living due to value chain disruptions and record high inflation, thereby slowing down the progress on sustainable development goals. Thus, the UN leadership has been urging member states to action and rescue the Sustainable Development Goals. The complexity of the trade facilitation landscape, involving a wide range of stakeholders across regions, also calls for greater international cooperation and capacity building, particularly for countries with economies in transition. Against this backdrop, digital transformation of multimodal information exchange, as well as continued coordination of trade and transport development initiatives will be extremely important for sustainable connectivity between Europe, Caucasus, and Central Asia. Ladies and gentlemen, the United Nations country team supports Azerbaijan's aspiration to become a regional transport hub, both within the north-south and east-west transport corridors. Azerbaijan has favorable transport and logistic capabilities. The country is investing significant resources in both hard and soft infrastructure to expand the capacity of the so-called Middle Corridor. We welcome new initiatives on simplification and digitalization of customs and transport procedures along the Middle Corridor, including the recent signing of agreement on combined international cargo traffic and simplified customs corridor between member states of the Organization of Turkic States, the accession of Azerbaijan and Turkmenistan to the ICMR protocols, as well as the pilot launch of the new electronic procedure, ITIR, bypassing the paper bureaucracy between Azerbaijan and Uzbekistan with the support from UNECE. These are all promising indications of emerging opportunities to scale up trade and multimodal transport, which I'm sure will equally benefit the Eastern European and SPECA countries alike. The use of UN standards can further contribute towards the acceleration of digital transformation. That said, welcome once again to Baku, and I wish you productive discussions. Thank you.
Many thanks to Mrs. who is the representative of the UN here in Azerbaijan. And I would like to turn now to Professor Dr. Abbasov, about whom we already heard very nice words from Mr. Aliyev. And thank you very much for hosting our seminar, for the support of the Academy of Sciences, and your personal support. Please, Mr. Abbasov.
Thank you. It's very much pleasure when your students remember you. For teachers, it is very great. Thank you, my student, former student, Mr. Faiz Aliyev. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I want also to welcome you all to Azerbaijan as one of the organizers of this highly international seminar, the capacity building seminar on trade and transport facilitation. And also on behalf of the Institute of Control Systems of the Ministry of Education and Science, we are very, very glad to welcome you in Baku again. The participants of this capacity building seminar include experts from relevant national agencies from TRASECA, SPECA countries dealing with trade regulations, transport and transit procedures, as well as the international business community. The main objectives of this event are focused on building skills in the target countries to implement innovation practices, including technology transfer for the implementation of electronic data and document exchange. One of the main targets of Eurasian economic cooperation nowadays is the construction of reliable transport, the corridors, logistic, and the supply chain network between two continents, Europe and Asia. Over the last 10 years, so many corridors are being built in this area. Even only 6 corridors we have in the frame of the One Belt, One Road initiative. And consequently, the problems we are talking about here are very, very important. In recent years, the Trans-Caspian East-West Middle Corridor Initiative, shortly named is the Middle Corridor, which begins in Turkey and passes through the Caucasus, via Georgia, Azerbaijan, crosses Caspian Sea, and also connect the Central Asia countries, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, and Kazakhstan road. Moreover, the middle corridor gets attraction of the regional countries, especially the landlocked ones. So we believe this seminar will help experts in our countries to gain necessary skills for the implementation of international standards in digital multimodal transport data and document exchange, as well as facilitate the adoption of the best practices from the EU electronic freight transport information regulations. We also hope in the course of our seminar to discuss possibilities for concrete pilots for the digitalization of information exchange in collaboration with TRASECA, as well as nominate the possible development partners for the implementation of transport logistic digitalization projects in Azerbaijan. As for international transport and communication lines, in recent years, in addition to land, air, and waterways, the fourth kind of infrastructure is rapidly developing. This is the digital information and communication infrastructure. Projects implemented by Azerbaijani companies and Azerbaijan government on the transmission of information in the east-west and north-south corridors. I can bring examples, the EPEG, Europe-Asia Express Gateway project, and Trans-Eurasian Information Superhighway. By the way, the 67th session of UN General Assembly, with special resolution, UN General Assembly supported this project. And last time's the Trans-Caspian Information Channel, also one project now is on the way. All these corridors serve to develop cooperation without borders, and these services will expand in the future. Recently, our focus also there has been on the Digital Belt and Road International Mega Project proposed by the Chinese Academy of Sciences. The project is aimed at gathering information about land and nature in countries located along the Silk Road. In other words, along the east-west corridor, using airspace means storing it in data centers, attracting powerful computing resources, and bringing together scientists and solving global problems in the climate change, natural disasters, water and food resources, also in the fields of transport. Azerbaijan's space, digital resources, and the scientific potential makes our participation in this mega project possible. With two telecommunication satellites and one Earth observation satellite, mentioned by representative of the ministry, and several tier 3, tier 2 data centers, the high performance computing center, transnational fiber optic, high-speed information channels, and digital hubs have created a digital cluster in the full sense of the word in our country. We at the Institute of Control Systems of the Ministry of Science and Education are very pleased to welcome this seminar, as we are very interested in digitalization of multimodal transport data and document exchange, notably along the middle corridor. The use of the UN CEFAC standards and multimodal transport reference model as the foundation of the interoperability between different modes of transport, different legislation, different countries, is the only way to go. We are happy to continue to work in all this analysis, pilot implementation of UN standards, and attempts to digitalize information use along the supply chain. The contribution of Azerbaijani scientists and engineers, including Institute of Control Systems, into the future of transportation, logistics, and supply chain in the regional corridors could be R&D and innovation implemented using the artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, blockchain technology, industrial control systems, cybersecurity, and natural language processing. It is also my pleasure to invite you to this second international conference on problems of logistics management and operation in the East-West Transport Corridor, which will be held in 2 days, 24th of May, in this hall, in the national, the library of the National Academy of Science, Azerbaijan. I hope it would be a very good platform for public, private, and academic discussions. Please come in 2 days to come to this hall also. Once again, thank you. And at the end, I want especially to thank UNECE, UN Economic Commission for Europe, and the Minister of Digital Development and Transport, inviting my institute to be one of the organizers and for organizing this high-level seminar. Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry, thank you very much, Mr. Abbasov. Thanks for your hospitality, for your kind words, and for this interesting proposal to further the link between standard setters, practitioners, and the academic world, because the analysis is something which is very important to advance further with such important projects. Thank you very much. So now I would like to ask the director of the UNECE Economic Cooperation and Trade Division, Mrs. Elizabeth Turk, to join us online. She will be the first of the online speakers, and I hope everything will work fine.
Many thanks, Mario. It's my great pleasure to be here. I cannot switch on my video because I think it's disabled. So if the room can do that, that would be wonderful. Alternatively, I'm happy to speak.
Please, Elizabeth, try one more time.
Okay, excellent. Now it seems to work.
Yes, she's on now.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you for the tech support here. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Fariz Aliyev, Head of Transport Policy Department in the Ministry of Digital Development and Transport of the Republic of Azerbaijan, Ms. Vladanka Andreeva, UN Resident Coordinator in Azerbaijan, Mr. Professor Ali Ahmadov, Director General of the Institute of Control Systems at the Ministry of Science and Education of the Republic of Azerbaijan, and also Ms. Sue Probert, Chair of UNECE. Distinguished participants, dear experts, dear colleagues, it's really a great honor for me to open now for the first time the annual UNECE Odessa seminar on trade facilitation and data sharing. This time, the Odessa seminar is being held in Baku. And here I really would like to thank our hosts for the excellent organization and support. This seminar, like many other UNECE events, reflects a core element in our work, helping countries with economies in transition to learn from each other. Unfortunately, the operation of the Odessa Port Community Information System, which is really one of the great success stories of our cooperation with Ukraine and of this seminar series, the operation of the Odessa Port Community Information System has been frozen last January after 11 months of being idle. However, we are very happy that our colleagues from that port community system, that they are ready to share their rich experience, their achievements and challenges with colleagues from Baku, the Caspian ports, and other countries in the region. Now, this seminar, like many other UNECE events, also responds to a key mandate we received from our member states. A mandate we received through the cross-cutting priority themes of our commission, that's the highest governance body, and it's a mandate to work on digital and green transformation, and to integrate that into our numerous work streams. So this mandate was given to us mid-April at the 70th Commission session this year. And this cross-cutting priority theme from UNECE's 70th Commission session to work on digital and green transformations is really a perfect fit for this seminar. This year, the seminar is dedicated to the topic of digitalization of data and document exchange in the trade routes and cross-border supply chains passing through the region, notably the so-called Middle Corridor. And the topic of the seminar, digitalization of data and document exchange, is also a perfect fit for the theme of the Azerbaijani chairmanship in SPECA this year, transforming the SPECA region into a connectivity hub with global outreach. And we've already had references to SPECA in earlier opening speeches, and important to mention that that theme was endorsed by SPECA Ministers of Economy and Foreign Affairs mid-April when they had SPECA Ministerial in Geneva at UNECE back-to-back to our Commission session. Now, let me share a few more thoughts about the relevance of data sharing in a regional setting. Data sharing in a regional setting is really of key importance for regional cooperation and integration. And in that sense, the seminar, with its focus on using global UNECE semantic standards and reference data models for information exchange in a multimodal supply chain, that seminar with that topic makes a major contribution to a very important subject in the contemporary world. In fact, if agencies and countries in the region come together around incremental steps towards data exchange in a digital information flow along the supply chains in the region, if they manage to do so, this will be a small step for technical development, but it will really be a leap ahead for the region. Now, having looked a little bit at the region where the seminar is taking place, it's also relevant to look at developments in the European Union. And we've had already references to a very important development, the European Union Electronic Freight Transport Information Regulation, or EFTI, adopted in 2020. And this regulation, the EFTI regulation, I'm proud to say that it uses UNECE multimodal transport reference data model as the foundation to create interoperability in a multimodal electronic data exchange inside the European Union. And the objective is to do so by 2025. And I think that objective inside the European Union, it makes it even more relevant to utilize UNECE semantic standards and reference data models in other sub-regions of the UNECE, including along the middle corridor that has already been mentioned several times in the opening speeches. Now, two of the topics of the seminar cover exactly this point. First of all, the pilot project on digitalizing the consignment node accompanying goods transported by rail in the Transfer corridor using UNECE standards and artifacts. And second, discussing the use of UNECE multimodal transport reference data model in the data exchange across the Caspian between the ports of Baku, Aktawi, and Kurmalashi. Now, these two elements of the seminar, they are part of a greater sort of design for trade facilitation. These are two building blocks for the broader objective of harmonized digital flow of information across the trade routes between Europe and Asia, be they called Silk Road, Middle Corridor, Eurasian transport links, and so forth. Now, the relevance of this topic for the Central Asian geographic space has been recognized by the Ministers of Economy and Trade and Foreign Affairs of the SPECA participating countries when they gathered in Geneva in mid-April. And the Ministers of SPECA participating countries, they adopted a joint ministerial statement, and in this statement they request UNECE to develop a roadmap for a digitalization of multimodal data and document exchange along the Trans-Caspian transport corridor, and in so doing, to use relevant United Nations instruments and standards. And this ministerial statement, distinguished participants of the seminar, it also refers to a regional pilot project for SPECA participating countries. Now, in this sense, you and the seminar, you have a mandate from the ministers, a mandate to go ahead with the work on the pilot project. And I invite all of you, speakers, participants in this capacity building seminar, to think about the larger design. Please bring up and recommend concrete steps to be included in the roadmap for digitalization of multimodal data and documents exchange along the Trans-Caspian corridor. And we look very much forward to having your ideas and inputs in this regard. Now, such a multimodal digital data pipeline for information exchange, it will have several layers: customs and other regulatory agencies, transport operators, traders, exporters and importers, and also financial institutions. They all must communicate across borders and communities, as they all participate in one whole supply chain with many integrated flows of information. And it's clear that digitalization of data and document exchange along the supply chain has many value dimensions. At the same time, however, we do see a lot of fragmented digitalization of elements in the supply chain. And such fragmentation creates real challenges. Most importantly, fragmentation will keep distance between participants in international trade operations and in cross-border supply chains. And it is from this perspective that I wish you all in this seminar full success and fruitful deliberations. And I very much look forward that you work on putting together the elements for a roadmap for digitalization of the multimodal trade corridor using UNECE standards, that you work together reviewing and continuing the pilot project for the digitalization of the CIM SMGS consignment node. That was already, that you work together discussing the integration of the port community systems in the Caspian region, in the broader multimodal data exchange along the middle corridor, and again here using UN instruments and standards. And that is in this seminar, you also more broadly discuss with partners the future of digital data exchange for trade and multimodal transport in the region. So I think you have a very rich agenda ahead of you, and I think you will have very fruitful deliberations and exchanges. And here, once again, I'd like to call upon all of you to work on implementation so that the standardization of multimodal data and document exchange by using UNECE standards, that this can really become a sound reality. And with this, time to close, and I thank you once again for joining the seminar. I thank our hosts for the excellent organization. And also I thank the UNECE team, our regional advisor and his support, as well as the UNECE Secretariat team for their engagement and initiative. Many thanks, and back to you, Mario, back to the room.
Thank you very much, Ms. Turk, for your intervention and very good wishes. And now, without much further delay, I would go to a brief presentation of the objectives and the structure of our seminar. If it's possible, I have several slides just to illustrate what we are talking about. Can you switch on the slides? It was already mentioned several times that there were several decisions about the objectives of this seminar. Sorry. Okay. This seminar is based on several political acts that were taken the last 6 months. First of all, there was the high-level conference here in Baku, hosted by the Ministry of Digital Development and Transport, at which there were certain recommendations how to go forward, and that is all published. Then there was the ministerial meeting on the 17th of April of the ministers of the SPECA countries in Geneva, who issued a joint statement on the 17th of April 2023, saying that asking UNECE to help develop a roadmap for the digitalization of multimodal data and document exchange along the Trans-Caspian corridor, including through pilot projects. And there was also the 13th Odessa seminar held online on the 22nd of December, which dealt primarily with the link between the European Union's electronic freight transport information regulation, and which will be the subject of 2 of the presentations this morning, as a best practice example, how one can develop multimodal exchange of information among countries. There were also those recommendations, and on that basis we are focusing our seminar today. As the director from UNECE mentioned, there is this request to develop a roadmap for multimodal data and document exchange along the Trans-Caspian corridor. So we would like to ask you to think about contributions during your presentations, comments, how we can, what elements we should include in this roadmap. And also the idea of developing a pilot implementation testing projects is there. So this afternoon, we will focus the second session on one possibility for such a project. We are working on that session together with Trasica, the transport corridor Europe, the Caucasus, Central Asia, and we are very happy to have here the Secretary General of the Intergovernmental Secretariat of Trasica, Mr. Aset Asafbayev, who is going to make the keynote presentation in the second session. So the first session we focus more or less this morning on the idea what has to be done, how to structure a roadmap, how to develop a digital multimodal corridor along the middle corridor that was mentioned several times. The second session on a pilot project. Then tomorrow morning we'll have the third session focused on the port community systems. And the idea is that there are already initiatives among the ports in the Caspian Sea, Baku, Turkmenbashi, Aktau, to exchange data. And we spoke with people from the port community system. Unfortunately, Mr. Eugene Shea will not be here for tomorrow, the Chief Executive Officer, I imagine, from the port of Baku, but we will have other people. And the idea is to make a link between the different modes of transport in the different sections of the Middle Corridor and the Caspian Sea. And again, the idea is to use the UN standards, especially the UNECE multimodal transport reference data model, as the link, as the glue between all these segments in order to make the information exchange smoothly running through the various sections of segments of that corridor. Sorry. Okay, so in the fourth session, tomorrow afternoon, we'll try to discuss some ideas about partnerships, how the pilot projects can be developed, how the partnerships can help build all this what we are going to discuss. So please help in preparing the conclusions and recommendations. There are some people who already gave ideas. Please, if you have ideas, give them maybe even on paper or by email. The other idea is what we are working on with our colleagues in Krasika, who have been working on the development of a memorandum of understanding on starting a project, pilot project, testing the digitalization of the CIM SMGS railway consignment node. Think about elements of the roadmap and agreements with partners to build a digital corridor. Well, just some illustrations to start, because this seminar is a capacity building seminar. It will be recorded, and we will use the presentations of this seminar. We'll put them on one set of presentations, something like a simple e-learning tool, so that people can rerun those presentations if they are interested in working on these issues. So I'm starting now the technical side of our capacity building seminar. What standards and tools are we talking about? Well, during the COVID pandemic, we were asked by the management of the UN in New York to work on a seminar how the existing tools, standards, conventions, recommendations can be used to facilitate the exchange of information, to improve connectivity during the COVID pandemics, and together with the experts of the UNECE subsidiary body. UNECE is a subsidiary body of the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, for which I work. The chair of UNECE is here, Mrs. Sue Probert. She will make a presentation, but with a group of experts, we developed a set of standards, a package of standards for the key documents accompanying goods in the different modes of transport, like the consignment nodes, road, rail, inland water transport, also the airway bill, and the maritime bills of lading, and also some additional documents, including wagon list, also the dangerous goods declarations for air transport, which started the process of developing standards for dangerous goods declarations in the various modes of transport, and some other documents. So the point is not to substitute existing standards. For example, IATA, the Air Transport Association, has developed a standard many years ago. They put millions into that airway bill standard. And the idea of what we are working on is not to substitute those standards, but to complement them by creating a link. Like if everywhere data is mapped and aligned to the multimodal transport reference data model, which is built on the semantic standards developed for years, one creates the possibility for exchange of data between the different modes of transport, the different sectors of the economy. So on the previous slide, I was just mentioning, you will have my presentation. You can get access to the website of UNECE and where the standards are published. On this slide, I'm just mentioning in the four squares of this slide standards that were created before the pandemics, including a standard for the electronic road consignment note, ECMR. And those standards include, like, first of all, strictly speaking, a standard can be the business requirement specification, which explains more or less in the same way for all the modes of transport how an electronic document should be built and how it should create the possibility for interoperability. And then there are supporting tools, which the specialists call them artifacts, which are data set for each document, data structure, and and different schemas like XSD, XML, JSON, and now more and more people talk about APIs. And the whole idea is to use like the UN standards which we were talking about, and multimodal transport reference data model to create interoperability. So the second box on the left are the first logistics standards for logistics documents that were created. The third one were the key documents accompanying goods in the various modes of transport. And the very last, something that we finished almost a year, well, a bit more than a year ago, the three standards for the three air documents: airway bill, dangerous goods declaration, consignment security declaration. And one of the first success stories was the FIATA multimodal bill of lading. FIATA, not surprisingly, freight forwarders were the first to grasp the importance of having this work done. So because they are the integrators of the whole information exchange in the supply chain, and they grasp the whole idea. I will go fast further. This is one of the products of our project. This is a matrix of the data elements in the different documents of the different modes of transport. You can see, well, you can look further into these things, but this is one of the core ideas, how the data in the different documents fits together so that they can be exchanged afterwards on the basis of the interoperability based on the common definitions and coding of the data in the documents. How can one think about developing a like digital exchange in the in a multimodal route? Well, the idea, we'll have one of the presenters who will present the UNECE fact vision of a digital corridor. The idea is that we are talking here about the information exchange along the supply chain. And it encompasses not only the transport documents, but trade documents like the invoice, certificate of origin, and also it creates a link to the regulatory domain. So to cite somebody with whom we work, the desk officer for the customs single window in the European Union, he works in the European Commission, Digitaxud. He says if the data in the transport business document is harmonized and standardized, it makes our work much easier because standardized data can be much more easily accepted by the regulatory agencies. The second point is kind of to use a common reference data model, derive everything that is done, like schemas for separate documents, derive them from the overall reference data model. Another idea about which we will be talking about, and it comes from the European Commission's work, is the idea of setting digital platforms, meaning platforms which help the digitalization of information exchange. That is part of the FT regulation in the European Union, but these are best practices that we can talk about. Supporting that building, like there are certain elements that can be used in building the plans to digitalize. This slide here is an illustration, some of you may have seen it, because we use it a lot. This slide illustrates the idea that if you harmonize the data in the different modes of transport, they can be the data can seamlessly flow between the different modes. And again, it such regulatory IT systems as customs, but also single window systems. What we did 3 years was to look at standards, upgrading some of them, creating new ones in order to create this package of standards and supporting artifacts for the key documents of accompanying goods. We started pilot applications of these standards. This one, if it works, it will be a very good example for the railway consignment node. This all is related to the concept of data pipelines, which is probably one of the future items on which we will be working, like data being collected closest from the source where it is created, from business, from transport, and then it is exchanged every agency or business partner that needs it takes the important information from there. There are also legal issues that should be taken into account, and again, this is one of the elements that we can discuss, because like the technical side, creating a data set is one thing, but on the other hand, the idea is probably should start, as some of our experts are always saying, one should start from looking at the legal side, and probably then they can go hand in hand. And here I have listed some of the legal aspects of this digital transformation that we're talking about, creating a legal agreement about the use of the documents, legal equality of paper and electronic documents, and what we are moving to are data sets. Instead of documents, be they electronic or paper, we are talking now about exchange of data sets. How these data sets can be used further, because a document, be it a consignment note that we are talking about, it's a contract between the trader and the transporter, which can be brought to court if there is a problem. If now we are moving to exchange of data sets, how this can be solved. I'm just marking issues that are very important. Then the idea about creating a roadmap, we have a guideline many years ago how to create a roadmap for trade facilitation, and the idea is to use it, like first create a vision. What do we want to have in this region, along the middle corridor? Where do we want to finish? Just by like several separate digital documents like e-tier, CIM SMGS, or you want to have a general flow of information, a multimodal flow of information. So first, the political vision is something that is being set up. Then goals. What do you want to achieve in, let's say, 5 years? Where do you want to be? And that's why we are focusing on the to use the best practice in the European Union, for example, how they put together their objectives, and this FT regulation on electronic freight transport information. It has 5-year scope to be implemented. So this is the approach, like to set some objectives for some years and then formulate the activities. And this is the roadmap, formulate the activities that have to be done in order to achieve those goals. This is, as Mrs. Turk mentioned, this is an incremental process of step by step, and probably what we are going to discuss this afternoon with Traseka, the project for digitalization of the electronic CIM SMGS railway consignment node, it can be a step in that direction. I would like to finish on that, and then now we have 2 presentations before our coffee break, and these are 2 presentations of 2 of the experts who have been working on the CFAC standards for many decades on the implementation of FT. The first one is the chair of UNCFACT, Sue Probert, who will make a presentation on the overall concept of what this standardization of digital information means.
Okay, please could I have my presentation? Good morning, everybody, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for the organizers of this continuation of the work that we all started together last October, as has been mentioned, and also to our hosts in this beautiful room here, surrounded by books, which gives us inspiration. Thank you all and welcome. So I'm waiting for my presentation, maybe. Let's see. It's coming, y'all. So thank you very much for that. Okay, so I will start my presentation then. So I am currently the chair of the UNCFACT organization, and I will introduce our organization in the first slides and then go on to describe the work in a little bit more detail that Mario already introduced and which will be taken further during the rest of this meeting. So next slide, I can see. Brilliant. Okay, it works. Okay, so I would like to introduce our organization. As Mario Apostolov already mentioned, we are a subsidiary body hosted by the UNECE, the Economic Commission for Europe, but we are in our own right a global center under the definition of the UN Central in New York. So we are global, and it's really important. So there are a few very important messages here. We are responsible for looking at trade facilitation and electronic business, which means that our key objectives are to simplify, to make more effective global business by developing efficient and automated exchanges of information, tools and instruments to support trade facilitation and electronic business. Our scope is wider than many other organizations involved in this area because we consider, first of all, we are global. Secondly, we consider the sales contracts internationally, and we link them with the international transport contracts, the international regulations and conventions that are needed to move physical goods from one country to another. And also we consider the regulatory aspects of cross-border management for export, import, and transit. So it's a wide scope, and within that scope, we work as a private-public partnership, which means that we have 1,500 registered experts, around 1,500 now. This slide says 1,000, but it grows all the time, especially during COVID when we had more people able to join online. And these experts come from various types of businesses, organizations that support communities in the private sector, and of course government representatives as well. And they come as experts in their own right. They do not represent any country, any organization, or any industry or individual company. They come as experts, and we meet via the internet all the time. We have about 39 projects currently, and the teams that work on our projects work electronically, of course, but we do have 2 face-to-face forums, and I'm very pleased to say that 2 weeks ago we had our first face-to-face forum after COVID, the first time for 4 years. We all got together in Geneva with 350 participants during the week face-to-face, and another 400 plus joined us online. So it was wonderful to be with people again. Okay, so we do a lot of work with other organizations. It's incredibly important to collaborate and to cooperate in these, to cover the scope that we cover. At the top, you can see the other UN economic commissions and the agencies that we work with. And I can pick out two in particular, the IMO. We'll be talking about ports and single window, ports, maritime single windows. There's a lot of work that we do in working with the IMO organization, and also with I see it must be there. We work with IATA. ICAO, yes, I can just looking for ICAO on the air industry and so on. We work very closely, and with the UNECE Transport Division, which is hugely important to cover the terrestrial modes of transport and regulations and conventions that we support. We need to support when we're exchanging data. On the regional side, we have the EEC work that we collaborate with them, and on the EU, you'll be hearing a lot more about this, but we have links with a number of the Directorate Generals within the EU, and we move on to the international organizations, and you see a list here, a very wide range of international organizations who also contribute to this area and with whom we collaborate. Last but not least, we have the community groups, the international community groups, and the top one there, the International Port Community Systems Group, we'll be bringing into the discussion, and we'll have a presentation from them when we talk about the port maritime single window. FIATA has already been mentioned. Protect is the organization we work with for dangerous goods movements, and SMDG for container movement on terminals and with shipping lines, and DCSA is the shipping lines. Okay. There we are. So we have a number of deliverables. We have, at the highest level, we have nearly 50 trade facilitation recommendations for electronic business and trade facilitation. We have libraries, and we have international standard e-business standards which can be reused. And I'd just like to say that we started, and I've been in the organization for a long time, we started harmonizing paper documents. So this was the first attempt to harmonize semantics across the supply chain in the 70s and 80s and 1980s was paper documents, so that one piece of paper can be recognized in any part of the world, that the data on it, you knew what it meant, semantics, what things mean. We moved on from that to the UN Edifact in the 1990s, and that moved to electronic equivalents of the documents using the same semantics. And now, for the last 20 years, we have been working on moving our semantic definitions to a higher level so that they are independent of any data exchange methodology or syntax, but they are modeled at a higher level and can be reused in any environment. So we look at the whole supply chain, as I mentioned. It's a holistic view. It's multimodal, and it's cross-industry. And this slide expresses our holistic approach that we take in all the work that we do. So our global supply business standards are based on a library of classes called the UN Core Component Library, as you can see here. And I emphasize again, it is based on cross-industry and multimodal business requirements analysis and data analysis also, and modeling, data modeling. And I think that this gives you some of the statistics I already mentioned. But at the bottom there, it mentions again, aligned to the international regulations and conventions where applicable. So one of the things we had to do and consider from the very beginning was, if you are going to achieve semantic interoperability, we have to think about defining the key concepts, the party and role definitions, semantic anchors as to define what is a shipment, what is a consignment, What is transport equipment? What is transport means? These definitions, in fact, they're all encased in a wonderful document which I have with me this week, which was a document produced by UNECE by Mario, under Mario's command, which gives English, Chinese, and Russian definitions of the concepts. And I can bring that tomorrow if that's helpful. Then we need to start moving forward to define those data sets and also to be able to include contextualized business rules for the different environments which may implement our generic models. So these are two of our anchors. They're really important. I won't go into them, but basically the shipment is trade data. It's between buyers and sellers, how they define their trade deliveries of the goods that have been sold and have been bought and will be sold. The second one there, consignment, is a separately identifiable collection of consignment items available to be transported from one consignor to one consignee via one or more modes of transport and defined in a specific single transport service contract document. This is a hugely important definition for us. It's the foundation of all that we build for multimodal transport. This is why I go to the trouble to explain it today. But there is a business process analysis document that describes this. And I'm very pleased to say that in 2005, working with the WCO, the World Customs Organization, they adopted those concepts. Thank you. And so there's an alignment there of concepts, which is really important. And here we have just a slide to show that we have a definition of each piece of data. We have an official unique name, which is not very pretty, but it's unique. And on the left-hand side, we have business names, which enable people to be able to talk to each other at a business level. We also, and it's really important to note that our modern work, our latest work that we will be discussing today, aligns with the layout keys for the paper documents through the UN Trade Data Element Directory, which has been published since 1970 in various editions. And we also link to Edifact. This is really important that our up-to-date modeling allows us to link and support migration from earlier standards, and hopefully we'll be ready for future standards as well. So we have produced a family, we call it, of reference data models. The top one there covers the whole scope that I've been describing to you. But below that, we have subsets of the overall scope looking from a particular focus. So the left-hand one is from the supply chain focus between buyers and sellers. The second one is the one we're discussing at this second meeting, which is the multimodal transport model, looking at the whole of the international supply chain from the focus of transport contracts, regulations, and operations. And the third one is the cross-border management. So that's looking at the focus of which parts of the international supply chain data are needed to manage more effectively export, import, and transit procedures, and also other procedures linked to cross-border management. So I'm including here SPS and the certifications from the other agencies that are involved. And last but not least, on the right-hand side, we have the green digital strategy, where we're now looking before goods are sold and after goods are bought to see how sustainability extends across the wider range of goods, the life cycle of goods. This is just an example to show that we start from the top with the buy, ship, pay, and the way we model and we have the tools and available to be able to subset down to the focus views I've just described, and then onto the individual data sets within those views to support exchange of data in the different modes of transport in this case. I'd just like to briefly mention our very key focus from UNCFAT, which is single windows. Single windows have two sides to them, as every window does. The one side of a single window is, of course, the bottom side, the bottom of this slide here, which is the governmental side of a single window. This is the agencies that need to manage the information that they're offering in a single window environment to be one link for the trade on the public side at the top here. But on the top here, you have the business-to-business information exchange for international supply chains. And again, we link this to the families and the focuses, the foci of the different views on the international supply chain. But what we want to state here that it's really important that the language spoken on the government side of a single window, how they express their needs, the requirements, is different from the business-to-business language that is discussed between the people who are operating international supply chains. What we try and do in UNCFACT is to bridge that gap and use our semantic models to be able to relate to the key model for government single windows, which of course is the WCO reference data model. But there is also on the left-hand side at the bottom here, the fact that UNCFACT does hold the structures for important cross-border agencies reference for their certification, which is the SPS e-certificate structure, and also preferential certificates of origin, and indeed we can include CITES there as well, and many others. So it's a mixed picture, but UNCFACT works to support this whole environment as much as we can. And this is why I just want to highlight, we talk different languages from the different sides of a single window. We need a partnership approach using harmonized names and definitions, which will increase the quality and give mutually beneficial facilitation to the government agencies and indeed to the actors within the international supply chains. The pipeline, which provision of data from the source of data within trusted trader programs, is a very powerful future concept which Mario already introduced. And we have built in UNCFACT a structure whereby government agencies can actually build from individual inputs of information from the people who know the data at source, can build up a picture so that it's no longer just the data you have at the export border, the import border, but you have all the data that's been available for the last weeks or months, depending on the situation, from the trusted traders that can provide the true data. This is a very important future thing. And another aspect of this, which was actually introduced as an important concept by my colleague here, Mr. Dill, many years ago, and that is that the primary use of the data exchanges in the international supply chain is between international supply chain actors, between buyers, sellers, and consignors, consignees, terminal operators, etc. On the government side of a single window, it's the secondary use of those data exchanges that's important for cross-border management. And this is an important thing to remember when we think about what data should be and who should be managing this. The last point is unfortunately the reality of our age, and that is everything is moving. Standards move, everything moves. The WCO is introducing later this year or next month a new version of the WCO data model, which will need some adjustment from earlier versions. We do it ourselves. We try to maintain backwards compatibility, and we try to link to the paper standards and the EDIFACT standards, as I mentioned. But managing moving targets is critical for us working together. So this is an important project. I won't go into details, but this recognizes that in the trade sector, we know how to link the data together. We know this very well in the supply chain of trade movements. But in the transport world, we also know, but the link between the trade world and the transport world for track and trace is not well defined. And we've had a very good project to identify the links that can be achieved to make trace and track more efficient through trade and transport. This is the pipeline project. This is the picture of what was described earlier as the pipeline concepts. And this we've already had described by Mario. This is the UNTTC transport and trade connectivity that we worked on within UNCFACT, and that Mr. Michael Dill project managed for us within the UNCFACT environment. And I'd just like to end by mentioning a really important subject to my mind. We started working on data that could be moved from mode to mode when cargo moves from mode to mode. How to organize this to be more semantically aligned. What we realized was that there's a critical, absolutely critical area, and that is that dangerous goods information must move with the goods. There must be a harmonization of the regulations and support for cross-border movements of dangerous goods. And this is something that we'll be talking about more during this meeting. I think that there's some information about the deliverables and where you can find information, but that is my presentation. Thank you all very much for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sue, for this introduction to the work on standards in UNECE effect. And now we are moving to the other topic, which to set the scene, which is the presentation of the European Union's electronic freight transport information regulation. Usually we work with the desk officer in the European Commission who presents the work there, but now she is even traveling today to a meeting inside Europe. That regulation was adopted in August 2020. It has to be implemented in 5 years, well, the end is 2.5 years from now. And as a result, all transport information inside the European Union has to be electronic and multimodal. So she nominated the key consultant who is working on the implementation of that regulation, especially on the creation of a data set for the FT regulation, Michael Dill, who will present to us right now. Michael, you have 20 minutes.
Also I suggest that I skip my whole presentation if there are only 20 minutes, sir. I don't travel on my own cost to deliver a speech of 20 minutes on behalf of my boss. You have to come to decisions how to organize a meeting. Let me go back to the thing. Can you go with the slides? No, not me, it's the slide. The presentation. Can you move the presentation, please? Thank you. This is visible. So, thank you very much for having the possibility to be here in Baku. I think it's the third time, and I appreciate the city. The first time was the World Customs Conference. The second was the next one for the processing meeting for this. So let me. This slide is about the legislation. We have to start always with the legislation in the European Union. Yeah, what are you entitled? And if you're not entitled, then the industry comes and complains. So this is the way it works. It's about race, it's about combined transport, it's about dangerous goods, it's about railway interoperability, and also about the fight against price cartels and so on. This is all about the regulations that a transport, a carrier must fulfill if he wants to go with goods from A to B. And he has to report to the government, he has to prove documents, or he has to send data sets. This is the whole FD regulation. And the purpose is to be faster and to digitalize the data and to allow the traders to decrease their efforts to deliver data to the authorities. 27 member states and at least 5 authorities by country means around about 120 authorities. If every authority comes with their own data requirements and their own forms, then the stack of paper is increasing. Understood? Easy. So as a result, the Commission said, no, we don't want this. We want the authorities to accept electronic data in one format, in one and only one format. In this case, the authorities must accept what the traders are submitting to them. All the authorities. This is the purpose of FD. That means traders have to submit, and if they have to submit, then in the future they will be able to submit the data only once. for whichever authority, whichever purpose. And this applies all the participants, and it goes across all the modes. So this is what I've already said. This is about the benefits. You can read this later. This is an important thing. FT does not stand alone. We have a trinity of EU regulations. First, FT for domestic transport within the European Union. Second, customs with the European customs data model, for including pre-arrival and pre-arrival, as import control systems, go handing over the data to FT. Third, we have the maritime world, the so-called European Maritime Single Window environment. This is called EMSW, a very short abbreviation. So this is a trinity, and now you see the role of, and now you see also the role of railways. Please have a look on the screen. Suddenly we have a railways in. Why? There is not the legal requirements are not yet fully done. We have to wait until they are approved. FT is not allowed to ask for data without a legislation. It's a very bureaucratic thing, but otherwise you cannot organize all these member states. So the principles I already said. For the traders, for the moment, it will be completely voluntary whether they submit electronic data or not. But if they submit, then they must submit in the format and with the semantic meanings as of the FT. Yeah, you can stay with paper, but if you don't stay with paper, you must use FT. And for the authorities, you must accept every approved FT dataset. We are forcing the authorities, and we block that they reinvent the wheel. Yeah, authorities often behave like consultants. They prefer to reinvent the wheel instead of studying existing standards. It's normal. They are all human beings. So, I call this a trinity. It is important for all of us. We see the European freight transport information system, we see the maritime single window, and we see customs in case we can see them behind the bottle. They're a little bit hidden because of your water, Mario. So the two great things are non-UN agreements. This is all about UN. The maritime single window uses the MMT, the multimodal transport reference model from UNECE. This is UN product. The FT uses the multimodal transport reference model from CFACT, as I said, is UN product, and the European customs data model uses the world customs data model as a reference. So as a result, we have a trinity of three important cornerstones of EU implementation of your global standards, two based on CFACT, one based on WCO, and we have to simply to say the world customs data model is a lingua franca of customs, no doubt with this. And since we developed the G7 customs data set in 1999, it was my pleasure to do it. It grew into this data set, became the WCO data model, and is now the global standard of customs, a language of customs. Whilst in the transport area, we see more that the partnership between the private and the business, in the sense of the UN CFACT standards, plays a more important role. Little fights not excluded. Just a few comments about this. The IMO, Caspian Sea is IMO, has their data model around about 516 elements. The maritime single window has 1,150. I could speak 1 hour about this, but maybe for later. We have FT with 300 elements so far, and the customs model has around about 600. Just, it's interesting that customs is quite restricted, whilst the others are quite extended. I think for the SPECA countries, this would rather happen with the maritime single window, where we have many information which are requested only by one country, in this case, EU member country. So this is maybe a good survey for you of this trinity. The IMO is putting a threat over your head, saying you must have a national single window for the maritime bird next year. Yeah, okay, maybe 3 years later. It will happen everywhere. The process is ongoing, and I hope that the European Union will be fast enough. I strongly recommend to go to the website of the European Customs Data Model. Here you see a transit declaration with the famous TIR carnet number. This is a website that is easy to understand, and you can read what the processes of customs are. And the important thing is, road and rail have the same structure from the customs side. It's worth to note. So then here you see something that is taken from an official slide. So by the way, whenever there's a logo of the European Union, these are slides taken from other presentations. Whenever there's GIFIC, then this is what I privately added in order to be always on the safe ground. We have to respect policy decisions. So here you see the maritime single window, in this case with a few elements about dangerous goods. And what has been done so far is to go and to provide references to the IMO and also to the customs world. You see this, there's a column, IMO compendium, and then there's a number. And you see there is UCC, Union Customs Code, yeah, Unified or Union? Union, huh? Yeah, Annex B, and then you see a number. That means we are creating references. Yeah, it took us 8 years from 2016 till today to develop the European Customs Data Model, and it took us now 3 years to go ahead with the maritime single window. And FD is 1 year. So that means the purpose is to bring everything together and to refer to the same semantic units across all the EU, these 3 EU cornerstones. What you see in front is a preview. These are the elements, and every A1, A2, and so on, these are EU regulations, and everything with the B at the end, B1, B2, this is IMO. IMO is mandating a number of customs procedures. So these X's say which element is required by which regulation. If there was time, we could present some more, but this will be up to the organizer or up to Professor Basov to organize a second meeting about this, maybe as a web conference. So references from IMO, from maritime single window to IMO, I already mentioned. And this is about the specification for exchange. At the end, it is about the interoperability of the systems. It's not about the interoperability between standards. Don't care about standards. Their only purpose is to link different applications. There is no other purpose of a standard. We send data and give this data a name, call this metadata, and we assume that an application can process the data correctly. This is the only purpose of standard. It's not how it is in French. La polar. It's not an art by its own. It is an instrument to achieve a goal, and the goal is to achieve the interoperability between applications. And this leads to an important issue. Let's skip this a bit. Okay, this is all based on the reference model. This is fine, but this important thing is how to organize a seamless data flow across the modes and across the applications. We need the same business concepts. If a business concept, if they are different, then we cannot talk to each other. If you call the thing here car, automobile, then I cannot understand what you mean. If you call this a bottle of water and I call it a bottle of water, then we understand each other. So the common data set of FD is what will be published, and it constitutes by its subsets by legislation. This is the current status, And you see it has a consignment structure. And guess what? The European customs data model also has, in many cases, a consignment structure. And we do everything in order to make sure that everybody has to do the same thing. Because if we use another data structure, starting, let's say, with an equipment such as a wagon, then the systems cannot interoperate. It is important. And so we have parties, locations, we have references, goods, item, used equipment, carried equipment, and transport information. This is an overall the structure of FD, and it is very much linked in detail to the structure of the maritime single window and the European customs data model. There is a semantic bridge between all of them. And I wish and my wish is that similar possibilities exist in other regions of the world as well. What you see here is, I call this an innovation. FD has a structure. FD does not come as a stupid 19th century flat list of data. A flat list of data, to give them a name, a number, a description, sounds great, but it does not solve any problem of interoperability beyond the simple object. Example, who of you is linked with a customs declaration? Who has some clue about this? One person, oh, risky. Also, if you put a customs into a customs declaration, a country of origin on header, then this is the equivalent of 1950. If you put a country of origin on goods item level, then you can then this is state of the art of the year 2000. This is a difference. It's completely different process behind a country of origin on document level compared with country of origin on item level. It's completely different process. You have to manage differently. Therefore, the structure of data is important for any processing. And that's why FD came and said, no, we start from the beginning to have a structured data set. That means consignment structure, first parties and places, references, goods, item, used equipment, carried equipment, transport. The importance will come up later for you. So to illustrate what is meant with used and carried, you see on the first line we have the so-called used. You see easy everything that has a wheel, even a steel one, or can swim, is used equipment. And carried equipment is everything what is on top of something else. Also, you see a container, a passive means of transport, boxes, and so on. This is conceptually important. I checked a little bit with the Orpheus railway stuff. Similar, they have a wagon, and everything on a wagon is a carried equipment. Concepts are similar, but not identical. So this is an example how FD works, but I skip it because I don't have the time. What is important is that the business concepts have to be normalized. I have to ride this horse. If this is not done, your projects will not interoperate between the different modes of transport. So simple. The FD is forced to normalize business concepts, road, rail, inland navigation, and we also have on the left shoulder, we have the air. This is because of the air consignment security declaration. This is a document that sits on the truck when the truck goes from somewhere to an airport. And the document tells the air industry, based on the International Convention of ICAO and IATA, this unit load device is checked. You don't have to check it at the airport again. You don't have to pay for it again to check. It's like the luggage that you send through, checked through luggage as an air passenger. So, and on the other shoulder, we have the maritime thing, because most of the containers on the streets, they come from international transport, from the ports. And most inland navigation is, at the end, has a maritime port. They are linked very much. That's why we have to look in FT to bring the same business concepts and to harmonize them. So, and this, again, this was an explanation, and now, oops. Ah yeah, I was too fast. Here you see, for instance, you would ask, is this a trailer? And suddenly somebody from CFAC pops up and says, yeah, it's a trailer, but the general group is equipment. And then I go to dangerous goods and ask them, is this a container? And they say, no, it's a containment. As of our legislation, you can read it's a containment. Then I go to the rail, colleagues from rail, and say, oh, is this a barge? No, it's a loading unit. They have a different business concept. For them, a loading unit is everything where you put something put on or in, whether it's a truck, a trailer, doesn't matter. The concepts are different. And the problem is they are in the legislation, written down in stone. And you have to implement the legislation. It's not so easy. So that's why here, just an example. Also, we have, so by the way, originally this is a slide of the European Commission, but everything in brown is what I added in order to distinguish both from the copyright and from the rights. This is in brown. Here is a good example. Consignment means any package or packages or load of dangerous goods presented by a consignor. This is taken from dangerous goods regulation, from the legal text, where Azerbaijan, I think, agreed with. It's a European standard, these regulations. I think 57 countries adopted it, more than we have states in Europe. So, and we have to, they have to follow this, but I cannot follow this in FT, or if I want to bring several stuff together. Does not work. And therefore, whilst the definition of consignor, even from, also from dangerous goods, is not so bad. Yeah? So this was, yeah, this is just to show for those who want to go a little bit into rail mode to see how the customs view on rail is. It is similar. The structure is even identical with road. This is for the experts. Yeah, this is a summary. We need to normalize business concepts, and we cannot change them. They exist. We have to transcript one business concept into the other. Yeah, the same as in accounting also. If you're accounting in Azerbaijan, it's most likely under different rule from accounting in Morocco. And if you want to make it comparable, you have to say, oh, this business account, the content goes to this, and blah, blah. Such mapping exercises. That's it. So, Mario? Huh? Huh? Ah, yeah.
Excellent, and I think that was very well concentrated. So now let us open the floor for some questions. If you want to ask questions.
No questions before.
Deal has been working on, well, the standards, EDIFACT standard for many years, then the WCO data model, on now on the FT regulation, and well, in the meanwhile, he was working a lot on the single window, standards used for the single window. So he has a wealth of knowledge. If there are any questions to the speakers by now, please ask them. Yes, so then we can have coffee, but thank you very much. It was very focused and precise presentation. Thank you. So we have a coffee break now, and we will gather in 15 minutes again. So we have the next presenter online.
Yes.
Mrs. Ulrika Hurt. I again invite you to be more active in asking questions, discussing things. Well, the electronic freight transport information regulation that was presented just before the break. As I mentioned, it was adopted in August 2020. And it is scheduled to be implemented in 5 years, meaning 2.5 more years. And on the implementation, there is a digital trade and logistics forum working on it called DTLF, which combines public and private participants. And a member of that DTLF, that digital forum, is a lady from Estonia, Ulrika Hurt, who agreed to speak. Like we invited her to come here, but she couldn't, unfortunately. So she will be online, and we will listen to her about the implementation. In her presentation, she will talk about the work on the implementation of the FTA agreement. And once again, I remind you that we are talking about this regulation of the European Union as a best practice of how this multimodal exchange of information, incremental construction of a digital corridor can be built, like incremental pilot project in railway, in road transport. So the next speaker is Ulrika Hurt. Thank you, Ulrika.
Yes, hello, good morning, everyone. I hope my sound is fine, my video seems to work, and my slides are there. Dear colleagues, thank you for inviting me. I am indeed today in a hybrid format, but we'll hope to have the opportunities of meeting dear colleagues in person as well in sooner or later future. So it is a joint journey that we are in, and it's highly valuable if we can meet up. Here I am to provide an insight to what we are doing in the European Commission, alongside with Michael Dill, alongside with Sue Probert, alongside with Rudi Hemmelers, that you might know, alongside with many other colleagues, both in the DTLF as well as in the consultation consortiums, to support the European Commission in developing not just the regulation, which already is out, but mainly the implementing and delegated acts, which are still in the making. And as well, not just to inform and say, yes, this is what is going on, and nice to know, but like Mario has several times underlined, and many of our colleagues, that this is a benchmark. This is a good organization of how cross-border trade could be figured out and aligned. And what we are trying to achieve with the FTA regulation, with the requirements, the architecture, is already mappable and integratable. And what we see in the middle corridor, in the non-EU and the neighborhood countries happening, is that we need to be aware of all these developments as they are happening. Then we can immediately grow the best architectures also for the middle corridor and for the non-EU countries, either for themselves or the overlapping rail, maritime, road transport conventions and evolutions and digitalization in all these streams. So let's look at each other, and my insight will provide a little bit of how this FTA architecture and FTA platforms rules are coming to be, and I'll try to underline the fact that how these platforms will look like is going to be still a joint work. So an impact and best practices can already not just be learned from it, but can already be built into it, so that the future developments would be compatible. Who am I? I have worked with the digitalization for a long time, both in the European studies in general, as well as for the IT systems, large-scale IT systems advice, as well as now the digital transport and logistics. Have been long the member of Digital Transport Logistics Forum and European Commission expert now, and have long worked with the Baltic and the Baltic Nordic developments and the prototypes that most of you have heard about, the Digino Proto, both behind the evolution of the architecture, setup of the IT systems, as well as testing. So my experience here is of course channeled by a lot of partnerships. So it is a huge community of different experts and companies that we work with to get the solutions figured out as well as tested. FD regulation, Michael provided quite a good insight, and I'll leave all those slides here as well from my side, and underline that that the FD regulation is going to be there for the member states, the European Union member states, to apply as mandatory to accept digital documents and digital records over the preset regulatory statements. But it is not at first going to be mandatory for all the businesses. So the uptake by economic operators is dependent on how well all of these FD platforms will be programmed, how well the rules will be set down, and how well all these EU member states are going to pick up their duty to accept digital documents, how quickly that trust can be created. Either way, the FD regulation is building a backbone on organization of all these standards, provisions, and rules for how a proper platform, an FD platform or a digital logistics data platform should look like in order to be trusted by the competent authority as a data source. So as it has been underlined several times, the FD regulation will bring an environment where it is not necessary to upload the transport documents to competent authority or government registries or repositories or databases anymore, but it will be possible to use the FD platforms as source of data and have these sources of data trusted. And in cases the data needs to be fetched and stored then at a government repository, then it can be pulled and then used. And it currently entails a number of cargo-related regulations. So it is a beginning. If anyone is interested in looking deeper what they all entailed, and then also the links and references are available, as well as then the progress and the expected developments will definitely entail more, but we'd start with a graspable amount of most necessary regulations and directives that the FD is covering. The timeline, just to remind that we are in the midst of setting up the implementing and delegated acts, and it is a time of influence, it is a time of evolution. It is also a time of innovation, because quite many of these applications, they do not exist. So we have taken is a lot of expertise and a lot of knowledge from all different parts of Europe, from all different stakeholders to try to figure out that this FD is not going to be difficult to apply, but it will also be favorable for all the stakeholders. It is expected that by the end of 2025, we would have all of it in application. We will see if that will keep its dates, but either way, we work on getting 2025, 2026 as the first years of application. Now, FD architecture, we have called it like this, and it is the backbone of how we foresee the future, not just for EFTI, but the future for all cross-border interoperability, and all interoperability also for the non-EU or the middle corridor, and ECMR and SMJS and E solutions for also other matters, that we move towards an understanding that data is shared at source. The architecture principles that you see in front of you are the ones developed by the European Commission Committee group, the DTLF, the expert group next to European Commission to support these discussions and to lay down an understanding that is waterproof, we'd say. And it is a decentralized approach, as we do build more and more structures where business platforms are to be trusted, and this is going to be the future, that we have more and more platforms that are held by the private sector, and by setting a good due set of cybersecurity and regular security and immutability and data keeping rules, we will have the opportunity of the systems to keep the data and release the burden from the government to keep the databases, as well as allow the businesses to use these platforms for their daily professional business to business trusted data exchange as well. So what we're doing here is helping to set up an architecture where more and more partners can trust each other and also hold their own records more securely. And the architecture, this is the European Commission view document, but this is still a work document picture. So quite like Michael, you can see from the slide backgrounds, a combination of where they originate from. The architecture holds FT platforms. So these are the platforms then in the future we will be having the data held. The FT gates that will be the gateways of asking and making queries towards the FT gates, towards the FT platforms. But these gates will be held and managed mainly by the public sector. So these are the tools that allow information queries to be made, and these queries also to be made in a trusted way, so that also FT platforms would know how and whom to trust. And authority access points will be the organization of how a single competent authority or how a single member state or a country can organize their queries and their moderation, their use of data that they have queried. We have set up an understanding that all these documents and data sets do not fly loosely. So still there will be metadata registries set up, meaning that all the data and the data sets and documents completed still get registered at the beginning of the journey, get stamped while the journey is ongoing in the shipment, and get a stamp in the metadata registry when the ride or journey is completed. So this will be the interaction that definitely will be there and will be coordinated and supported by most probably, but this is the most probably only by public sector authorities, but the data itself doesn't need to be uploaded to public sector repositories. And also we have organized how all the identification, authorization, and authentication mechanisms should work, meaning as well when there are logins or tracks needed or signatures needed, then we'd have an understandable framework how these could be compared. And we have for that a layered approach that resembles or explains that, meaning that each and every government authority will have access to an access node or an FT gate, which to its organization has connections to the authority databases and information systems, to FT platforms in their own country, and then to access points or FT gates in another member state, which is then in itself then connected to FT platforms that are residing in that member state, meaning that that there is a buffer, that that the international connections and government queries most probably will be taking place via these FT gates or query nodes. And in large scale, it would be looking like a little bit organization behind this all, that the member states will keep quite a good deal of coordination for the FT platforms and economic operator systems in their own country, as well as the coordination of how their competent authorities get access to the queries, and then the international network of query nodes or FT gates will speak to each other for moderating the cross-border queries, stamping and validating and authorizing these. And graphically and rule-wise, we are currently in the middle of organizing how these FT gates speak to each other. And these rules are quite in the end of making. And we will be having these layouted in the upcoming months, which also is a good benchmark on how to see and how to organize the cross-border and non-EU and middle corridor possible layoutings. Following that, we will be having a great deal of rules for FT platforms and for service providers, which is highly valuable for a wider view, also in this community that we are here, as these FT platforms are going to be most probably built within or in deep connection with the daily platforms that the businesses are using for their operations, for business to business, as well as for business to government reporting, for example, for customs, for maritime single window, for other systems. So FT platforms are going to be an ergonomic business tool, and therefore the rules also need to take into account how all these other domains work, so that for a business, for economic operator, and for the platform keeper, it would be all logical. For the rules, there are a high number of documents and high number of instructions coming up. I'd say that the sooner we'd all learn about what they consist, the better it is, because then the alignment is better to be set up. There are groups of rules which are universal or helpful for thinking of all the components and seeing what are the requirements in deeper detail. And to say what we now need to do is, as these guidelines for gates and platforms are coming up in a good detail, and we know that they are going to be aiming at that each of the platform and each of the FT gates and each of the authority access point will be set up in a trusted way, then we are hoping and we're setting up an environment where then the FT platforms will be the strongest partners in this domain, and will have more and more business-led IT systems that collect and keep the information, and will start avoiding the necessity of uploading or synchronizing the data or the reports only to government databases. So we build more trust and allow more of trustworthy platforms to be built, and keeping that evolution in the business, also to motivate them to become more digital for themselves and have more trust building for each other as well. The gates, formerly and legally still their access points, despite for FT purposes, we only use FT gates as a term. The FT gates are there to arrange a data request. Quite logical for the EU internal queries where registries are trusted. Quite new for quite a few of domains where this has not been the history, but we still do hope that that by setting up a good set of rules for the FT platforms, we'll be able to convince that more and more of such platforms could be used in other domains as well, not just FT. And there are going to be quite deep and quite good functional technical requirements that for us, we foresee at least that they are compatible with international rules. That goes for cybersecurity, that goes for functioning, that goes for file types. And most importantly here, not underlining enough perhaps, also the data models and hereby the UNECE FACT MMT standard that has been applied for eFTI. We see that this should be expanded and kept alive. And if anything is missing, then also the data standards should be adjusted, not said that this is not doable. And as well, the rules will be and have to be based upon the business centricity, meaning that all digitalization also has to keep up, and we are keeping that, that it is logical and has to be logical within the business processes to do the reporting, to do the representation of data, and to do the understanding of what then happened, the processing of the responses. And as well, the platforms and the rules for the platforms will organize how these platforms communicate or make data exchange valid between themselves and economic operators. Up to a certain extent, there will be quite a lot of flexibility as well. But some of the key aspects of that data exchange will also be organized, if not mandatorily set up, then at least guidelines provided. And next steps for us all together, that at least I'd see and with foresee as essential, is that we do a coordinated observation, alignment, as well as possibly pilots, to playground, to see how FT can be integrated, will be integrated, and how FT-like applications could be built also outside the EU, as quite like with other policy domains and with other neighborhood policy affairs, there is no limit to set up IT systems, platforms, or gateways with the same rules or approaches anywhere aside EU. It's just the next steps would be how these connections, if could be organized, but this is nothing that I can promise at this very moment, how that could be done or when. But if the systems will be built up based upon the same rules, the future of interoperability is from scratch, more available than unaligned developments. And why I'm saying not just observation, perhaps I'm saying alignment, is that if we meet and sit together and see each other's requirements, also maybe obstacles, maybe limitations, we'll be able to see where also the possible gaps or enablers might lie to foster this future uptake. And last but not least, to underline the standards and the semantic standards and interoperability is going to be available for us if we keep one or at least translatable few standards for the whole trade, cargo, and then trade related affairs, not just in the EU, but in the whole global region. Yes, translations are possible, conversions are possible, but the lesser the amount, the easier the interoperability. Thank you. For a reminder, the timeline once again, we are in the middle of it, and it is the best to start observing immediately. Then by 2025, we might even have learned how to go together quicker after the application. Yes,
thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ulrika, for this very clear and logical presentation. I hope everybody enjoyed it the way I did, because this is the idea which we were discussing both with Ulrika and some of you, that the concept of the building the organizational side of implementing this digitalization is something which is being discussed among countries and may be used as a best practice a recommendation. Like I see one of the participants here is looking at me, and we were discussing with him the possibility to work forward on the methodology of how to implement multimodal exchange. So this idea of organizing platforms, probably they can be different in the different regions. In this region, probably the government has to be a bit more represented in the platforms. So this is interesting. Also, there are other participants here who have been involved, for example, with port community systems. Tomorrow we will be discussing that. So port community systems can also participate in this work of platforms providing for the digitalization. Yes. So, so thanks, Ulrika. We will have hopefully some time for questions. If there are some immediate questions for Ulrika or the previous presenters. If not, I would thank you, Ulrika. Please keep on a bit, stay with us a bit more.
I am.
The next speaker will be Mr. Kazim Samadov, with whom we have worked. He's from Customs Service of Azerbaijan. We have been working with him and the UNECE fact experts on the ideas of data modeling. Why are data models necessary? Then we worked on the idea of how to use the data in the transport documents for the regulatory systems, namely customs. So, Mr. Samadov, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Спасибо, Марио. Я, наверное, первый спикер, который говорит по-русски. Прежде всего хочу поприветствовать всех участников семинара, пожелать продуктивной работы. Меня зовут Казым Самедов, я начальник управления цифровизации в Таможенном комитете Азербайджанской Республики. Презентацию, если можно, на экран. Для начала позвольте напомнить о проекте, который мы сделали в прошлом году в рамках проекта ЕК-ООН по цифровизации таможни. Целью было изучить возможность цифровизации транспортных документов по стандарту UNECE FACT в таможенной сфере. Да. Значит, проект был разделен на 3 этапа. На первом этапе была проанализирована работа таможенных органов на границе, какие транспортные документы требуются, какие вообще процедуры проходят через границу. Был собран набор документов, из которого бывает. В результате которого был создан так называемый Customs Dataset. Это требования по пунктам из этих документов, из которых был создан вот такой вот датасет, набор данных требований таможенных органов. На втором этапе мы провели картирование данных. То есть мы провели картирование данных сначала в систему, в стандарт данных по мультимодальным перевозкам RDM UNECE факт. Но так как мы представляем таможню, то нам также потребовалась структура данных Всемирной таможенной организации, дата-модели Всемирной таможенной организации. И как пример мы сделали картирование данных в стандарт Европейского Союза UNCDM. В результате получили, был представлен в виде таблицы соответствий, которые можно видеть. На третьем этапе надо было проанализировать возможность технической реализации данного проекта, наличие каких-либо нормативных барьеров и возможность организации данного процесса. Но я не буду останавливаться на рекомендациях, которые мы сделали по окончании проекта. Коротко пройдемся по ним. Технические рекомендации были даны. Далее по нормативные рекомендации. А также рекомендации по организации процесса цифровизации. Но надо признать, что практическая реализация столкнулась с некоторыми сложностями. Вот об этих сложностях я хотел бы сегодня поговорить. Для реализации любого проекта прежде всего нужно осознать цель этого проекта, что мы собираемся сделать. Я не говорю о каких-то глобальных целях, о каких-то глобальных выгодах, там, социально-экономических, то есть это выгоды для государства, выгоды для бизнеса. Я хочу сосредоточиться сегодня на целях практических. Но мы можем разделить эти цели на две категории. Локальные цели, то есть для страны, внутри страны, и глобальные цели. Локальные цели. Обеспечить электронный документооборот при трансграничных операциях. Это позволит значительно упростить процесс пересечения границы. Далее обеспечить возможность предварительной подачи электронных документов. Это сократит время прохода через границу. Далее два пункта. Применить единый подход к обработке данных при мультимодальных перевозках. Применение стандартов модели данных в ТАМО и СИФАКТОН позволит создать гибкую среду для интеграции различных систем на межведомственном уровне. Что это означает? На границе среди контролирующих органов находится не только таможня. У нас это и пограничная служба, это и агентство продбезопасности, например, в Азербайджане. И для того, чтобы организовать их работу в параллельном режиме, это позволит создать условия для работы в системе единого окна, по принципу единого окна. Но локальные цели мы не можем рассматривать вне контекста глобальных, региональных целей. Сегодня на повестке дня главный проект нашего региона – создание транспортного коридора, соединяющего Восток и Запад, соединяющего страны Азии, Кавказа и Европы через Каспийское и Черное море. На реализацию данного проекта, на реализацию данной идеи брошены силы многих международных организаций. Вот здесь вот перечислены некоторые инициативы из тех, которые сегодня на повестке дня. Вот первая инициатива – это гостями, которой мы сегодня являемся. Следующие – это договоры стран-участниц тюркских государств. Там 2 договора о создании упрощенного таможенного коридора, о создании грузовых комбинированных по комбинированным грузовым перевозкам. Также был подписан протокол о разработке и применении упрощенного транзита, который подразумевает создание некой системы портала по обмену информацией. Инициатива Всемирной таможенной организации по созданию в Азербайджане фонда таможенного сотрудничества. Как мы понимаем, проекты, они требуют финансирования, и данная инициатива, она очень поможет в развитии некоторых проектов. У Трасика очень много интересных предложений, инициатив. Да, тоже инициатива по созданию коридора Европа-Кавказ-Азия. Также очень интересный проект по применению глобального транзитного документа. Инициатива UNECE, но она больше направлена на развитие железнодорожных перевозок, в рамках железнодорожных перевозок и так далее. Но такое вот большое количество инициатив, оно создает больше вопросов. Как скоординировать действия в данной ситуации между всеми этими проектами? Как создать что-то универсальное, уникальное, чтобы во всех направлениях мы могли работать? Для этого мы сначала должны определиться с глобальными целями, которых мы хотим достичь. Создание единой информационной среды для упрощения процедур при перемещении грузов по транзитному коридору. Повышение эффективности таможенного оформления контроля. Обеспечение межгосударственного взаимодействия на базе обмена данных. Возможность однократной подачи электронных документов в рамках поставок по коридору. Создание условий для эффективного взаимодействия между различными видами транспорта при мультимодальных перевозках. Возможность эффективного планирования поставок. Это очень важный вопрос для бизнеса. Между прочим, именно планирование поставок. Сокращение времени на оформление и транспортировку грузов по транзитному коридору. Но для достижения этих целей, конечно же, нам придется решить ряд задач. Первая задача, которую надо будет решить, это прежде всего архитектурное решение проекта. Я еще раз хочу подчеркнуть, что эти решения должны приниматься не каждой страной в отдельности, а именно всеми странами на коллегиальной основе. Потому что это уже мы говорим о взаимодействии. Прежде всего, это выбор архитектурного решения. Значит, у нас 2 варианта здесь. Это централизованная система, у которой есть свои преимущества. В этом случае система берет на себя издержки по реализации обмена информацией, подтверждению верификации и оцифровки бизнес-процессов в мультимодальной среде. В этом случае странам достаточно будет просто реализовать сервисы взаимодействия с этой системой, но есть и недостатки. Недостатки – это, конечно, вопросы стабильности работы данной системы, так как эта система будет централизованная. Если эта система будет работать нестабильно, то все страны будут иметь проблемы. Сложность реализации и обслуживания данной системы. Также вопросы безопасности и конфиденциальности данных. Никто не хочет, чтобы данные их страны лежали на чьем-то сервере в другой стране. Распределенная система – это когда каждая страна реализует свою собственную систему. Обмен информацией происходит по принципу «каждая страна с каждой». Преимущество – безопасность, сохранение конфиденциальности, стабильность. Но в данном случае, если, например, сервер в Азербайджане отключится, то все остальные страны, они продолжат общение между собой, и проблем не возникнет. Также позволит применить индивидуальный подход к решению как внутренних, так и внешних задач. Вопрос электронно-цифровой подписи. Вопрос очень важный. Он может быть наиболее важен. Почему? Потому что электронные данные, а это всего лишь электронные данные до того момента, пока они не подписаны электронной подписью. С момента подписания электронных данных электронной подписью эти данные становятся электронным документом и имеют юридическую силу. В рамках коридора мы не можем говорить об электронных данных, потому что контролирующие органы должны иметь хороший юридический бэкграунд. Ну, представим, если из какого-то груза, из контейнера выйдет какая-то контрабанда, то таможенник должен иметь соответствующую юридическую базу для того, чтобы вести работу с этими документами. Что из себя представляет электронная подпись? Это фактически электронный ключ, который шифрует данные и идентифицирует его владельца. Но есть одна проблема, это электронный документ, подписанный в Азербайджане, он не будет приниматься другими странами. Почему? Потому что каждая страна реализовала электронную подпись по своим стандартам, по своим принципу. И, соответственно, для решения этой задачи у нас есть два варианта. Первый вариант, он, мне кажется, очень изящным, это единая система электронных подписей, признанная всеми. То есть в каждой стране работает свой стандарт электронной подписи, но кроме этого стандарта принимается еще один единый стандарт для всех стран и работает для всех. И второй вариант – это взаимное признание электронных цифровых подписей в каждой стране. Но этот процесс очень долгий, он потребует довольно-таки серьезной работы. Определить основу набора данных. У нас сегодня на рабочем столе очень много предложений. Большинство из них предлагают работать на основе транспортных документов. Есть предложения, которые предлагают работать на основе готовых таможенных данных, то есть межгосударственный обмен данными. Еще есть предложение о создании какого-то единого транзитного документа. И в этом случае уже основу набора данных составит структура этого единого таможенного документа, транзитного документа. Вопрос гармонизации данных будет зависеть именно от этого решения. Прыгает. Определиться со способом реализации системы. Сегодня на рынке представлено очень много готовых решений. Некоторые уже работают, некоторые работают в пилотном режиме, другие на стадии проектирования. Работающие системы, они либо сложные, либо охватывают только один вид транспорта. Проекты, которые охватывают мультимодальные перевозки, либо находятся на стадии проектирования, либо проходят пилотную проверку между 2 или 3 странами. Все эти проекты, конечно же, заслуживают внимания, но и довольно-таки серьезного анализа. Второй вариант – это разработать свое собственное решение. Да, это тоже хороший вариант. Это то, что предлагает именно платформа EECON. Преимущество этого подхода – это гибкость системы. В этом случае система может быть максимально оптимизирована под нужды, под свои собственные нужды, под внутренние нужды. Но и надо сказать о недостатке, так как эту систему надо будет разрабатывать, время на разработку. Время на разработку этой системы потребуется достаточно. Также есть и комбинированные решения, когда можно скомбинировать свои внутренние решения с уже готовыми, представленными на рынке. Как мы понимаем, задача охватывает много сфер, все виды транспорта, несколько государственных структур, работа на межгосударственном уровне. Здесь требуется определить госструктуру, которая будет координировать действия по всем направлениям. Многие вопросы требуют изменения в законодательстве, правовой базе. Этот орган должен вносить предложения в законодательные и исполнительные органы власти. Но недавно в Азербайджане был создан координационный совет по транзитным перевозкам, который взял на себя ответственность по данному вопросу. Но, подводя итоги, хотелось бы отметить, процесс оцифровки нельзя рассматривать вне контекста локальных и региональных задач. Вопросы по принятию решения должны решаться выбранной госструктурой, централизованно. Для принятия окончательного решения требуется определиться со следующими задачами. Определиться с архитектурой системы, решить вопросы юридической значимости электронных документов, определить основу набора данных, определиться со способами реализации системы, решить вопросы законодательного права. Как итог, я как айтишник скажу, для айтишников нужна конкретика. Слишком много решений невозможно вот в такой ситуации среди большого количества решений принять, работать, скажем так. Нужна конкретизация. Всем спасибо за внимание.
Вам спасибо, Казим. Всегда приятно с вами работать и слышать ваши insights по-английски в том, что мы делаем. Вот, во-первых, я хочу сказать, что вот ваша презентация у нас есть, да. Мы будем ее использовать в дальнейшем при разработке дорожной карты и так далее. Я даже вижу, уже вопрос появился. Вы хотите задать вопрос, да?
Sorum yok, tespitim var. Daha önceki sunumlarımızda da belirttiğimiz üzere esasında Türk Demir Yolları olarak ve Türk Gümrük Dairesi olarak mevcut 8 tane gümrük rejiminin içerisinde tek noktadan veri girişinin ve aynı verinin grup içerisinde son noktaya kadar elektronik ortamda taşıtılmasını sağlıyoruz. Şöyle ki, öğleden sonra detayına gireceğiz tabii biz bunu. Şöyle ki, örneğin bir Mersin'de ürettiğimiz bir belgenin Berlin'de nihayetlenmesini hiç arada veri girişi olmadan sağlıyoruz. Bunun detayını anlatacağız. Sayın sunucunun söylediği konuya değinmek istiyorum. Elektronik imzanın tanımlanmasında zorluk olduğunu söylediler. Bunun çözümü var. Biz çözdük çünkü. Bizim Mersin'de attığımız elektronik imza Edirne'ye, Berlin'e gidiyor. Bunun sistem içerisinde biz bu tecrübelerimizi paylaşacağız. Şu anda ama bir hususun da altını çizmek istiyorum. Buradaki ana hedefimiz bir kere şu bir vaka. Demiryolcu işletmecileri olarak biz çıkıştan varışa kadar eşyanın çok hızlı gitmesini istiyoruz ama görüyoruz ki sınır geçişlerinde esasında eşya intikaya uğruyor. Yani beklemeye tabi tutuluyor. Burada gümrük teşkilatı bir erk. Yani bizim demiryolcuların üzerinde gerek Dünya Gümrük Örgütü'nün ana kuralları bir de ülkenin iç kurallarına göre hareket ediyor. Bu toplam operasyonu doğal olarak etkiliyor. Yani gümrük teşkilatının içerisinde olmadığı bir çözüm üretemeyiz. Bu bir vaka. Tabii biraz önce sabahleyin Sayın Avrupa Birliği sunucumuzun söylediği gibi tekerleği yeniden icat etmeye de gerek yok. Avrupa Birliği içerisinde bu çok uzun süreden beri kullanılıyor. NCTS veri tabanı var. NCTS veri tabanına demiryolu idareleri entegre olabiliyor. Ki biz Türk Demiryolları İdaresi olarak entegreyiz. 5. faz devreye girmek üzere. 5. faz tamamen elektronik sistem üzerine dönüyor. Nitekim buradaki hedef şu olmalı. Ek bir gümrük transit belgesinin üretilmesi değil. Ana hedef, birinci hedefimiz demiryolları konşimentörü, demiryolları taşıma belgesinin transit belgesi yerine geçmesi sağlanmalı. Birinci hedef bu olacak. Yani biz burada CIM ya da CIM, SMGS ya da SMGS üreteceğiz. Ona dayalı olarak bir transit, gümrük alt evraklar üretilecek, transit refakat belgesi üretilecek. Oradan da gene gümrüğün o 8 rejimine tabi işlemler olacak. Bu olmamalı. Demiryolları taşıma evrakı, CIM'se CIM, CIM SMGS'se CIM SMGS, bu transit belgesi yerine geçmeli ki, Avrupa'da bu böyle, Türk Demiryolları İdaresi de bunu yapıyor. Yani benim Türkiye'de ürettiğim bir CIM belgesi, hiçbir gümrüğe ek veri girişini sağlamadan nihai noktasına kadar getiriyorum. Nereye kadar getiriyorum? Benim buradaki sınırım neresi? Doğal olarak Kars, doğal olarak Van. Çünkü daha doğusu Avrupa sistemine entegre değil henüz. Biz Avrupa sistemine tam entegre çalışıyoruz. Yani tespitlerini söylemeye çalışıyorum sayın arkadaşımın, IT'den sorumlu arkadaşımın. Buradaki elektronik imza hiçbir sorun değil. Çünkü şunu kaçırmamamız gerekiyor. Bir, gümrük teşkilatıyla beraber ortak bir yazılımda hareket etmeliyiz. Bu yazılımda hareket edildiği andan itibaren gümrük teşkilatları kendi iç ülkelerinde alt demiryolcu idarelerine yetki verme yetkilendiriliyor. O yetkiyi vermeyi yetkilendirip ben elektronik imzayla ona veri attığım andan itibaren gümrük teşkilatı ana sözleşme gereği o elektronik imzayı öbür tarafa taşıyor. Biz de bu yetkiyi taşıyıcılara tanıyoruz. Yani müşterilerimize tanıyoruz. O yetki de bize. Müşterilerimize bir noktadan veri giriyor. Benim buradan girdiğim veri atıyorum Berlin'de dahilide işleme rejiminde otomatik kullanılıyor. Bu konuda Türk Demiryolları İdaresi olarak gerek CIM, gerek CIM SMGS, gerek elektronik üretilmesi, gerek gümrük entegrasyonu, gerekse veri aktarımı konusunda biz sınır ülkesiyiz. İki taraftan da çalışıyoruz. Biz bayağı yol almış vaziyetteyiz. Biz basitleştirme yetkisine sahibiz. Biz şu anda Türkiye'de ürettiğimiz belgenin üzerine bir gümrük vergisi üretmiyoruz. Gümrüğe gitmiyoruz. Gümrüğe gidip ekstra bir şey yapmıyoruz. Artı sadece bu transit belgesiyle de sınırlı değil. Benim ürettiğim belge varış noktasında eğer antrepo rejimine bağlanacaksa antrepo rejimine de bağlanıyor. Orada da bir ek veriye gerek kalmıyor. Ek bir özet beyana gerek kalmıyor. Yani ana hedef bu olmalı. Yani yani buradaki hedefimiz, tepe hedef taşıma evrakı, gümrük evrakı yerine geçmeli ve ek gümrük evrakları üretilmemeli. Ve dediğim gibi bunun çözümleri var. Elektronik imzada vesaire sorun yok. Öğleden sonra zannediyorum burada biraz daha detaylandıracağız. Biz oradaki tecrübelerimizi paylaşacağız ama şunu özetle söyleyeyim. Türk Demiryolları İdaresi olarak ve Türk Gümrük İdaresi olarak biz tam entegrasyon içerisindeyiz. Avrupa Birliği'ne tam entegrasyon içerisindeyiz. Sayın sabahki sunucumuzun, Sayın Avrupa Birliği arkadaşımızın beyan ettiği gibi, o çok teknik beyan etti. Ben demiryolcuların anlayacağı dilde anlatayım. Operasyonel olarak anlatmak istedim. Bu gerçekten tekerleği yeniden icat etmeye gerek yok. Çok büyük bir çalışan sistem var. O sistemi yaymak gerekir. Eğer buna alternatif sistemler üretmeye kalkınırsa bir kaotik durum yapar ama su yolunu bulur. Neticede oradaki sistem, neticede bir nihai hedefimiz Avrupa-Çin bağlantısı, ara ülkeler dahil olmak üzere. Buradaki çalışan sistemi kademe step yaymamız gerekiyor. Ve bunun üzerine taş koymamız gerekiyor. Ben bu konuda söylemek istedim. Yani elektronik imza ve ek gümrük verileri konusunda hedefimiz bu olmamalı. Onu açıklamak istedim. Bizim Türkiye olarak, doğal olarak biz 2019'dan itibaren biz Avrupa Birliği'nin bu NCTS veri tabanı akit tarafız. Ve 2017 tarihinden itibaren de tam kullanıyoruz. Ve 2017 tarihinden itibaren de onun altında olan basitleşme prosedürüne yine akit tarafız. Yani benim dediğim gibi Mersin'de ürettiğim Polonya'da sonlanır. Ve ek bir evraka gerek kalmaz. Sınırda hiç beklemez. Hiçbir sınır işlemine gerek kalmaz. Hedefimiz bu olmalı. Onu açıklamak istedim. Zaten öğleden sonra da imzalanacak MOD'a da çok kısaca da Türk Demiryolları İdaresi'nin ve Türk Gümrük İdaresi'nin bu konudaki tecrübelerine atıfta bulunacak. Biz bu tecrübelerimizi açığız. Teşekkür ederim.
Thank you very much for this intervention. We will continue that discussion, as you say, after lunch. There is one more question online to Kazim Samadov. Well, from a colleague from ESCAP, and we have one more presentation. So should we, if we can get Fyodor Kormelitsin from ESCAP to ask his question?
Yes, many thanks, Mario. Many thanks, Mr. Samadov. It was very interesting presentation indeed. Actually, I just have rather a comment than a question. So I'm happy that you mentioned the ongoing ESCAP project on digital transformation in North and Central Asia, in which most of the countries presented here today also participate. I would just like to take note that it is not limited to railway transport. It's basically, originally, the title of the project was Digital Transformation of Rail and Multimodal Transport. And we have, there were two expert group meetings on this project. And actually, these experts from the countries agreed that it should be no way limited to railway transport. And the recommendations and approaches to digital transformation in these countries in nature are very close to what has been discussed and is being discussed here at that platform. So with that, I would like to welcome all the countries presented to also participate in the meetings under our project. And we were, as we already discussed with Mario, I think we will continue to, achieve great synergies of efforts and resources to provide some recommendations for the countries on advancing in the digital transformation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Fyodor. We are always ready to work with you. And I saw that Kazim made the same comment. Thanks a lot. And I think the next steps, we will continue working also with ESCAP, with Traseka, with other partners whom we will hear in the afternoon as well. So now we have one last presentation because before the next long coffee break, and that is from one of the vice chairs of UNECE. He is from India, and he is leading some work on a digital corridor. They have a white paper, which may become a recommendation one day, on how to create a digital corridor. Taksin, thanks for keeping up with us, even 15 minutes after the end of the session. So please make as concentrated and focused presentation as possible. Taksin Ahmad Khan, he has been working for many decades, I think already 2 decades with UNECE, promoting CFACT in Asia and the Pacific from his position in India. Thanks, Taksin.
Thank you very much, Mario. I will try to see whether I can share my screen.
Maybe he is trying to share his screen. Can you show your camera, Taksin?
Yes.
You can see your presentation now.
Mhm. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mario, for the introduction. As mentioned by Mario, that I had been associated with the UN CFAC for a long time. But since I come from India, I am equally associated with a sister UNECE organization in my region, that is United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific. So these are the two institutions that I am associated with. But other than these two, I had a long interest in my government, that I have worked as a bureaucrat and facilitated a project of electronic business in my country, which basically aimed in all regulatory and facilitating organization in the country, those who regulate or facilitate foreign trade or international trade, have been asked to deliver their services electronically. So that is another where I have worked. So the current presentation, as Mario has mentioned, talks in terms of a project which we are pursuing in UNCFACT, which is cross-border multimodal digital corridor for trade facilitation. This is work in progress. So since I have been allotted 10 minutes, so bear with me that I will only give you the contours of this particular project, and those who have interest in this project, perhaps my email address is here. You please send me an email. This particular project is still work in progress, so you can be part of this project and facilitate this project to move forward, or otherwise, if you have any query or questions or otherwise, perhaps I am available to you. So I am discussing with you in this 10 minutes, taking you through what is this project, and also what is that beyond this project we are doing within India in terms of facilitating trade, especially in the port community system, which is an item of discussion in the afternoon, and also the national logistics plan, which integrates, and we expect that this particular project will touch base with all initiatives within a jurisdiction for facilitating the objective of this particular project. So if I go to the the next slide, which basically talks in terms of need for cross-border multimodal digital corridor. Why we started this, and a number of international trade operating scenarios, which really what is the constraint and other issues which we have captured here. So perhaps in the current environment is extensive paperwork which is associated with all the activities. Lack of visibility of import cargo. When I'm saying import, of course, similarly for others, the export cargo, wherein it, if it is not properly visible, then high-risk cargo many a times goes without inspection, and that are the concerns of the regulators. Why? Because this particular project talks more about the regulatory aspects of the cross-border digital corridor. So this is a concern. Non-availability of advanced cargo information. If it is not available, then perhaps there are concerns about clearance within a time limit which is prescribed. And for regulators, the revenue leakage if the information is not properly available. Difficulty in identifying country of origin. Basically, though in most of the jurisdiction, this is a electronic system, but if it is not integrated with the rest of it, then it's offline system. Increase in compliance-related processes. If it increases, then perhaps integration is an issue. Loss of data or error in data entry. That's there, that if you don't do end-to-end, then these are the issues. And the challenges which we have captured in this white paper, this is not complete, but I have captured few of the things for you. Otherwise, the white paper draft is available to the work in progress arrangement that can be seen. Digitalization of trade flow management is not free. Of course, there is a cost to it, and there are financial and operational costs. There are issues of project protection of intellectual property for public agencies as well as for private stakeholders. And shipment information protection is also many a times an issue for private stakeholders because of the fact that they are still concerned, scared that their shipment information may be available to competitors because of the reasons that it is electronic. But of course, there are methods to safeguard this more than in a paper-based environment that we need to educate private and public sector agencies for that purpose. So those who have interest, perhaps this white paper will speak more about the challenges. I have captured few of it for you to understand this. And we have captured the constraints and strategies to mitigate that the constraints. Constraint of information in a digital corridor that stakeholders are not connected through a community network. Most of the time they are not connected. And that's what perhaps would be appropriate, that if it is end-to-end, then from origin, say the exporting end to the receiving end, that the importing end, that end-to-end connectivity should be established. So we are trying to work out a scenario where this can be addressed. And if that is to be done end-to-end and everything is electronic, then data security is a concern for stakeholders, and also concern for the stakeholders that if it is end-to-end all electronic, then whether business continuity issues have been addressed, and the system, if it is down, then how it is taken care of. So what are the provisions that are the concerns which perhaps we are trying to address in that particular paper. Vulnerability of attacks. When I'm saying attacks, it is basically the cyber attacks, and that's quite a bit disturbing exercise in any electronic environment. Then limited control and cybersecurity issues, these are concerns. And in the previous presentation, we have heard a lot about the mutual recognition issues, which we are trying to address here in this paper. Not only we are talking in terms of the mutual recognition issues, but clubbed with the trusted third party in different jurisdictions, and how do we trust those trusted third parties in different jurisdictions to see that we are able to have a seamless flow of information and document between multiple jurisdictions. So these are the issues which are before us. And in order to mitigate that, the issues which we are trying to address is enforcing global data protection rules. That we do recognize that this is happening in many jurisdictions, that they have their own data protection rules available, but we have to really also understand that how best we work out that there is a consensus between participating countries. Vulnerabilities to cyber attack, this can be controlled provided we have clear understanding of moving forward with this one. These are the issues which are taken up in this white paper. There are few industry initiatives which I have captured here, but I will not deal with it because of the paucity of time. So I will leave it here at this stage. And since this presentation will be available to you, you can always use it. While doing all this, there are legal issues which need to be addressed, as part of it. So the first major issue is the global data governance framework. There is a need for data governance to be addressed in every jurisdictions, but also interoperability is an issue. And for the benefit of everyone, that not only this project, but we have another project already work in progress, which talks in terms of data governance. And those who have interest perhaps can participate in the data governance project in UNECE. You cannot see a digital free trade, so of course there are issues which need to be addressed. Issues of interoperability and also issues of standards to be respected if interoperability is to be achieved, and that's the reason that we are emphasizing more on UNECE standards to be adopted for moving forward. There are numerous new digital economy agreements, and that really in the right direction and perhaps may be of interest to everyone. The other of an APAC cross-border privacy rules are available. So every country is trying to do a privacy policy for their country, and perhaps that everyone. Then other is the safeguards to govern government access data. That is also everybody's concern, especially with respect to cross-border issues of this. The other aspect which perhaps one would like to address is not only to localization of the data storage, but basically on the framework for that focus on regulatory access to the data rather than the location of the data storage, which is a matter of everybody's debate. And I think we need to reach some agreement on this one. There are some recommendations coming out from here. And of course, MRA we have discussed. So in the conclusion, I would suggest that what we are trying to come up in this is at the local level, cargo community system should be implemented. That's why in the subsequent 1 or 2 slides, I will deal with it, how we are doing it within the country here in India. And the encrypted environment and other environment which need to be taken care of to bring the private sector on board, to give them the kind of comfort they look forward that the data which will be on this particular system will not be shareable to the competitor, and those are the issues. And other thing which we are trying to address in the digital corridor is the should encourage between airport to airport, airport to port, port to port, customs to customs. So those are the issues which perhaps would get addressed in this one. And the risk issues as associated with the digital corridor, data reuse, which is a necessity. We have heard a lot about the data pipeline and the data across border and the other framework required. And of course, the legal framework for permitting digital substitution of the paper form should be encouraged. And this digitalization projects should incorporate UNECE reference data model, which has been emphasized by the UNECE chair in the previous session. Perhaps that is an issue of interest for everyone to see that move forward. The other, which very important aspect, is mutual recognition agreement we initiated, which was emphasized in the previous presentation, as well as is emphasized at different forum in UNECE and also in UNESCAP, the framework agreement. Many of us are participating there. In UNESCAP, there is an element of mutual recognition, and UNECE there is a project output available about the method of mutual recognition to be visited. I will conclude here and share in 2 minutes time with you some of the initiative in India, which is related to that we first started a port community system, whereby initially there were individual ports. There are, for your benefit, India has a big coastal line, and there are about 200 plus small and medium and big ports in India. And everyone has their own community system, port community system, to deliver their services to the community locally, electronically. But then the Indian Port Association, which is an association of all the ports, have taken a lead to connect all the ports into a port community system. This is running for quite some time there, but the other initiative which we added to it is that we have integrated this with a new national logistic plan which has been worked out by the government. So this is being integrated with them, and that perhaps would give us all support that we want to move forward on this one. The other, some of the things which I have captured here, that when we did port community system, which I have bottom, I've said PCS 1X, and then national logistic plan. This is basically the import chain which I have captured for you, but I will not deal with it because of the time of 10 minutes. And similarly, the export leg for this value chain is also captured here for the PCS plus the NLP, which we have now launched in the country. And my last slide is on the use case of fruit export and import within the country, which basically integrates the concerns of the port community system plus the national logistic plan, which is both of them are merged and integrated for the benefit of the port community. But of course, this gets multiplied for other areas also within the country. So from it has been captured from importer to exporter, and is especially coming on beyond this to adding the freight forwarders, the bank and financial institutions, and different kind of certificates which are issued. So the regulatory framework getting integrated, and then adding to the mode of transports within the country, and other integration of the customs agents and other institutions within the country. So this completes within the country what has been done. Perhaps this will be a feeder to our project initiative within UNCFACT, and maybe perhaps it would be of interest that not only that we do a recommendation for multimodal corridor, but also its integration with the importing and exporting countries. So here is National Logistic Plan for Cargo and Carrier Platform, for Regulatory and Certification Platform, and for Financial and Insurance Platform. So this completes my base presentation. Thank you very much for your attention. Two more things I would like to add here, that there are few initiatives at our end about integration of trusted third party and inducing trust in different third parties in different jurisdictions, and its mutual recognition is an issue which we are trying to deal with, and would be of interest for all of you to join us in UNCFACT. This is one thing. The other initiative is on standardization of digital ID, a new project which we have initiated, may be of interest for you. It's a new project. It has just started in the last forum, which was held this month, and may be of interest to all of you to be part of it, which basically talks in terms of how we should have interoperable digital ID systems across the globe, because when you are doing totally electronic, you are always concerned with whom you are transacting on the other side of the net, and how you can very well identify them, how you establish their verifiable credentials. There is a project we have already concluded on verifiable credentials. And also we are trying to work on the issue of decentralized identifiers. So all these things may be of interest for you to be part of with us. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Thank you, Tahsin. Thank you very much. The idea that there are other forms of authentication than signatures is extremely important. UNCFACT has had a recommendation for decades already on other forms of identification and authentication than signatures. You mentioned one, verifiable credentials, etc., which we are working on. Thank you very much for this presentation, and I hope people will be interested in our work on defining digital corridors. So, thank you, Taksin. There is only one presentation which we don't have, but I will try, well, if Ulrika is still online, I will again ask her to send her presentation so we can publish all the presentations and you can be fully aware of what has been going on. I hope, well, we don't have much time to discuss now, but most of you will be there tomorrow, and tomorrow we'll have a lot of time to discuss, and there is a special session. So now, because we are behind, like 35 minutes behind schedule, if somebody has an urgent question, because we had envisaged a discussion which kind of fell between the cracks, as my director says. If there are some urgent questions that have to be asked, we'll have the next session focused on railways. And it will be chaired by Mr. Goran Andreev. Goran, please tell me, should we start in time in 25 minutes? Or you'll give, like, we were quite practical here. We organized coffee breaks, including for lunch. There is no big lunch. Well, probably in the evening it will be compensated. But the idea is that now we have coffee with sandwiches. So when do we start? Just one second. When do we start, Goran? Do we start at past, or you give them 15 minutes
more? Putting a difficult position here. I think that we need to give some time for break to the participants, so it's not possible to start in 25 minutes. Can we have, if it's possible, I will suggest to maybe to reschedule some of the presentations for tomorrow to make a space, because otherwise we'll not have full time for our session.
I would suggest that you start, and then we see if something on the schedule is left for tomorrow. We can leave it for tomorrow.
The question is now when we lunch, when we start.
Okay, let's decide now when we start the next session.
Yes.
Probably we give it like 1:45.
Yes.
1:45, 15 minutes more, so that people can have a bit.
Yes.
And then we start at 1:45, and you manage the session, and we'll decide over the lunch break what we do.
Yes, that's excellent.
Thank you.
Sorry, it is not sandwich. It is actually simple lunch, but downstairs. You have to go downstairs to the canteen. It's not.
Sorry.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry.
But please serve yourself quick and be respectful to time of the start of the meeting.
Because
right?
we have a very intense session.
We had very interesting first session. So now welcome to second session of our seminar. So our session is dedicated to the pilot project for digitalization of SIM SMGS railway consignment node. So it's focused more on railway along selected Traseca routes. So this session is co-organized with the Permanent Secretariat of the Transport Corridor Europe, Caucasus, Asia, Traseca. We'd like to thank to the organizers, to the UNECE and all other co-organizers for putting this topic on agenda. This is a very important topic for us. The pilot project on use of electronic SIM SNGS consignment node aims to facilitate electronic information exchange from one railways to another, as well from railways to other stakeholders in railway transport and in multimodal transport, because Traseca is essentially multimodal transport corridor. We have Black Sea, we have Caspian Sea, so even if the substantive part is done by railways, we still have other modes of transport to be connected. For this session, we have very rich agenda with several presentations from key partners, from our partners for this pilot project, also distinguished experts in this field. And I would like, because we are running behind the time, I would like to ask all speakers to take about 10 minutes by presentations. In that way, they will allow other speakers to elaborate and to have this panel discussion and maybe even some questions at the end of today. And now, without further ado, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Asset Asefbayat, Secretary General of Permanent Secretariat of IGC Traseca, to give us introduction to eSIM SMGS pilot project. Mr. Asefbayat, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Goran. I will be brief. I will try. Dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome all of you participating at this session in person here in Baku and or joining the seminar online. With this presentation, I would like to inform you about the pilot project for use of electronic CIM SMGS consignment node along selected Traseca routes. Please, my presentation. Okay, next slide. Permanent Secretariat, with support of partner organizations, is undertaking a range of activities to address border crossing challenges, increase the efficiency and support seamless transport connectivity, use of common electronic CIM SMGS consignment node, and digitalization of customs transit documents are some of clearly identified priorities with our strategy and action plan. The cooperation with our distinguished partners, Organization of Cooperation between Railways, OSGD, International Rail Transport Committee, CIT, International Union Railways, UIC, and United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, UNECE, made possible to organize 2 workshops, one in June last year and one in January this year. Our session at this UNECE seminar is the third follow-up activity dedicated to potential pilot project on use of electronic CIM SMGS consignment node that was originally suggested in June 2022. We are grateful to the experts from OSGD, CIT, UIC, and UNECE who shared their vast knowledge on the work related to digitalization and introduction of electronic CIM SMGS in railway transport. The first joint workshop on use of CIM SMGS railway consignment node was focused only on 4 Traseca countries: Azerbaijan, Georgia, Kazakhstan, Turkey. Subsequently, additional Traseca countries expressed interest for participation in activities related to use of electronic CIM SMGS consignment node. After the first workshop, we have launched a survey on use of electronic CIM SMGS consignment node and shared the first draft memorandum of understanding with the railway operators of all Traseca countries. The second workshop gave us opportunity to build up further on use electronic CIM SMGS consignment node. More detailed elaboration of legal and technical requirements, as well as discussion on best practices in digitalization and electronic information exchange were covered by the agenda. We also held discussion on potential pilot projects regarding use of the electronic CIM SMGS consignment node on selected Traseca routes. representatives of World Customs Organizations, European Commission, DJ Taxud, UNECE and UNESCAPE also joined to workshop and shared their experience in this field. At this event, we expect to continue with discussion on digitalization of railway transport and focus on participating TRACECA countries' views on potential pilot projects, suggested MOU and the next practical steps in digitalizing railway consignment node. As you can see, our main aim is to start using electronic CIM SMJS consignment node by 2025. Last month, we organized 2 informal consultations with railway operators of interested states in order to finalize the MOU on use of electronic SIM SMJS. The consultations provided good opportunity to share the views of potential participants in the pilot projects. The next of the MOU that was updated to reflect suggestions provided, and today we are going to proceed with signing ceremony of the MOU by interested participants. Creation of the working group for organization of the pilot project was already initiated. All nominated working group members have been invited to participate at this event. Presently, there is ongoing work on development of the action plan for the pilot project. Number of practical issues are expected to be addressed at the following working group meetings. That includes addressing identified constraints, providing options on the IT railway solutions, coordination of the potential pilot project. I am sure that this work will produce visible results with increased use of the electronic CIM SMJS consignment node and digitalization in railway transport. Introduction of such measures could have a real impact in streamlining border crossing procedures and consequently reducing transport costs, which will increase the attractiveness of TRACECA routes. Ladies and gentlemen, please let me briefly elaborate why it is important to sign the MOU. First of all, the MOU sets the principles for organization of pilot projects between the interested participants for use of electronic CIM SMJS consignment node, interested customers willing to participate in the pilot projects, carriers on the other modes of transport, and port terminal operators. The customs and other border crossing authorities will be also part of these activities. Main objectives covered by MOU are to review the legal environment and identify if any changes are needed in national legislation. Operational and organizational issues will be analyzed and existing technical solutions will be tested. We hope that joint efforts will allow us to confirm to proof of concept for use the electronic CIM SMJS consignment node, indicate reduced railway costs and time at reconsignment points, estimate decreased time for the transshipment in multimodal transport operation, customs and border crossing processing. To evaluate the outcomes of the pilot projects along selected TRACECA routes, the methodology will be agreed. I hope that in the nearest future, we will be able to share the results of joint work in this field. On this slide, you can see ideal model when electronic CIM SMJS consignment node is in use. In general, we are on phase 1, as you can see on this slide. We hope that dedicated working group established by signing MOU will bring us closer to the pilot project implementation. Potential contributions and use of experts from OECD, CIT, UIC, and UNECE and other are essential for support of the joint work. Here, I would like to mention that piloting electronic consignment node on railways could bring recommendations for specific changes in current legal regimes, because there are many issues that need to be discussed and solved in addition to the IT components. For example, there are no available and universal methods of data exchange between railways and customs. Mutual recognition of e-signatures is also not common practice. Thus, all interested issues should be also addressed at the international level in order to be able to use electronic transport documents regardless of the mode of transport. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope that my presentation was interesting and informative. I am confident that the initiatives I have noted will make a significant contribution to the further development of railway transport in the region. The Permanent Secretariat expresses its readiness to cooperate to ensure a transition to electronic use of transport documents. In conclusion, let me express my sincere gratitude once again for the opportunity to share with you information about activities of TRASECA. Thank you for attention.
Thank you, Mr. Rasevayev. Thank you for outlining well the project, what we expect to do, what are the expectations from the project. So this sets a tone for our discussion further in this session. So next, I would like to invite Mr. Erif Eftimov, who will join us online. He's Deputy Secretary General of International Committee of Railway Transport, CAT, and he is one of the partners and key supporters of this pilot project. Mr. Eftimov, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Andreev. I hope you can see also the presentation which I prepare for this meeting, and thank you very much also for inviting CAT for the possibility also to discuss this very important topic, especially regarding common consignment node SIM SMGS. Can you just confirm if you can see the slides?
Yes.
Perfect. So I will go further. The challenge and also the task which we have is to have the paradigm change between paper to data. Already mentioned today, starting discussion, and this is very important for the transport sector. I will just emphasize 3 points. Why the change from paper to data is so important? Because first of all information which we provide is important for the transport contract as evidence of the contract. So we have to bear in mind that all information which we have on paper should be preserved and provide for the purpose of the transport contract to on digital data. Secondly, we have to use this data further if something happened to the goods. So the liability is a very important element, and also the procedural rights should be preserved for the party of the transport contract. And thirdly, it's very important also for financial purposes, because no one will invest in digital data if they cannot secure the rights on the transport document. So for the purpose of these 3 important points, we also start supporting the project of TRASECA and also the implementation of electronic consignment node SIM SMGS to the corridors of the TRASECA. And as already mentioned by the Secretary General, the TRASECA corridors are very interesting for the purpose of the common consignment node on the interface to the other transport modes, and also for the purpose of the multimodal exchange of data between maritime transportation and railway transportation, and also to road transportation. This is also a discussion which we wish to further go for a detailed discussion in the working group and on the corridor for the single elements of the electronic consignment node SIM SMGS and the interface already mentioned by the colleagues of the Turkish Railways. We have for the middle corridor important interface between SMGS and SIM on the border between Georgia and Turkey, and there we have various interfaces, not only for the transport law, but also for customs. And then if we go on maritime transportation, the interface to the ports and to the maritime transportation. For this purpose, in the common consignment node, we have provisions, not only technical, but also legal and data content, which should be also reflected how to be further implement on digital way. So the functional and legal specifications are already included in a document, and this document is provided by CIT and OECD. It's provided through the internet of website of the CIT. The technical specifications, it's a little bit further to reflect how XML and FTMIN can be then converted in a seamless exchange of data, which is also the task of this meeting, and also an important exchange of information, and also a reflection should be how to align the data to the obligatory data content provided by TAF TSI, which is an obligation for the railways covered by the EU secondary legislation. In this case, just for your perception, we are on the way with rail data, which is the branch of the railways for technical specifications, are filling the schema of the data with coherent data for approving the tough TSI necessities, which are coming from the secondary EU legislation. So here I can sum up that from the side of the railways, for some years we provide legal and functional specifications, which are included in a common document, can be used for SIM SMGS transportation on the middle corridor. In my understanding, which is important to be further checked and discussed, the interface between the various transport modes, just to understand the legislation and the specifications of railways, how they interact with, for example, sea transportation over the Caspian and Black Sea, and then important interface with the customs, also to be reflected, how to be aligned with the necessity for the custom provisions, and then all these possibilities can be summarized by the necessities for the tough TSI specification. So on this way, we can exchange and seamless transfer data between carriers which are on the territory of the EU member states, and also coming from or going to third countries. This is also important understanding how the EU customs legislation should be interact with the customs legislation of third countries, and how specifications which are provided by the railways will be interact with the specifications coming from TAF TSI, normally applicable on the EU territory. But we are ready to support all this endeavor. We can provide also legal and technical expertise for the understanding of the common consignment node SIM SMGS. Further also to reflecting how the consignment node SIM SMGS can be used as a accredited document for financial purposes, and also integrating the accompanying documents to the consignment node, which now we achieve to a further model of the Orpheus specifications, which is 1.6 format of Orpheus exchange of data. I think if we wish, we can succeed to have a good and seamless exchange of data on a railway infrastructure, which can be used for further digital solutions for rail freight SIM SMGS. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and for further discussions or questions, please, I am on your disposal. Thank you very much, Mr. Andreev.
Thank you very much, Mr. Efimov. It was nice that you highlight the need for interfaces between regimes, between operators, and certainly the support offered and documents developed can help our project because we have to put these documents in the practical terms and practical implementation. Do we have some specific questions maybe to Mr. Eftimov, or we can continue, if there are no urgent questions, we can continue with our session. And next speaker will be also join us online. I would like to invite Ms. Sandra Guénaud, which is Director of RIDE, Coordinator for European Region from International Union of Railways, UIC. UIC also is one of the partners in this pilot project, and that support that came from practitioners from the field, which is reflected in their work also in both legal and technical part is very important to us. Ms. Guénaud, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much for the introduction, and good afternoon to everybody, to all the participants. I have to say I'm very humbled by what I heard this morning, by the quality of the presentations that were made. For me personally, I think that there was very interesting insight on how to organize the data flow, on the concepts of interoperability, standardization, and also the logistics approach. From a multimodal angle. So what the question that was asked to, I'm just asking, can you see my screen? If it is thumbs up, then yeah.
Yes, yes.
It's all good. Okay. So the question that was put to UIC was how can you support a pilot initiative? Because indeed a lot of work has been going on for some years now, and the market expects pilot testing and pilot demonstrators. So I know we're short of time, so I won't go into what is UIC and the fact that we're a global association. But back to the question on how can we as UIC support a pilot initiative, I would say it's on 2 or 3 levels, which you can see here. Of course, here we are in a digital workshop. So from a digital perspective with our subsidiary, which is called Rail Data, and Eric Eftimov just mentioned Rail Data a second ago. Also, we can support from a corridor setup expertise, and we've been working with some of the stakeholders and with Traseka in particular. And of course, from a different angle, the heart and the mission of UIC is to ensure interoperability, not just at digital and data level, but also on operational solutions. So I would say this is a trio where we can support the implementation of pilot initiatives in a wider sense than just digitalization. So why are we also involved, or have we been involved? Because our subsidiary, let's say the legacy platform that the railways have, was set up something like 30 years ago. Of course, because at the time, IT, as we called it, rather than digitalization, was already seen as a strong enabler to boost the rail product and the rail offer, the quality of the rail offer. Why? Because, I mean, it provides more transparency, it improves transport time, it improves reliability. But so basically all the key aspects that are required from the market. Because why do we do this? We don't do this for ourselves. We do this because the customers need it. Interoperability, I mean, I will quickly go through this. Of course, here we are in a global perspective, and we need to, be it on an operational level, as I mentioned before, but also on a data level, we need this seamless exchange. We need this drive-through philosophy, as we call it. And this, of course, includes data exchange. Going quickly through as well, all the studies that we've done and what we've shared with you over time, and that was again evoked also by Eric just now, in addition to the improvements in terms of infrastructure and having a robust infrastructure and supporting multimodal connectivity, we have digitalization, which every time we run a market study with the customers, with the market, and with the various stakeholders, this is really what comes on top. I mean, I'll pass this one and go here. So as mentioned, so the market players have learned to perform and to work together on improving the systems. And of course, customs, going from one country to the other, customs and the consignment note are always key. And let's say the number one use case that is mentioned when talking about digitalization and when talking about incrementing significantly the robustness and the reliability and the market attractivity of the rail offer. And without repeating what the previous colleagues have said, of course, all the stakeholders around the table have been working together and need to continue to work together. Now, back to, okay, what can we as UIC offer, propose, and how can we support? On the digital level, we have the legacy platform. We're not starting from scratch. And we've heard that with all, I mean, the extensive work that was done by the UNECE and the others, which is quite, which is impressive, I have to say. From the railway side, we have this legacy group or this legacy platform or historical platform, which was established in '95, the aim of which is to develop and run data exchange. And that was set up for European freight railways undertakings. Today, Rail Data counts, I think it's something like 12, 13, 14 members and a myriad of users. But basically, the current users of the platform represent over 70% of the yearly ton-kilometer transported in the EU. So I would mention two key functionalities or two key systems, which are the ISR for the wagon positioning. But what really is the heart of the discussion today, it's the Orpheus application, which is really what concerns the consignment note, which ensures the exchange of the railway, the SIM consignment note between the cooperating railways. And today, I will refer again to what Eric has just mentioned, today, the digitalization of the consignment note, so the ECN is available, and you can actually, so it is done and it is supported by the Orpheus tool. Work on interoperability between SIM, SMGS, we've just heard, has been done, but needs to be continued. Regarding Orpheus specifically, and I think this also will explain why I mentioned certain things in the rest of my presentation. As the main, let's say, users of rail data today are the European railways, they are very much driven by EU law and EU regulation. And the TAF, so the interoperability standard for telematic application for freight, is a regulation, needs to be implemented by 2026. So, of course, all the railways and the systems are, let's say, making adjustments to make sure that they are TAF compliant, as we say. And Orpheus, it's the next steps that is close to completion. And is going in that direction. But beyond that, of course, there's still the work with the SIM SMGS interoperability and alignment, which is needed for a pilot, for the pilot that we're talking about today. Unfortunately, my rail data colleagues could not join, but of course we exchange actually every week, and the message is very strong. The initial work that was done jointly with all the stakeholders around the table was somewhat stopped during COVID, but basically all the elements are there, and they are prepared to let's say move forward and join an initiative. Of course, it also means, and I think Eric mentioned it as well, that some of the work that needs to be done and needs to be continued also requires railways, so the actual rail operators, the carrier, to adapt their own systems. So all this needs to be synchronized, and I guess this is what a pilot organization and a project management of a pilot initiative is about. But this requires also resources in order to be able to make these adjustments. So the message is very strong. Very happy about the cooperation so far, somewhat slowed down by external circumstances with COVID, prepared to continue. Of course, this requires resources. So from the very pragmatic, let's say, approach, SIM, SMGS, etc. So the work is there and ready to continue. How do we see the work, and how do we see the world in the future? We are starting as UIC with a platform initiative, so a modernization of the way we exchange data, because we are starting from fully understandable and fully aware of the fact that at the end of the day, it's the logistic chain that we need to look at. We need to start from somewhere, and being a railway, let's say, entity, the current reasoning is to say, look, even the current landscape at railway level, so railway operation level, is fragmented. So we need to make sure that we overcome this fragmentation, and that we enable all the railways, even the small ones, who have developed since, let's say, the liberalization of the market in Western Europe, for instance. We need to enable all these smaller railways who have little IT capability to be able to consume and to provide data. And for this, let's say, modern technology and a platform approach would be a game changer. And it would be a first step towards, of course, in parallel, we need to make sure that the logistic chain and that we can connect with all the other elements. And we heard previously today about the FT platform, so that's B2A and all that. So this digital platform, the DP Rail initiative, which is somehow the transformation of the legacy platform rail data and opening up to the wider ecosystem, thanks to technology. Of course, it needs to then be able to interface with other platforms and the wider ecosystem. So what we want to do, and we hope to get EU funding for this, is to be able to connect the wider community, as I mentioned. And the first step is really to federate and to be able to connect the railway ecosystem as a first step. So it's moving really from an efficient, fragmented, unstructured landscape to which is slow to adapt to the modern world. And for this, and I will stop here. Of course, we are looking at we are looking at leveraging existing standards. So with DP Rail, the aim is not to create new standards, but it's leveraging new standards, existing standards, to be able to connect and to have a definition of a common data catalog, etc., etc. So the first use case is here too, and this is based on a market approach and on surveys and on exchanges that we had with a myriad of market users. You can see them here. And of course, digital consignment node, although it's the last one on the slide, it's the one that is actually always mentioned as a priority for the sector. So I will stop here and thank you very much for the invitation.
Thank you very much, Ms. Guénot. Thank you for outlining all these efforts and the work that you have been doing, especially in the relations to IT systems, real data, Orpheus, and new developments and new strategies that you are working on, and definitely support in the sharing experience. What you have done and what you are planning to do will help us in the practical work of the pilot project.
Thank you.
Now, I think that we can go to the next speaker, and we will have Organization for Cooperation Between Railways, OECD, who is a key partner in our pilot project as well. We started all this discussion on digitalization of electronic SIM SMGS with them. So I would like to invite Ms. Olena Oleksiy, who is chairperson of Commission of Transport Law, to share with us the OECD work on harmonization and digitalization and how this can help actually our project. Olena, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Goran. I hope that it is well heard and you can see me as well. Good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the possibility to make such kind of short intervention. On behalf of OECD, I would like to greet all the participants of the event and thank host for the invitation, and in particular for the interest and desire to show in terms of expanding the scope of application of SIM SMGS electronic consignment node. Definitely, we are living in the era where digitalization cannot be overestimated, but at the same time, it gives us a lot of challenges. I believe that almost all areas of business and service have especially felt the need to introduce modern technologies based on the digitalization due to the situation caused at first with coronavirus, and nowadays with the current geopolitical situation affecting the logistics structure at whole, and rail transport is not exception in this context. The growing role of rail transport as more sustainable stimulates us to search for new solutions to increase its competitiveness. And with no doubt, the use of electronic documents provides for more effectively use of technological capabilities of both production and logistic process, optimization of cost and resources, and time reduction, what is very essential, and sure some reduction in the time of customs and other formalities associated with crossing of border. The topic of digitalization has been one of the priorities for our organization for a long period. Issues of unified data exchange, coding information, security, implementation and use of electronic legally significant transport document in international freight traffic, specification of electronic consignment node, and standard agreement on data exchange, and already Eric mentioned, are reflected in the OECD regulatory documents, which allow participants to apply common approaches and technologies in implementation of international freight traffic. Today, both the SMGS and SIM-SMGS consignment note manual, which is actually Annex 6 to SMGS, provide for the possibility of using electronic documents when carrying out transportation and SIM-SMGS consignment note, and at the same time defining freedom of choice in terms of the use of electronic document, the volume and format of messaging of data exchange, continuously maintaining a functional compliance with paper version of documents and the possibility to make the transformation from digital documents to paper. An important issue in that exchange of electronic documents should guarantee the same legal security in relations between customers and carriers, between customer authorities and carriers, as well as between carriers themselves. This issue was mentioned today numerously, how to make this seamless and to provide this unified data approach. With no doubt, the introduction of electronic transportation documents required integrated approach, and the interest of all participants in transportation process is only the consolidation of action can minimize all the risk and provide comprehensive quality of transportation service. I'm sure that practical implementation of pilot project on Traseka roads will not only serve as good example for further implementation of international rail transportation on ongoing basis on the SIM-SMGS electronic consignment node, but the experience gained can serve as a new impetus for development of both regulatory base to find out some gaps which we have now and include issues of data exchange related programs and services. I would like to know that the expansion of scope of application of SIM-SMGS, including its electronic version, the use of paperless technology and digitalization of process are identified by OECD as necessary component and priority area for the development of cross-border traffic in Euro-Asia connection, and definitely OECD as organization welcome such initiatives and support the implementation with our documents, with our expertise. And unfortunately, my colleagues from the group who is involved in the work concerning the data exchange is not present today, but I'm sure that he will join us in the further project implementation. That's in brief some outlines of our project. Taking this opportunity, I would like to thank again all the participants because very interesting presentation and outlined many, let's say, bottlenecks within the topic, which is very useful for us in solution finding process. I'm wishing the successful continuation of the activity conducted both within the seminar, same on practical implementation of the pilot project. And in case of any question, I'm always at your disposal. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you for highlighting important work that you're doing on digitalization, and we are looking forward to continue working in the working group level with the experts and to develop further all these standards and recommendations in the practical work that is waiting in front of us. So now we will have participants from here. Mr. Mario Apostolov, he already spoke. And he will go on the digitalization of railway data, highlighting the document exchange and multimodal and cross-sectoral interoperability. Of course, we will talk about UN standards, and more detail we will hear now from Mr. Apostolov. Mr. Apostolov, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I will try to quickly link what we were discussing before and what we are discussing now. And by the way, well, when we were discussing how to make the presentations, I was asking whether to speak English or Russian, and I was told I choose, so I chose to make a balance. Like my first presentation was in English, so the second one I'll make in Russian if you don't object. Значит, я перейду на русский язык, чтобы был немножко баланс. Вторую презентацию я сделаю на русском языке. Вот, и она связана с тем, что уже было сказано нашими коллегами и друзьями Эрик Евтимов, Сандра Гейно, и то, что мы говорили утром насчет глобальных стандартов. Мне пришлось в один момент поработать по вопросам инноваций и в связи с моей и нынешней работой. И там есть такая концепция, по-английски это disruptive technologies. И по-русски это переводится как прорывная технология, немножко не буквальный перевод, но вопрос в том, что что-то создает большие изменения, и потом идем дальше. Вот как Сандра Гейно говорила, был, и многие здесь говорили, была пандемия. И во время пандемии было видно, что надо работать над цифровизацией плавного перехода информации по цепочкам поставок от одного вида транспорта на другой. И опять возвращаюсь, вот здесь это тот же самый слайд, который мы показывали утром. Это основу не я делал, это делал другой эксперт. Но вопрос в том, что если будет возможность плавного перехода данных между одним видом транспорта и другим, между одним сектором и другим, тогда создается возможность именно сделать то, к чему мы стремились достичь, чтобы был плавный переход, чтобы не было таких остановлений на границах. Вот мы говорили с коллегами, до сих пор сохраняются огромнейшие очереди по границам около Черноморского региона и вообще до Центральной Азии. И все это можно немножко облегчить, если будут хорошо сделанные стандартные обмены информацией. И оттуда, опять вот я повторю то, что мы говорили, если данные будут стандартизированы в области транспорта, в бизнес-области, их можно лучше собирать и передавать к лучшему использованию регулятивными органами. Вот так именно смотрят на возможности стандартизации, гармонизации, обмена информацией эксперты, с которыми мы работаем в Европейской комиссии. Так что вот то, что мы делали во время пандемии, именно создание пакета стандартов и вспомогательных инструментов для цифровизации основных документов, сопровождающих грузы в разных видах транспорта, вот все это было опубликовано на сайте, совместном сайте нескольких ООНовских организаций. У нас есть специфический, если это сайт, ниже указано, вы получите эти презентации, ниже указаны ссылки на страницы, которые я показываю здесь. И там есть один сегмент, в котором указаны, во-первых, гиперссылки на стандарты и, с другой стороны, доклады некоторых пилотных проектов. Все это основывается, увязка между разными видами транспорта, все это увязывается с семьей справочных моделей данных, о которой говорила госпожа Сью Проберт, председательница СЕФАКТа. Много лет работы вложено в этой семьи справочных моделей данных. И основное, о чем говорят эксперты СЕФАКТа, что все решения, которые делаются, было бы те наборы данных, схемы, XML, JSON и так далее, они надо чтобы их получали, сделали выжимки из общей и принятой справочной модели данных. И вот справочная модель данных по мультимодальному транспорту, которая является подмножеством общей вот этой справочной модели данных по цепочке поставки, покупка, отправление и оплата. Вот именно с этой точки зрения надо смотреть на оцифровки разных документов данных, чтобы они были под множеством от этой 7 моделей данных. И оттуда общая идея, что что глобальные вот эти стандарты, как ООНовские, они создают лучшую возможность, чем модальные стандарты, и что лучше иметь глобальные решения, чем сугубо локальные. Хотя и они идут вместе шаг за шагом. Идея в том, что если сделать, скажем, набор данных, структуру данных и схемой для одного вида транспорта, как вот здесь это просто фотография от структуры данных для железнодорожной накладной, если те же самые наименования, определения данных и коды используются и в других видах транспорта. Вот справа я сделал фотографию от структуры данных для дорожной накладной ECMR, то создается возможность плавного перехода данных, о котором говорила и Сандра Гено, и мы говорили утром. В том плане тоже необходимо указать, что вот весь этот проект, все, что было сделано и работа идет дальше, мы не снимаем ту работу, которая уже была сделана. И я приведу пример. Вот здесь участвует представитель ИКАО. Вот у ИАТ есть вот авианакладная, которая, я сказал об этом утром, в нее внесли многомиллионный вот ИАТА, сделала вклад многих миллионов развития и принятия потом. И мы с ними говорили, вот мы сказали, мы не меняем ваш стандарт, только создаем возможность, если сделать стыковку, чтобы на основе мультимодальной модели данных CFACT использовать ее как общий язык, как lingua franca для айтишников, чтобы обменивать данные от одного вида транспорта в другой. И потом идет вообще вся эта концепция, чтобы использовать новые и новые технологии. Вот основной момент здесь, что если использовать семантические стандарты, общие семантические стандарты и общую справочную модель данных, создается возможность для беспрерывного, плавного обмена данными, и политические проблемы даже не будут так серьезными. Вот еще один раз, я работаю на экономическую комиссию ООН для Европы. Это была единственная экономическая организация между Востоком и Западом в течение холодной войны. Она не политическая. Мы занимаемся техническими стандартами. И это один из примеров того, что в течение многих десятилетий все эти решения, конвенции, транспортной конвенции, ТИР и так далее, они все обеспечивали основу для торговли в Европе. И именно в этом плане, если есть и политические проблемы иногда, вот чисто технические решения могут продолжать работать, если они связаны с ООНовскими стандартами. Вот это один момент. Второй момент, что эти стандарты, они технически нейтральные. Многие из них были сделаны еще в начале для EDIFACT, вот классификаторы данных и так далее. Потом вот то, о чем говорили наши коллеги утром, это можно использовать и для XML, и для схемы XSD, и для JSON-схемы, и для того, что сейчас, API, аппликации API, которые являются основой для общего обмена данными, который, это модное сейчас слово, блокчейн. Блокчейн значит, это договоренность между нами, что мы будем общаться и мы будем доверять друг другу. Но если у нас нет общего языка, то создается проблема. А именно вот эти общие стандарты и схемы и аппликации API создают возможность обмена информацией. Как может работать блокчейн, если нет общего языка между участниками? Так что вот эти стандарты тоже создают возможность создания, использования в разных форматах, XML, EDIFACT и так далее. То, что было сделано в этих годах, скажем, нахождение соответствия. И некоторые из консультантов, которые с нами работали, здесь присутствуют. Вот нахождение соответствий между разными решениями в плане, скажем, на железной дороге, сообщения EDIFACT, накладные, разные накладные. Вот Эрик и Сандра говорили о накладных TIM, SMGS, TIM SMGS. И мы очень рады, что с самого начала, когда Эрик Евтимов начал работать над общей накладной TIM SMGS, они использовали рекомендацию номер 1 CFACT, которая именно это формуляр-образец для документов. Она уже где-то около 60 с чем-то лет. Но идея в том, что документ изображается одинаково, и данные отвечают одним и тем же стандартам, классификаторам. А рекомендация номер 2 – это вот эти модели данных, справочные модели данных, о которых говорила утром госпожа Сью Проберт. Вот именно в этом плане, если использовать и вот эти справочные модели данных для обмена информацией, будет очень полезно. Вот господин Падалица будет говорить то ли сегодня, то ли завтра. Он работал с нами по созданию концепции конвертера между EDIFACT и вот этими решениями на основе интернета, о которых мы говорим. Так что вот мой следующий слайд, я его от него забрал, и я быстро перейду дальше, потому что он будет говорить об этом конвертере. Конечно, конвертер, частные компании делали эти конвертеры много лет. Вот сейчас идея, чтобы все это облегчить. Когда мы говорим об общих коридорах, скажем, между Азией и Европой, вот есть такой момент, что на евразийском пространстве используется EDIFACT, что предыдущее поколение, которое еще много используется, стандартов CFACT. И как мы начали эту работу, в начале, где-то в 2020 году, представитель литовских железных дорог сказал, вот мы используем в ОСЖД сообщения и в ТМИН, еще 2 сообщения по, это дефактовские сообщения, которые поддерживаются в ООН, в нашем отделе. Сейчас мы хотим перейти на новые технологии, опять на основе стандартов ИК ООН и CFACT. И именно с этого замечания представителя литовских железных дорог в ОСЖД мы начали эту работу. Было сделано несколько инструментов, и мы смотрим дальше, как мы будем работать и с ЦИТ, и с UIC, и с ERA, это Европейская железнодорожная ассоциация, чтобы посмотреть, как всю эту работу объединить. Но просто идея в том, что где-то посередине, вот сейчас ситуация геополитическая немножко посложнее, но где-то посередине вот этого коридора, скажем, от Восточной Азии до Европы, появляется такой, как по-русски сказать, разлом или проблема передачи информации, которая в формате EDIFACT, и в Европе то, что сделается на основе XML и так далее. И поэтому нужны эти общие семантические стандарты, чтобы передавать информацию. Вот я в последние слайды этой презентации я немножко хочу сказать о межведомственном сотрудничестве, за которое мы 100% выступаем. И вот этот пилотный проект, он может даже дать толчок на дальнейшее развитие. С ОСЖД уже несколько лет с соответственной группой экспертов по классификаторам и информатики мы работали по нахождению именно то, что наши литовские коллеги просили в самом начале, найти новый стандарт на основе новых основ для обмена информацией. И в последние месяцы мы обговорили даже возможность совместно с экспертами СЕФАКТ и ОСЖД пойти на технические спецификации, может быть, разных видов железнодорожных накладных. Потом недавно у нас была встреча между председательницей СЕФАКТ и нового генерального секретаря вместе с зам генерального секретаря ЦИТ, МКЖД, или как, которая 18 апреля, и там обсудили именно эти возможности, разные решения, чтобы идти дальше. Эрик Евтимов предложил очень хорошую идею, чтобы эксперты встретились с разных организаций, встретились и обсудили, как дальше идти именно с этими стандартами. И наше мнение, чтобы параллельно идти с нахождением соответствий между разными решениями, и в этом пилотном проекте это тоже воспринять, чтобы сделать, может быть, прототип, на основе которого можно развивать цифровую накладную ЦИМ-СМГС. У нас есть много наработок, в том числе и эксперты сделали некоторые материалы, как конкретные специалисты могут забрать эти начальные наработки и сами сделать решения для электронных эквивалентов в документах, используя эти стандарты, о которых мы говорили. Кстати, мне кажется, что может быть, все презентации этого семинара мы можем включить в этот электронный обучающий инструмент, чтобы люди могли, если при желании, просматривать еще раз те презентации, которые были сделаны сегодня. И это предпоследний слайд. В плане партнерства. Конечно, есть разные партнерства с разными участниками. Есть, я уже упомянул, организации по железным дорогам, потом Трассика. Есть возможность. Идея в том, чтобы работать с разными организациями, которые занимаются разными видами транспорта, в том числе и ИКАО, ИАТА, ИМО, Международная организация по мореплаванию, чтобы получить сотрудничество для общей работы. И общие проекты, скажем, есть одна возможность вместе с Трассикой, другие возможности есть между странами Центральной Азии и их соседними странами, чтобы развивать конкретные пилотные проекты. И поэтому мы очень сильно поддерживаем эту идею, которую Трассика сейчас выступает, чтобы сделать шаг за шагом шаги по цифровизации. И, как алгоритм пилотного проекта, это, конечно, вы решаете, уже вы идете на идею соглашения между партнерами, чтобы участвовать в проекте. Потом можно совместно пойти на идею разрабатывания прототипа электронной накладной. И, конечно, то, что господин Казым Самадов говорил сегодня и еще раньше много говорил, конечно, надо делать и юридические вопросы и решать, смотреть, как будет использоваться электронные эквиваленты документов, электронные железнодорожная накладная, в том числе это не просто механический переход от, значит, бумажный документ берешь и кто-то создает электронную версию. Там необходимо изменить весь бизнес-процесс, проанализировать и изменить весь бизнес-процесс, что отнимает довольно большое внимание. Эрик Евтимов уже говорил сегодня о нескольких направлениях, скажем, юридическая трансформация и трансформация в плане технических спецификаций элементов данных. Я хочу закончить над этим, потому что мне кажется, что будет еще будет хорошее обсуждение. Только один момент, вот мне напоминает Оюна, моя коллега, что, чтобы я использовал момент, что я говорю, сейчас мои коллеги сделали такой survey, опрос оценки этого семинара, как вы думаете о нем, он онлайн, и надо просто отсканировать вот это, вы получите вопросы, вам займет сколько? 5 минут где-то, 2 минуты даже, очень простые вопросы. Если у вас есть желание, пожалуйста, сделайте это от телефона, наверное, да? Или от компьютера.
Можно я могу лучше отправить по имейлу?
Да, по имейлу, пожалуйста, всем участникам, если вы хотите сделать, быстренько ответить на опрос об этом семинаре, как он организован, как можно даже лучше организовать следующую сессию. Извините, господин председательствующий, я уже на 10 минут в кофе-брейк.
Thank you. But before going to coffee break, I think that we should close this discussion. So, first of all, let me
I have questions, but it's better first. I have serious questions. Thank you.
Okay, so let me first thank Mr. Apostolov about his presentation. 2 points have been highlighted here in the part of the multimodal transport, and also the role of UN standards and the products that already have been available, so we can discuss this, how to use these products, how to adjust them to make this prototype, for example, and to use it after that in the pilot project. With regard to questions, so if I understood correctly, Mr. Michael Dill, now we can discuss this later. No need to talk now.
I suggest after the coffee break, if possible.
Okay, then 15 minutes coffee break, and we continue with the session. So now we are in session 2. We did had some questions on this session, but I will suggest to put these questions before our panel discussion. So we have 2 more speakers, 2 more presentations. Let's just finish with them. And after that, we'll have some time before starting with the panel discussion to ask the questions to the previous presenters and speakers. So next speaker will be online. We will have Mr. Kagisho Ramatsa from UNECE, and he will talk about business requirement specification and supporting artifacts, datasets, constructors, and schemas. So we will go more in depth in this technical discussion. So can we please check if we have online Mr. Ramatsa? Not yet.
We are just asking him to join.
Okay.
But the other option might be that Sue Probert starts and then he joins.
Yes, I believe now we have almost full room, and we can continue.
Спасибо.
If not, I would like to suggest maybe to bring forward one of the presentations that we have planned from before. So we will have Mr. Vladimir Padalitsa, sorry, which is former UNECE consultant and railway data expert. So he will tell us about some practical development and testing of eSIM SMGS based on UNCFAC standards. Mr. Padalitsa, the floor is yours. So can we ask from technical colleagues to launch a presentation?
Спасибо, господин председатель. Прежде всего, я хочу выразить глубокую благодарность организаторам этой конференции и отдельную благодарность господину Марию Апостолу за организацию рабочей группы, о которой он говорил, в рамках СФАК ООН, экспертной группы. Конечно, благодарность госпоже Сьюп Робертс за то, что они допустили нас, экспертов, в эту группу, и вместе с господином Кагишо Ромацо нам удалось выполнить некоторые работы, которые являются, на мой взгляд, важными чисто в практическом плане. Вот сейчас презентацию загрузят. Конечно, предыдущие докладчики уже сказали, собственно говоря, все, что в основном, все, что я хотел сказать, поэтому повторяться не буду в целях экономии времени. Скажу только чисто о практических аспектах нашей работы. Значит, нам удалось провести сравнение накладной СМГС в стандарте EDIFACT ООН со структурой справочной базы мультимодальных перевозок. Вот презентация. Значит, первый слайд у меня здесь, я его заимствовал у господина Марио Апостолова. Дайте, пожалуйста, первый слайд, который определяет целевую задачу создания. Вот он уже был, поэтому я просто скажу, что это то, к чему мы стремимся. Вот. И, конечно, к этой глобальной задаче, очевидно, следует идти постепенно, пошагово, и в качестве первого шага предлагается, чтобы... Спасибо. В качестве первого шага предлагается создать конвертер для того, чтобы преобразовывать накладную СМГС в стандарте EDIFACT в ее аналог в новых стандартах СФАК ООН, особенностями которого является использование форматов XML, JSON. И самое главное, что здесь это у меня не получается. Так. Что-то у меня не получается. Вот. И главное здесь, если уже между железными дорогами существует электронный обмен, нужно сказать, что нужно отдать дань уважения стандарту EDIFACT, который существует уже более 40 лет. И многие железнодорожные администрации наладили обмен именно в этом стандарте, обмен накладными СМГС. Конечно, прошло время и пришло время совершенствовать стандарты. И сегодня задача состоит в том, чтобы постепенно вырабатывать нормативную базу для перехода на новые стандарты. Потому что сегодня порядок оформления накладной СМГС в стандарте EDIFACT, это сообщение и в ТМИН, есть целые инструкции, которые вот определяются памятками, которые здесь указаны. Это в рамках ОСЖД, рекомендациями в рамках ЦИТ, то есть в зоне действия Конвенции КАТИФ. И таким образом, для того, чтобы перейти на новые стандарты, очевидно, необходимо создавать аналогичную нормативную базу. Поэтому в рамках работы, о которой я сказал, уже разработан программный продукт, который позволяет выполнять вот названные преобразования. Здесь показаны, видите, вот накладные. Здесь у нас накладная ЦИМ, накладная СМГС, накладная ЦИМ СМГС. И в рамках работы рабочей группы у нас проведены сравнения со структурой справочной модели мультимодальных данных. Здесь показан один элемент, который используется в накладных. Понятно, что в ходе всей работы были таким вот образом найдены пути по всем данным этих документов. Так, да, я направляю. Ну, здесь показаны, соответственно, в верхней части, видите, структура справочной модели данных. Дальше идет, ну, то есть показаны, как перемещаются данные между сообщением и в ТМИН и пути в справочной модели данных. Задача в настоящее время это решена и может использоваться для практических целей. Для чего это нужно? Для того, чтобы проверить, насколько точно удается преобразовать, именно перенести содержательную часть с одного электронного документа в другой и проводить анализ по ходу уже действующего обмена. Это если такой обмен налажен. Если он не налажен, тогда стоит сразу же приступать и использовать данный стандарт для того, чтобы по новой организовывать такую работу. То есть фактически мой доклад сводится к тому, чтобы призвать к сотрудничеству всех заинтересованных участников. Ну вот показано, по каким коридорам уже есть определенные наработки по коридору Запад-Восток. И такая же работа может выполняться и по остальным транспортным коридорам, включая трассику. И, естественно, мы должны в конечном счете ориентироваться на интеграцию, на взаимодействие, то есть создание конвертеров не только между железнодорожными документами, но и между документами разных видов транспорта. Спасибо за внимание.
Thank you very much for the presentation and for
Большое спасибо за презентацию.
Converter. So we had some discussions in the working groups that it was mentioned before when we were discussing this pilot project, and the converter was one of the topics of the high interest of the countries. So we will have to see how we can work on specific level, how to practically implement this converter on different corridors, and your experience in that part is really welcomed. I believe now we have online Mr. Kagisho Ramatsa. So I would like to invite him to present business requirement specifications developed under this UNECE FACT activities. Mr. Kigasho, if you can connect, please, and the floor is yours.
Yes, I'm here, but unfortunately, I think I cannot turn on my video. But anyways, okay. Will I run the presentation on my side, or will it be shared from the floor?
Just give us a few minutes, a few seconds. We'll just see. If not, we will ask for you to share your screen and share the presentation.
Okay.
So I will ask from our technical colleagues to resolve this.
Okay.
So we can see now your presentation.
Yeah. Okay. Good day, everyone. Unfortunately, I was not able to be there with you in person. That's why I'm doing this presentation online. Yeah, my name is Kahisho Ramatsa. I'm an e-business consultant, and I am also a UNECE fact expert, having worked on the transport and logistics domain, having worked on mostly the implementation of the MMT, which is partly what I will be describing or what I will be talking about in this presentation. It is how to use these railway consignment nodes for interoperability to be interoperable with other modes of transport within the global supply chain. So this picture here, it shows everyone the real world or the aim of interoperability that we would like to achieve in the global supply chain, meaning all modes of transport interconnected, interoperable, having the goods moving from where they have been consigned from, and then where they will be going to at the destination. So basically, this picture denotes an interoperability whereby one mode of transport can be declared or can be used from road to going to inland waterways, going to sea, and all of this supply chain from end to end will be then interoperable, mostly using the United Nations standards, meaning the UNCFX standards. So this, I believe, it has been maybe discussed a bit about this picture. What about the seminar? What is being tried to be achieved within the seminar, as it is capacity building for the reuse of such standard? You can skip this slide, please, because I believe one of my colleagues, Mr. Mario, already covered this one. So next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah, I'm seeing it moving. Okay, so with this one, how does one achieve interoperability using the international standard within the global supply chain? So there exist the standards or the reference data modules, one from the UNCFAC, the MMT, which is widely being discussed during the seminar, I believe, as one of the international standards to implement the multimodality. And here, what you can see, it is the connection or the mappings of the different conventions, the legal basis, the regulations that can converge or can come together in a mapping world to be interoperable with one another and to be able to communicate with one another. So you have different blocks that shows the different conventions and regulations. You have, for an example, an IMO-FAL, which is for maritime in this case. On the right-hand side, we have what we are discussing in this seminar, which is the CIM SMGS, meaning having mapped these conventions, maybe having mapped these data requirements, we are reaching for interoperability in international standards. And part of this reference data modules are also including some regulatory view of the data, which is what I believe has been discussed as well, or will be discussed in other panel sessions, whereby the WCO data model covers this part of it from the regulatory point of view, because as goods are moving from one place to another, there is other regulatory agencies that are involved in that supply chain. And the WCO data model helps to cover that part of the supply chain from the regulatory perspective. And as a result of having those kind of mappings, what has happened in the terms of rail, please move to the previous slide again. The last slide, move back to the slide once, yes. Which just explains, I believe Mario might have also mentioned that that there was a project or a need for electronifying the documents that are used in the railway, and try to reuse the standards that already exist, which is the UNCFX standards, to achieve such. And in that case, when COVID-19 started, that's when we started to have a look at these rail documents, specific rail documents, and how to make them interoperable with other modes of transports that already existed. And as a result, we started with this mapping of what you are seeing in this slide, the ECN schema mappings to MMT RDM, because there is already an electronic consignment node used in the rail sector, which is an XML schema. And this is the initial work where we started to try to map it to the MMT to reach interoperability. And we had identified some issues in this beginning, whereby there were some differences in the relationships of the structures that are used, meaning the ECN schema of how the data is looked at or how the structure is perceived, how the different entities are related to each other or they are connected. And these were the issues whereby both of the structure, meaning the MMT and the ECN, how they are connecting or how they are using the transport equipment and the cargo items was a little bit different of how MMT it is done. And we also found out that in the railway schema, which is basically based on the wagon list, it is seen as the wagon list, that each wagon within the rail might include different types of cargoes. And also the difference is that the actual wagon as well, it can be the entire consignment within the rail schema. So this is the differences that we have identified, because in the MMT, you can see that there is a possibility for many-to-many relationships that you can have between the entities. And those differences put us in a situation whereby we needed to identify a way forward for us to provide the mappings so that whoever is using the standard of the schemas within the rail will be able to interoperate or will be interoperable with what is used in the MMT. And as a result of that, what has been done, we started to develop the SMGS data structures, which is based on the MMT reference data model, whereby we're mapping it directly from the if mean effect message, because the SMGS in rail, it is an equivalent of the if mean effect message. So we started to look at the data requirements that are used there and try to feed it into a subset of the MMT that is for SMGS purposes. And then the next thing that we then went on to do was to take the same SMGS, the combined one, and the same SMGS under the Unified Railway Law requirements, also to produce a subset of the MMT using that, which was mostly the data requirements that came from the paper-based versions of these consignment nodes, and try to electronize them using the subset of MMT. Then other data requirements were looked at, other documents were looked at, like the wagon list. We looked at that as well from the same SMGS and tried to bring the data requirements into the MMT to use it as a combined structure. So moving forward from there, then we mapped the possible data elements for railway documents for achieving multimodality. Please move back one slide. So we tried to map the data elements that were still relevant and that were still being used for this consignment nodes, to try and map them to the MMT subsets that we're working on. Lately, we have had some updates, meaning the usages of these consignment nodes, the standards as we produce them as the first draft. So we had calls with experts, with colleagues, Mr. Padalita, who was just speaking before me. We had worked with them together to further develop these consignment nodes and to get the information from the different perspectives, from the different pilot projects, how these standards are used, what are the data requirements that maybe we might have not included when we started with the project back then in the days. So we have enhanced the same SMGS and the SMGS consignment nodes. with the relevant data. We looked at the data requirements and we have included them in these subsets of the MMT that we are working on. And as a result of the projects, we have published some of the artifacts that goes with these standards. One of the artifacts was XSD schemas, which are following the UNCFACT naming and design rules. So it's a schema following the UNCFACT standards based on MMT. In addition to this, there were Excel files being produced as artifacts that the experts can take and to analyze and try to implement them within their pilot projects or within the different corridors that they are working in as far as rail is concerned. And remember at the back of our mind, as I mentioned, that all of this work has been done as an aim to make a rail way data standards interoperable with other modes of transport that exist within the supply chain. So how did we do the actual mappings to come up with such subsets of MMT? You will see in this picture that in the middle there that you have a structure of the SIM-SMGS subset, the combined SIM-SMGS consignment node as an MMT subset, and how did we come about to create such? If you click once, I think there will be another picture that comes. Yes, so when you see, then we collected the data when we were performing the mappings from the standard paper-based SIM-SMGS consignment node. We looked at the different aspects of this, what box number 1 information contains, what box number 21 contains, and what is that data equivalent to the MMT. And that's what we created in the middle. And in addition, for that, in addition to that, we worked on the if min message, which is the edefect message, trying to bring the data that is also being provided or that is being used within the industry, and to see whether this kind of data exists within our subset of the MMT. And during the development work, we had found out there were some differences in some usages or how it is being used in the edefect, and we tried to address those in the sense of how they are used within the reference data models of the UNCFACT. So this is how we came about the subsets, working on this. Sorry, I was just seeing in the chat that there was a message that the presentation is not showing, but I could see it on my side. But anyways, yeah, basically this is the core mappings that we have created. And in addition, and similar to what Mr. Padeleza was showing as well, is that we were going into each box of the paper-based SIM-SMGS consignment nodes and to link it to what is in the TDED, which is the trade data, electronic data, which is the trade data dictionary entry data. And with this, we have some numbers which are equivalent to the edefect. So these two mappings from paper, from edefect combined together to make this subsets possible. So this information, which is already existing within the MMT reference data model, made it very easy for us to perform these mappings so that we make sure that all the data or all the information that is required in this consignment nodes, as far as the paper is based, they are now also available in an electronic format, which is the MMT subset that we have created. So this is just an example to show how the data was mapped together, what we looked at, and what was already available for us to perform the mapping for this rail data standards. On the next slide, it shows, as I mentioned, that what we have done, we are trying to reach interoperability. It shows the intermodal matrix that shows the usage of this data, meaning the data element and the structure based on MMT across the different modes. You will see ECMR there for the road. You will see wagon list. We have SIM SMGS. Also, we have FIATA, meaning from the air industry as well. We have air cargo declarations as well in this matrix. It shows that these data elements that are used within rail are also now interoperable with other modes of transport, which was the main objective, I believe, of the projects and of the mappings that we have created so far. So, of course, my colleagues Sue and Mario might also define more on their presentations, of already done that in their presentations, that these artifacts were made available to the experts and are still available for people to take them and to use them in their pilot projects. And we are also available to support the colleagues that are working on this to better implement them. So where are we heading with this work that we are doing? So here it just basically shows you the current work that is in transition or that is in progress as to where the UNECE they are heading as far as their standards are concerned, because there is now new technologies in place. And I'm sure that maybe some of you might be aware of the JSON schemas, the APIs being discussed within the EDI world, so as the UNECE as well. So the developers or the implementers, they don't have to create anything from scratch. The standards are already available from them, and using these UNECE standards, you can then move from the reference data models, which are the semantic data standards, which are irrespective or which are not based on any syntax, is that you can go from here to XML schemas that we have seen, or that we've also know as the artifacts that are produced. You can move from the UNECE standards to the JSON schemas that can be used in your API designs. And this can be done through the JSON LD vocabulary that has been defined by the UNECE as a project to have their own vocabulary with how the data it is linked and what are the definitions of the data that can be used to produce such artifacts like JSON schemas that can be used in APIs. So basically what we are saying with this is that whatever new mechanisms are being implemented, are being used currently in the supply chain, the UNECE it is looking at that, and as a result, they are responding to that in the sense that they are trying to implement this into their own standards vocabulary to make them available. So this is exactly in the latest discussions that we had with the colleagues to discuss the possibilities of also having JSON schemas generated or having JSON schemas used in the pilot projects, maybe in the near future. And with that being said, is that that's a possibility. And I'm not sure if Sue has already spoken or Maria has already spoken, is that in this work, we have an open policy whereby we had invited people to take this and to work with us to better reuse this MMT standards for the global supply chain connection. So from my side, that's it as far as the slides are concerned, and I will still be here for any discussions or any questions or any clarifications that may be needed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ramatsa. Thank you for presenting the work of experts in the UNECE level. So that will be very useful to have all these artifacts and products already developed. And I believe that the different pilot projects as ours will benefit from the work previously done. So now I would like to stop a little bit because we noted that there is some questions in the chat, and this is also opportunity to ask maybe some questions of the previous technical discussions and presentations. I've seen in the chat that there are some questions from Mr. Michael Dill. So could you actually take the floor and make some intervention, which will be probably better than just reading at this point?
Also, first of all, thank you for this possibility. Second, my question, one of my questions is which are the schemas that will be in use for the railway to railway collaboration in your project? Is this the so-called Orpheus 1.6 or a newer version of it? Or is this what I can see as, just let me have a look. I made some screenshots for me. Or is this sim_SMGS ECN message? So which of these two? Or is there a third one? And the next question in this context, we are talking about tough TSI. What will be the XML schemas or data models to be used by tough TSI, if you know about this? Thank you.
So I'm not exactly sure to whom this question from the experts and presenters is directed. I can just briefly say a few words about the pilot project. So the pilot project is focused on exchange of electronic SIM SMGS consignment node between these 5 countries which will join the pilot project. And in this time, we have envisaged the work on analysis of the legal and technical requirements, and we're planning to use all available standards. And for the IT part, we still don't have any solutions to use at this moment, but we will consider what is available. So definitely we will consider what are the options for that are available, but we cannot test now at SET. So we are really in the kind of early stages in that part. For other technical questions, I'm not sure if some of the presenters would like to maybe jump in and to go in these technical explanations. If not, we will take these questions and definitely we will have them in mind for our further discussions. Do we have other questions from the floor or maybe online? If not, before going to, if you look our agenda, we had to transfer one of our presentation from our colleague from ESCAP for tomorrow. And before going to panel discussion, we have some time, not much, but we would like to use this opportunity actually to invite our colleagues from Uzbekistan who are still not part of the project, but they hopefully they will consider it to see what we are doing in this part, and they would also like to present their developments in this part. So I would like to ask Mr. Umidullah Ibragimov, which is head of marketing and logistics of Uzbekistan Railways, to take the floor. Thank you.
Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги. Разрешите всех вас поприветствовать от имени акционерного общества Узбекистан Темир Yo'llari на нашей сегодняшней встрече. Можно, да, включить? Презентацию можем включить? Вот. Сегодня было очень много отмечено про стандарт, про интеграцию между, значит, имеющимися системами. Мне бы хотелось сегодня рассказать, каков процесс логистики сегодня происходит и почему сегодня мы больше и все больше и больше сталкиваемся с таким моментом, что свои электронные системы должны связывать. Но есть и те моменты, проблемы, которые были не освещены, на наш взгляд, и в дополнение тоже хотелось бы вот в своем докладе высказать. Из-за последних событий, исчерпанности пропускной способности Суэцкого канала, загруженности среднего коридора и главных мировых портов Евразии, динамичного развития мировой экономики, а также из-за необходимости увеличения сроков доставки грузов, усиливается работа по переориентации перевозок и развитию логистики по сухопутным трансконтинентальным маршрутам через регион Центральной Азии. формирование новых транспортных коридоров Евразии большую роль играет железнодорожный транспорт, который обеспечивает значительную долю перевозок грузов. В свою очередь, за последние 5 лет Узбекистаном во взаимодействии с другими странами проделана определенная работа по развитию железнодорожных коридоров через страны Центральной Азии. Что-то не переключается вроде. Вот. Исследования показали, что строительство железнодорожной линии Китай, Кыргызстан, Узбекистан имеет большой потенциал перевозки грузов. Так, в июле 2023 года заканчивается разработка ТЭО, и реализация проходит фазу проектирования и строительства этой железнодорожной линии. Проведена определенная работа по формированию Кабульского цифрового коридора, строительство железнодорожной линии Узбекистан, Афганистан, Пакистан. Слайд переключается. Следующий. Следующий. А вот на этом слайде показаны QR-коды, пройдя по которым вы можете ознакомиться с хронологией формирования и потенциалом развития железнодорожной линии Узбекистан, Афганистан, Пакистан. Кроме этого, в конце моего доклада будет продемонстрирован видеоролик, подготовленный проектным офисом по координации работ по проектированию и строительству железнодорожной линии Термез-Мазари-Шариф, Кабул, Пешавар. Также проведена работа по формированию мультимодальных маршрутов стран Азиатско-Тихоокеанского региона: Китай, Кыргызстан, Узбекистан, Туркменистан, Азербайджан, Грузия, Турция, Европейский Союз, Китай, Казахстан, Узбекистан, Туркменистан, Иран, Турция, Европейский Союз, Китай, Кыргызстан, Узбекистан, Афганистан и другие. На сегодняшний день прорабатывается развитие коридора Китай, Казахстан, Узбекистан, Туркменистан, Иран, Турция, Евросоюз. И один из следующих коридоров – это у нас Белоруссия, Россия, Казахстан, Узбекистан, Афганистан, Пакистан. Также порты Индийского океана. Следующий слайд. Заключены меморандумы с международными портами, с сухим портом Харгос, с морскими портами Актау, Курык, Баку, Алят, Поти, Клайпеда, Чабахар, Лиепея, Рига и другие о создании единой цифровой платформы по использованию и оплате услуг стивидорных, логистических и припортовых компаний в режиме реального времени. На первом этапе сегодня для удобства экспортеров и импортеров с Узбекистана на официальном веб-сайте АО «Узбекистан Темрюллары» размещена вся информация о наших партнерах на 3 языках – английском, узбекском и русском. Дальше намереваемся с партнерами выстроить именно те цифровые платформы, чтобы в онлайн-режиме можно было заказывать портовые услуги. В перспективе планируется заключение аналогичных меморандумов с портами Сырахс, Туркменбаши, Карачи, Касым, Навашева, Шанхай, Ляньюнган, Циндао и другие. Следующий слайд. Кроме этого, проделана определенная работа по развитию цифровых проектов. Это единый портал интерактивных государственных услуг Республики, информационная система Таможенного комитета Республики Узбекистан, Е-Транзит. Реализованы цифровые платформы по продаже билетов на пассажирские поезда. Необходимо отметить удачный опыт в этом отношении. То, что система интегрирована с международной платежной системой Stripe, и сегодня корпоративными и личными персональными валютными картами MasterCard, PayPal и другие пассажиры могут приобрести билеты в онлайн-режиме и уже с этим приобретенным билетом электронным спокойно проходить на поезда. Далее мы его интегрируем с другими имеющимися системами. Оформление перевозочных документов на грузовые поезда с интеграцией системы с другими железными дорогами, участницами ОСЖД, имеющие свои аналогичные платформы. Система мониторинга и управления грузовыми потоками на основе спутниковых технологий. Интеллектуальная система распознавания номеров вагонов и контейнеров, интегрированных с базой вагонов и динамическими весами на приграничных станциях на основе машинного зрения для учета даты, времени, веса груза в онлайн-режиме. Ведется работа по обмену электронными документами на основе двусторонних соглашений с железнодорогами Казахстана и Кыргызстана на основе стандартов УН и ДЕФАКТ. Также ведутся работы по интеграции системы «Единое окно» с системами таможенного комитета. В данной системе предусмотрена возможность интегрироваться с другими системами на основе стандартов СЕФАКТ ООН. В прошлом году, во втором полугодии, мы были ознакомлены, разработанными этими стандартами и сразу же предусмотрели свою систему, чтобы в дальнейшем на основе СЕФАКТ можно было интегрироваться с другими системами. Все это указывает на своевременное развитие цифровых перевозок как в Узбекистане, так и в целом регионе. Уважаемые участники заседания, разрешите коротко высказаться о координации и формировании мультимодальных цифровых, так называемых зеленых трансрегиональных коридоров в перспективе. Следующий слайд. Существующие международные железнодорожные организации направлены в основном на регулирование и решение проблем стран-участниц договоров СНГ, Европейского Союза и других, связанных со стандартами подвижных единиц, ширины железнодорожной колеи, сроками доставок грузов, оформления перевозочных документов. Приоритетно деятельность международных организаций направлена на стандарты и нормы стран ЕС, а деятельность СЖТ на страны-производители подвижных единиц и путевых устройств. Поэтому действующие международные организации, на наш взгляд, не смогут полноценно выступать в виде регулятора или организатора логистики перевозок через регион Центральной Азии при формировании железнодорожных коридоров через Центральную Азию для транспортировки грузов в Южную и Юго-Восточную Азию, в страны СНГ и Евросоюза, ввиду различия транспортной ментальности этих регионов. Проведенный анализ показал, что на евразийском пространстве существуют разные нормы оформления перевозочных документов при межгосударственных перевозках. На автомобильном транспорте существует единый перевозочный документ бланк СМР, ЕСМР, который наиболее широко используется для международных перевозок грузов как в Европе, так и в Азии. Перевозки грузов из Китая и стран Юго-Восточной Азии применяется иной образец накладной, который интегрирован с единым международным образцом. На железнодорожном же транспорте отсутствует единый стандарт накладной, и разные регионы евразийского пространства используют свою установленную транспортную накладную в зависимости от той или иной международной организации, в которой они состоят. В связи с этим имеется необходимость в разработке единого стандарта международного электронного перевозочного документа, унифицированной электронной накладной, железнодорожно-автомобильной морской и унифицированных правил перевозок железнодорожным, автомобилем и водным транспортом, так называемой нормативкой, интегрированных с таможнями и другими пригранично-контрольными органами. Республика Узбекистан сегодня может стать основным организатором обеспечения взаимосвязанности стран Центральной и Южной Азии с другими регионами Евразии путем формирования мультимодальных цифровых коридоров Узбекистан, Афганистан, Пакистан, а также Китай, Кыргызстан, Узбекистан. Следующий слайд. В целях интеграции железных дорог Китая, стран АТР, Южной и Юго-Восточной Азии со странами Центральной Азии, Кавказа и Европейского Союза предлагается выделение Узбекистану грантовое финансирование для разработки. Первое – это цифровая платформа регулятора потоков грузов при помощи спутниковых навигационных технологий для синергии действующих международных транспортных коридоров и потоков. Это не на GPS-пломба, а система GPS устанавливается на локомотив, к локомотиву подвязывается натурный лист. Когда мы видим электронный натурный лист, где находится локомотив, там и находится, соответственно, вагон. Цифровая платформа по оформлению перевозочных документов и ее интеграция с цифровыми системами стран-участниц транзитных коридоров для оказания услуг грузовладельцам по оформлению единых унифицированных электронных мультимодальных перевозочных документов. Цифровую платформу заказа и оплаты онлайн-услуг портовых терминалов, стивидорных компаний, автомобильных и железнодорожных операторов через международные платежные системы, например, Stripe. При разработке будут учитываться условия унификации правил перевозок грузов с смешанным видом транспорта со странами Южной и Юго-Восточной Азии, которые сегодня не интегрированы с цифровыми системами других стран Евразии. Вышеназванные цифровые платформы в дальнейшем могут интегрироваться с цифровыми системами других стран на основе стандартов CEFACT ООН. Все эти меры позволяют создать Международный центр цифровых транспортных услуг для бесшовной организации перевозок между странами Центральной Азии, Юго-Восточной и Южной Азии. При выделении грантового финансирования Министерство инвестиций, промышленности и торговли, Министерство транспорта, Министерство цифрового развития Республики Узбекистан готовы выступать гарантами на качественное освоение в разработке цифровых платформ Узбекистана. Центр цифровых транспортных услуг станет цифровым значимым инструментом при учреждении международной организации Региональный совет транспортных коммуникаций под эгидой ООН со штаб-квартиры в Ташкенте, предложенный президентом Республики Узбекистан на 75-й Ассамблее ООН. Региональный совет, как самостоятельный международный орган, может объединить транспортные сообщества Евразии. Членами регионального совета транспортных коммуникаций могут быть как и железнодорожные администрации, так и крупнотранспортно-логистические, автомобильные, судоходные, портовые, стивидорные, экспедиторские компании стран Евразии, через которые проходят трансконтинентальные, мультимодальные, железнодорожные, автомобильно-морские коридоры, пересекающие Центральную Азию. Следующий слайд. Дорогие друзья, разрешите представить вам на данном карте коридоры, сравнения и проходы через стран. Мы видим здесь фактором налицо, что интегрируя эти железные дороги и мультимодальные, значит, перевозки на тех местах, где отсутствуют железные дороги, мы сегодня упираемся в отсутствие норм, стандартов по правилам перевозок грузов, норм, стандартов унифицированной единой накладной, на что как бы и направляется. В целях экономии, следующий слайд, в целях экономии времени, на этом слайде у нас значит, представлен некоммерческая негосударственная организация, научно-исследовательский информационный центр, в котором и разрабатываются все эти системы, а также концепция развития унифицированный электронный документ. Кенгисон, слайд. Вот. Здесь представлена структура этого центра и команды, которые работают над концепцией значит, развития как и Центра цифрового транспортного обслуживания, так и проводится работа по унификации перевозочных документов, авто-ЖД, различных пространств, связанных с международными организациями. На следующем слайде мы можем посмотреть те грантовые работы республики, в рамках которых проведены все эти исследования на протяжении последних 13 лет. И следующий слайд. Мы здесь можем наблюдать всю библиографию касательно этих исследований, на которые имеется подтверждение. А теперь разрешите представить к вашему вниманию и попросить наших организаторов поставить видеоролик, подготовленный со стороны проектного офиса по координации работ при реализации проекта строительства электрифицированной железнодорожной линии Термес Мазари-Шариф, Кабул, Пешавар. Благодарю за внимание. Спасибо.
in order to accelerate the integration of the region into the system of international transport corridors. The existing transport corridors undoubtedly have great potential for the development. However, there are short routes for the formation of more optimal corridors connecting Southeast Asia with other countries of Eurasia. According to UN expertise, thanks to effective transport cooperation between Afghanistan and other countries, regional GDP can at least double in 10 years. In this regard, the formation of a new alternative transport corridor in this direction is an urgent task for the countries of our region. In 2010, in a short period of 10 months, the first 75 kilometers of the railway was built. The feasibility study and design documentation of the line was prepared by the leading institute for the design of the railways and related infrastructure of the Republic of Uzbekistan, Bosch Transloyha Joint Stock Company. The railway line bridges were built at the credit funds of the Asian Development Bank by the specialized construction and bridge building enterprises of Uzbekistan Railways Joint Stock Company. Over the entire period of operation, Sogdiana Trans, a subsidiary of Uzbekistan Railways Joint Stock Company, transported more than 25 million tons of cargo along the Khayratan-Mazar-e-Sharif route. Over the past period, certain work has been carried out to form the railway corridor Termez-Mazar-e-Sharif, Kabul, Peshawar. A project office for coordination of work were established in order to train Afghan specialist engineers for the operation and maintenance of the railways in Termez. In 2018, an educational center was established, which is funded by the Republic of Uzbekistan. In February 2021, negotiations were held with representatives of international financial institutions on the construction of the railway. All participants supported the relevance of the route. A field expedition was carried out along the entire route of the railway with the support and funding of the Republic of Uzbekistan and the Islamic Republic of Pakistan. Work is underway to create orthophoto maps and a digital elevation model with funding from the Republic of Uzbekistan. Work is underway to form a preliminary feasibility study for the project. Expected completion date end of 2022. Work is underway to form a preliminary feasibility study of the project, which is planned to provide for the formation of financial consortium with the development of an investment return model during commercial operation. In July 2022 in Tashkent, for the first time, a representative forum was held within the framework of the International Conference on the theme Afghanistan Security and Economic Development, focused on strengthening peace, stability, and economic restoration of the state in interest of the entire Afghan people, its neighbors, and the world community. The project office has already carried out a preliminary study of the railway construction project, prepared calculation and proposals for laying the route, which have undeniable advantages compared with other available options. Firstly, the new railway corridor will for the first time unite the entire railway network of Eurasia into a single network. Secondly, the new railway will connect 10 settlements of Uzbekistan, Afghanistan, and Pakistan, and will become the main transport and logistics highway for the region. Thirdly, in the direction of the new railway line, projects are being implemented to lay high-voltage power lines Surkhan, Puli Kumri, and Kasa 1000. Fourthly, the implementation of projects, the construction of an electrified railway line along the implemented power lines and international highway will simplify their operation and protection at the lowest cost. Fifthly, the length of the railway proposed for the construction from Mazar-e-Sharif to Peshawar is estimated at 774 kilometers with a track of 1,520 millimeters and a transition to a track of 1,676 millimeters on the Afghanistan-Pakistan border. During the implementation of the project, it is planned to build 31 railway stations, 187 kilometers of station tracks, 1,212 new artificial structures, including 5 tunnels, 336 bridges and overpasses, 107 crossings, 785 kilometers of power supply lines, 780 kilometers of communication lines. The estimated cost of the project will be about $5.96 billion. The expected duration of the project is 5 years. The projected railway line Termez-Mazar-e-Sharif, Kabul, Peshawar will create new and shorter transit corridors connecting the largest markets of Southeast Asia with the markets of the CIS countries, China, and Europe. Along with this, dozens of mineral deposits located in the central part of Afghanistan are involved in economic turnover. More than 5 million new jobs are created and new professions are formed, including those related to the operation of railway transport. Up to 15 million residents of the region will become beneficiaries from project implementation. In general, the implementation of the Trans-Afghan Railway project will reduce the time and cost of cargo transportation by 30–40%. Estimated traffic volumes for the first time during the years of operation can grow to 3 million tons, and by 2030, more than 50 million tons per year. In conclusion, in order to accelerate the implementation of the Termez Mazar-e Sharif Kabul Peshawar electrified railway project, we call international financial institutions, donor countries, business companies, and other interested parties to participate in the financing and implementation of the project. More detailed information about the project, as well as the email address of the project office for the coordination of work, can be accessed via QR code. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you to the colleagues from Uzbekistan for sharing their development in digitalization and sharing this video. And now we are coming to
Fake ID documents are a serious threat, easily ordered online.
This is the session when we
Fake IDs can get used for anything from underage drinking to identity theft to terrorism. Think twice if you consider this a minor issue. There is a powerful and proven solution to protect IDs and check their authenticity.
Can we just ask to switch? Yes, thank you. So we heard a lot of presentations, a lot of information about concepts, models, standards, MOUs, some practical work that has been done in other countries and regions. And all these models, all these standards will not have any impact in our countries if they are not implemented in real life. So we have to think about it, how to implement them in the real life situations. So that's why we have suggested this pilot project to start discussion between railway operators to enable them to test solutions on digitalization of electronic SIM SMGS consignment node. So we believe that this project will help them, but now it's time to hear directly from them. So now it's time to hear directly from our colleagues from railway operators in these 5 participating countries in the pilot project. We will have 5 panelists. I would like to introduce them. So from Azerbaijan, we will have Mr. Asif Huseymanov, who is Deputy Head of Automation and Digitalization Department in the Azerbaijan Railways. From Georgia, we'll have Ms. Maya Chincharavashvili Nikuradze, Head of Project Management Department of World Business Solution Branch from GSC Georgian Railway. From Kazakhstan, we have Mr. Tolegen Igembaev, Director of the Strategy, Methodology and Risk Management Department of the Directorate of Automation and Digitalization, the branch of National Company Kazakhstan Terminjoli, KTJ. From Turkey, we'll have Mr. Oktay Aydinoglu, Deputy Head of the Freight Department, General Directorate of Turkish State Railways Transportation, TCDD Tashimachelik. From Ukraine, we'll have Mr. Ivan Khoryakov, Deputy Director of Department of Commercial Work from GSC Ukrainian Railways. So welcome to this panel discussion. And we will address 2 areas. So we will address IT part, which is digitalization of IT documents and potential development and testing of this prototype consignment node that actually was elaborated in the beginning by Mr. Mario Apostolov, using international standards. And in addition to this technical part, of course, we'll have to address the legal aspects. So the same question to all panelists. In beginning, could you just provide us with some insight of existing practices in electronic information exchange, primarily railway to railway and other operators? And what are the expectations from development of this new prototype that we are going to test and to try? So let me first give the floor to the representative from Azerbaijan, Mr. Aliyev. The floor is yours.
Спасибо, господин Андреев. Значит, в настоящее время электронные сообщения ведутся у нас в стандарте де-факт, там и в Тимине, и в Тусуме, и партийный. Осуществляется ИВЦЖД между РЖД и КТЖ, дополнительно проводится двусторонний анализ и контроль ошибки, электронный обмен данных между железнодорожными. Основным препятствием на этом пути являются технологические и инфраструктурные вопросы, а также необходимость обучения персонала. Важным вопросом является также совместимость данных, поскольку стандартные цены СМГС могут отличаться от тех, которые мы используем сегодня. Мы активно работаем над преодолением этих препятствий и стремимся к беспрепятственному внедрению безбумажного взаимодействия на международных и мультимодальных транспортных маршрутах, включая Трасека, с использованием стандартом СМГС в ближайшем будущем. Спасибо за внимание.
Thank you very much. So can we hear the views on this technological and IT part from the representative from Georgia?
Добрый день, дорогие коллеги. Спасибо за то, что имею возможность присутствовать здесь. Спасибо организаторам, спасибо участникам встречи за интересные презентации, которые представлены здесь. Что касается этого пилотного проекта, во-первых, я хочу поделиться нашим опытом грузинской железной дороги. У нас, во-первых, я хочу отметить, что реализовано, значит, полностью стандартизированный, полностью цифровизированный железнодорожные документы для местных перевозок. Это касается железнодорожного документа, коммерческих документов, таких как памятка приема-сдатчика, акт общей формы. И мы полностью изъяли, значит, бумажные носители для местных перевозок. Что касается СМГС, значит, мы дошли до того, что мы формируем в электронной системе СМГС полностью со своими электронными подписями со стороны железной дороги, со стороны клиента, но пока нам не удалось изъять бумажные носители в этом отношении. Что касается препятствий, в первую очередь я хочу, конечно, отметить то, что для того, чтобы участвовать в этом пилотном проекте и обмениваться данными с другими странами, обязательно должно быть, как здесь неоднократно упомянулось, мэппинг данных, сопоставление справочников, каталогов, то есть, как мистер Марио Апостолов упомянул, иметь общий язык, общий стандарт для того, чтобы обмениваться полностью этими данными и, ну, конечно, признание электронной подписи при формировании, значит, электронной СМГС и при передаче данных СМГС. Спасибо.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nikuradze. So let's continue with these questions and answers. We can ask Mr. Yembayev for the views of Kazakhstan, please.
Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги. Спасибо за предоставленную возможность поучаствовать в сегодняшнем мероприятии. Вкратце хотел бы сказать, что казахские железные дороги в настоящее время активно проводят организацию электронного обмена данными у нас прежде всего в формате ИФТМИН, стандарты и дефакт, и с приграничными государствами, с которыми мы имеем уже отлаженную, скажем, систему грузоперевозок. В первую очередь это у нас железными дорогами России, Китая, Узбекистана заключено соглашение в настоящее время об электронном обмене данными в международном ЖД-сообщении в части обмена данных СМГС и ЦИН СМГС, а также электронными данными товаросопроводительных документов. В настоящее время у нас с азербайджанской стороной прорабатывается вопрос заключения по ЦИН СМГС. В настоящее время на рассмотрении у азербайджанской стороны данный документ находится. Надеемся, что при принятии соответствующего решения и подписании соответствующего соглашения мы совместно с нашими коллегами из Азербайджана обеспечим соответствующий тестовый обмен данными и СМИ-сообщениями. Кроме того, хотел бы отметить, что основными проблемными вопросами, которые существуют, они, в принципе, были уже ранее озвученными докладчиками, они у всех, в принципе, схожие, одного характера касается, это, понятно, юридически значимый электродокументооборот с использованием ЦП, то, что предыдущий коллега сказал, что и признание его со стороны доверенной третьей стороной, то есть уполномоченными организациями в странах, которые подтверждали легитимность электронно-цифровой подписи, у нас эта проблема имеется. Кроме того, у нас имеется необходимость перехода на безбумажный формат применения товаросопроводительных документов ТСД, которые выдаются и формируются информсистемой государственных органов. То есть у нас очень большая зависимость от готовности и от организации надлежащего уровня процессов именно в государственных органах, поскольку они являются, это прежде всего, понятно, таможенные органы и так далее. А также вопрос именно прохождения административных формальных процедур к тех же самых государственных органов, это таможня, фитосанитарные, ветеринарные службы, пограничный контроль. Мы над этим вопросом сейчас с нашими коллегами из госорганов работаем. В рамках организации Трасек, которая, условно говоря, является связующим звеном между нашими государственными организациями, в принципе, эта работа также двигается, как со стороны, скажем, изнутри, мы как непосредственно пользователи этой системы, так со стороны внешнего контура, именно с нашими коллегами, которые также помогают выстраивать эту работу. Вкратце все. Спасибо. В дальнейшем прокомментируем следующие мероприятия. Спасибо.
Thank you very much. So can I ask now the same question to the representative of Turkey? Mr. Adinoglu, could you please share with us experiences from Turkey?
Teşekkür ederim. Sabahki sunumumuzda da söylediğim üzere biz Türkiye olarak ki gıyabında Türk Demiryolları Gümrük İdaresi adına da konuşabilirim. Konuştuğumuz bütün bu konuları hukuki altyapılarıyla beraber geçirmiş, fiilen uygulayan bir ülkeyiz. Biz şu anda CİM-SMGS belgesini fiilen uyguluyoruz. CİM-SMGS belgesinin Türk Gümrük İdaresi tarafından kabulü içinde Türkiye dahili mevzuatlarda değişiklik yapıp bu belgenin resmi olarak kabul edilmesini sağlamış. Yani ülke içerisindeki gereken kanuni altyapıları da oluşturmuş vaziyetteyiz. Elektronik imzaların Türkiye'den başlayıp Avrupa'nın herhangi bir ülkesine gidecek şekilde tanımlamış bir ülkeyiz. Yani biz buna pilot uygulamaya katılıyoruz ama doğal olarak bizim doğumuzdaki ülkelerde henüz bu aşamaya gelinmediği için bizim ürettiğimiz evraklar üzerinden buraya gideceğiz. Burada bizim tecrübelerimizden kaynaklanan kısa bir iki şeyi söylememizde bizim fayda var. Şunu belirtmek istiyoruz. Bir kere taraflar biliyor ama tekrar üstüne basmak istiyorum. Biz bu uygulamayı Avrupa Birliği içerisinde ve Türkiye'nin bütün demiryolları hatlarına yapıyoruz. Sadece bu uygulama yalnız sadece demiryollara münhasır değil. Avrupa Birliği'nin Avrupa Birliği içerisinde yapılan çalışmaya kullanılan elektronik veri tabanı, demiryolları, gemi, hava ve deniz yollarına da uygulanan bir veri tabanı. NCTS veri tabanı. Biz NCTS, Gümrük İdaresi'nin kullandığı NCTS, bilişim sistemi veri tabanı üzerinden entegreyiz. Ve bunun üzerinden bu taşımalar gerçekleşiyor. Sabahleyin de belirttiğim üzere, buradaki ana hedefimiz, ilk alınan, müşteriden alınan verinin son noktaya kadar, yani gümrüğün transit rejimi haricindeki diğer 7 rejimi, toplam 8 rejiminde de kullanılabilmesi lazım. Yani sonuna kadar aktarılması gerekiyor. Ve burada da işte Gümrük İdaresi'nin, Tarım İdaresi'nin, Sağlık İdaresi'nin ek doldurulması gereken belgeler var ise bunların doldurulması olmamalı hedef. İlk üretilen elektronik taşıma belgesinin bunların yerine geçebilmesi gerekiyor. Ki biz Avrupa tarafında böyle yapıyoruz. Avrupa tarafında biz CİM belgesini düzenlediğimiz andan itibaren bu belge son noktaya kadar ek bir gümrük refakat belgesi olmadan ve bu belgenin üzerinden giden verilerle varış noktasında nihai diğer gümrük rejimleri tamamlanan bir sistemdir. Burada aktarılması gereken ve dikkat edilmesi gereken birkaç husus var. Elektronik CİM SMG'si yaptınız, elektronik CİM'i yaptınız, elektronik gümrük entegrasyonunu sağladınız. Çok güzel. Dünya Gümrük Örgütü'nün baz aldığı olmazsa olmazlar var. Bir menşe şehadetnamesi, 2 eşyaya ait fatura ve eşyanın varsa sertifikasyon ve lisansları. Yani siz bu evrakları elektronik olarak yollasanız dahi menşe şehadetnamesini, faturayı, bunun bunun ekindeki sertifikasyonları, bir buğdayın sertifikasyonunu, lisansını elektronik olarak yollayamazsanız bir anlam ifade etmez. Bunlar ıslak evrakla gitmek mecburiyetindedir. Yani bu olay sadece Demiryolları İdaresi'nin veri aktarımıyla sınırlı değil. Diğer paydaşlarla beraber elektronik veri aktarabilirsiniz. Bir tane ıslak evrak aradan çıkartmadığınız müddetçe istediğiniz kadar elektronik veri aktarın. O ıslak evrakın gitmesi gerekir. Bunun göz ardı edilmemesi gerekir. Operasyonel zorlukları söylemiyorum. Operasyonel zorluklar var. Bir SMGS bölgesi, bir CİM bölgesi var. Buradaki demiryolu meslektaşlarım çok iyi bilir ki, iki sistem arasında 1435 ve 1520 ekartman arasındaki vagon kapasiteleri farklı. Örneğin bir tahıl vagonu 90 tondan getirip bir CİM bölgesinde 60 tona tek evraklar nasıl aktaracaksınız? Bunları da çözmeniz gerekiyor. Getirdiniz, bir evrakla devam ettireceksiniz. Operasyonel zorluklar da var. Bakın bunların üzerine çalışmanız gerekiyor. Biz Türk Demiryolları İdaresi olarak bütün bunların çözümlerini bulduk ve fiili olarak uyguluyoruz. Bunu anlatmaya çalışıyoruz. Biz burada tecrübelerimizi faydalanacağız. Yani biz bu çalışmaya 2011 yılında başladık. 2014 yılında elektroniğe geçirdik. 2017 yılında CİM entegrasyonu sağladık. 2021 yılında da CİM SMGS'in entegrasyonu sağladık. Yani şu anda bizim Avrupa'ya yolladığımız CİM elektronik entegrasyonuna ne yapıyorsak CİM SMGS'e de onu yapıyoruz şu anda. Biz alışkanlık olsun diye Türkiye sınırlarına giren SMGS bölgesinden, Gürcistan'dan giren evrakı otomatikman kendi sistemimize CİM'e almıyoruz. CİM SMGS'e alıyoruz. Ve gene alışkanlık olsun diye BTK hattından Kars'tan Gürcistan'a gidecek olan evrakı da CİM uygulamıyoruz. Direktman CİM SMGS uyguluyoruz. Neticede bizim kullanıcılarımıza da bir alışkanlık oluyor. Yani şu an sistemimizde bizim 2 seçenek var. Elektronik olarak CİM ya da SMGS. Sistemimizde elektronik veri girişine başladığımız andan ikisinden birisini seçeriz. Seçeriz ve bunun üzerine yürürüz. Ama biz Kars sınır idaremizi sistemimize sadece CİM SMGS olarak tanımladık. Ki bu alışkanlık devam etsin. Yani hem müşterilerimize bir alışkanlık oluşsun hem de piyasada, yani bizim demiryolcu çalışanlarına bir alışkanlık oluşsun diye. Ama tabii ki bizim bütün elektronik entegrasyonumuz ağıl kelekte bitiyor. Ağıl kelekten ıslak alıyoruz, elektronik tanımlıyoruz, elektronik gümrüğe veri yolluyoruz, aynısını yapıyoruz. Gümrüğe gitmiyoruz, elektronik imzayla yolluyoruz. O evrakı İngiltere'ye kadar elektronik imzayla yollarız. Bakın atladığımız husus şu, biz ne yaparsak yapalım, demiryolcular bilginin gizliliği var. Biz birden fazla DTİ olabiliriz. Yani Gürcistan'da ya da Türkiye'de rakip demiryolları idareleri olabiliriz. Ama gümrük idareleri devlet adına hareket eder. Gümrük idareleri anlaşma içerisinde veri gizliliği olmaz. Neticede biz Avrupa tarafında olduğu gibi entegrasyonu gümrük idarelerinin üzerinden sağladık. Biz mesela elektronik imza. Ben Türk Gümrük İdaresi'nin elektronik imzamı tanımlattım. Türk Gümrük İdaresi'nin ortak ve ulusal transit ana sözleşmesine akit taraf olmasından kaynaklı olarak benim burada tanımladığım elektronik imza Fransa'da sonuçlanıyor. Çünkü onun kontur garantisi Türk Gümrük İdaresi. Ana sözleşme gereği. Ve meclis onaylıdır bizde bu ve kanun gücündedir. Bunları ilerleyen zamanlarımızda biz paylaşacağız. Yani ben üzerine basa basa söylüyorum. Biz pilot uygulamaya katılsak dahi bu uygulamayı 2019 yılından bu yana fiilen gerçekleştiren, mevzuat düzenlemelerini yapan, gümrük mevzuat düzenlemesini de yapan, iç düzenlemeleri de yapan idare sıfatıyla konuşuyoruz. Biz bu tecrübelerimizi paylaşacağız. Bir önerimiz şu olur, özellikle Türkiye'den giden, yani bizden giden eşyayla ilgili olarak, bizim fiili gümrüğe mühürlettirdiğimiz CİM-SMGS'in devamını siz pilot yapın. Hiç olmazsa bir fiili pilot uygulamaya koyduğumuz bir taşıma evrakının ilk hareket noktasında hem Demiryolları İdaresi hem de Gümrük İdaresi tarafından reel bir evrak olur. Bu reel evrakın devamını sağlarsınız. Önerimiz bu olur. Çok daha fazla konuşabilirim. Yani iki noktada özetliyorum. Biraz tekrar ediyorum. Elektronik CİM evrakı, SMGS evrak elektronik hiçbir şey. Bunu üretirsiniz. Bunun entegrasyonu, gümrük entegrasyonu gerekir. Gümrük entegrasyonu içinde eminim her ülkenin kendi gümrük mevzuatında değişiklik yapması gerekir. Mesela Türkiye'nin gümrük mevzuatında SMGS evrakı taşıma, demiryolu taşıma evrakı olarak kabul edilir diye ibare yoktu. Ya da Türkiye'nin gümrük mevzuatında CİM SMGS evrakı demiryolları taşıma evrakı olarak kabul edilir diye bir ibare yoktu. Biz bunların değişikliğini yaptırdık. Artı bunun bir de basitleştirmede kullanılmasına gereken bir değişiklik de yaptırmanız gerekiyor. Basitleşme Avrupa tarafında kullanılan sadece CİM'e münhasır. Bununla ilgili olarak iç mevzuatımızda CİM SMGS'in de CİM gibi basitleştirmeye dahil edilmesi ve buna ilişkin işlem yapılması ve bunlar 2-3 yıl alıyor, öyle kolay değil. Bunlar resmi gazetede yayınlanıyor, kanunlaşıyor. Mecliste görüşülüyor, komisyonlarda görüşülüyor. Biz bunların hepsini yaptık. Şu anda biz fiili olarak bunu gerçekleşiyoruz. Yani gümrük mevzuatlarınızda değişiklik yapılması gerekiyor, kolay bir şey değil. Elektronik üretmeniz gerekiyor, kolay bir şey değil. Ancak Dünya Gümrük Örgütü'nün olmazsa olmaz eşyaya ilişkin ek evraklarını da elektronikleştirmeniz gerekiyor. Yoksa oradan atıyorum bizim Kazakistanlı kardeşlerimizden aldığımız bir buğdayın sertifikası bana ıslak olarak gelmediği müddetçe ve bunun sertifikası ıslak olarak kabulü haricinde bir mukabele, yani ıslahın haricinde kabulüyle ilgili olarak benim Türkiye'deki tarım teşkilatlarımda gereken mevzuatı değişikliğini yapmadığım müddetçe ıslak evrak gelmek mecburiyetinde. O zaman istediğimiz kadar elektronik yollayalım. Yani ekindeki evrakları da elektronikleşmemiz gerekiyor. Artı operasyonel zorluğu biraz önce söyledim. Birebir karşılamayabilir. 1435'ten 1520'ye geçtiğiniz andan itibaren eşya, o CİM SMGS belgesini ya da SMGS belgesini tanımlayan eşya doğal olarak vagon aktarması olacak. Konteyner değil hepsi. Dökme eşyada vagon aktarması olacak. 90 ton geleni ben 55 tonluk vagona aktaracağım. 1,5 vagon. Bunları da çözmemiz gerekiyor. Teşekkür ederim.
Thank you very much. Even though I think we had some issues at the end with translation, but thank you for elaborating all these experiences. We have still one more panelist here. I would like to ask Mr. Koryakov about experiences and the challenges in Ukraine with regard to electronic information exchange between railways and in the framework of this project.
Спасибо. Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги. Прежде чем говорить об электронных накладных, я хотел бы сказать об унифицированной накладной ЦМС-МГС, которую мы собираемся оцифровывать и использовать в рамках этого меморандума. Украина граничит с 4 странами Евросоюза, которые больше ментально используют другое транспортное право, КАТИФ. И организовывая перевозки с этими странами, около 20 лет назад мы выступили с инициативой о разработке унифицированной накладной ЦМС-МГС, и после того, как она была сделана, начали ее активно использовать. Поэтому у нас очень большой опыт его использования, и сейчас примерно 300 отправок в день мы отправляем под накладной ЦМС-МГС. Что же касается электронных накладных, еще с 2011 года во внутреннем сообщении мы полностью перешли на перевозку по электронным накладным, и железная дорога, и бизнес привык к электронным документам и уже давно не используют бумажные их аналоги. В международном сообщении, конечно же, сложнее. Для этого нужно договориться с перевозчиками других стран. Опять же, исторически сложилось, что с перевозчиками, в первую очередь Европейского Союза, мы обменивались информацией в объеме накладной и в ТМИН сообщения, в объеме передаточной ведомости и в СУМ сообщения. Но в последние годы мы перешли на сообщения, как считаем, более современные, и XML. И когда стал вопрос об организации перевозки со странами, которые используют разные стандарты, именно мы разработали так называемый конвектор для того, чтобы перевозочный документ, который был оформлен в стандарте ТМИН, далее использовать в Украине и передать другим перевозчикам сообщением XML, поэтому готовы активно участвовать в организации перевозки с помощью электронных накладных и делиться своим опытом. Что же касается взаимодействия с контролирующими органами, в первую очередь таможней, у нас в Украине таможня является фронт-офисом для проведения всех видов административного контроля. Мы тоже налаживаем электронное взаимодействие, и сейчас уже у нас подписано соответствующее соглашение об передаче информации исключительно в электронном виде и уже на финальной стадии согласования технических спецификаций. Поэтому здесь тоже видим большую долю вероятности того, что украинские таможенники нормально воспримут электронную накладную и не будут требовать никаких бумажных аналогов. Спасибо за внимание.
Thank you very much. So we got this first round of questions, and what we can say here that there is potential for more use of electronic SIM SMGS consignment note in general, because in some countries it's being used, but maybe not to the extent that it's possible, regardless if it's paper-based or electronic. Second, because we are more focused definitely on electronic part, we've seen that there are differences in the digitalization developments from country to country. So the pilot project like this can just help this coordination in development and digitalization efforts to connect the countries with what they are doing. Because we said there are different standards being used, different procedures also can be noted. And third is that actually this pilot project, it's multi-component, if I can say that. One thing is that we should be taking in account is development of this electronic railway consignment node that will be exchanged from one railway to another, and another will be working from railways to customs. The third will be to the other multimodal operators. So we have to be aware of all this complexity and try to, because this is pilot project, we have to prioritize our work in that sense. So let me go to the second question to this panel discussion. So we will have, hopefully we will sign this agreement, we will have working group, we'll have action plan, we'll start doing step by step some of the activities, we'll have products to be tested. So it was mentioned that it will be possible to develop some digital prototype of a railway consignment node. And this prototype will have to be tested. So can you just try to share with us how do you see this opportunity of the testing of this digital prototype, and what we should take in account in order this activity to be efficient? So the working group will start to work, but now we are in one room, all of us together. So just if you have some expectations, concerns, suggestions on this, using of prototype and testing the prototype, because we are still talking about testing. We are not talking about regular use that will come maybe in the later stage. So I'll give the floor now to the Mr. Aliyev from Azerbaijan, please.
Mr. Извините, Huseinov. Значит, пилотный проект по тестированию цифрового прототипа железнодорожно-накладной на основе стандартов ЦМС обещает множество возможностей для Азербайджана, для нас. Во-первых, это поможет нам лучше понять, как наши текущие потребности и недостатки IT-инфраструктуры железнодорожного транспорта, а также выявить ключевые области для модернизации и развития. В ходе тестирования мы сможем определить, какие аспекты наших текущих систем нуждаются в обновлении для полной интеграции с другими системами. Во-вторых, он даст нам возможность оценить практические преимущества электронно-накладной ЦМС в контексте международных и мультимодальных транспортных маршрутов, такие как Трасека. В-третьих, пилотный проект обеспечит важную обратную связь для разработчиков системы, помогая усовершенствовать ее функционал и удобство использования. В заключение мы видим в этом проекте важные возможности для развития наших железнодорожных IT-систем. Спасибо.
Thank you. Apologies, Mr. Huseinov. So let's go further, Ms. Nikuradze. So could you please share with us what are your views on this opportunity that the pilot project could offer?
Спасибо. Мы, значит, этого пилотного проекта, конечно, ждем того, чтобы довести до конца, значит, в отношении СМГС, то, что у нас сделано, и в отношении международных перевозок в этом отношении тестировать этот прототип, узнать, какие у нас вопросы, аспекты, которые нужно решать в этом отношении тоже, такие, как я упомянула уже в предыдущем вопросе, это мэппинг данных и классификаторов, и в отношении, как мы будем дальше развиваться, чтобы изъять бумажные аналоги и полностью получить электронный документ СМГС и электронный аналог, перенести все бизнес-процессы, значит, в электронной среде и развиваться дальше. Спасибо.
Thank you very much. Can we go to the next speaker, panelist from Kazakhstan, please?
Да, коллеги, мы в ходе обсуждения и подготовки соответствующего меморандума озвучивали свою позицию, что в принципе мы эту работу будем проводить. Но, коллеги, чтобы понимали, да, на самом деле у нас немножко разная степень возможности реализации этого проекта. Почему? Потому что коллеги из Турции, они уже намного вперед ушли, эту работу провели у себя, реализуют. Мы же находимся на стадии сейчас реализации пока бумажной версии ЦМС, и поэтому у нас как бы предполагается поэтапная реализация соответствующего проекта. Коллеги поделятся своим опытом, надеюсь. Мы именно подписание этого меморандума позволит ускорить те начальные этапы и позволит, будет стимулировать нас быстрее переходить на электронные версии ЦМС. Кроме того, у нас нарастает объем транзита из стран Юго-Восточной Азии, поскольку вы знаете, что у нас территориально очень большая страна, и потоки грузов со стороны китайского направления, они, в принципе, по нарастающей сейчас у нас увеличиваются, и именно для быстрейшего прохождения грузов в сторону Европы, в принципе, для нас тоже это немаловажно, является оформление документов именно по стандартам, которые уже приняты в Европе или в Европейском Союзе. В принципе, мы в целом готовы и нацелены эту работу реализовать совместно с нашими коллегами. Спасибо.
Thank you, Mr. Igenbaev. Can we hear the views of Mr. Aydinoglu from Turkey?
Zannediyorum ben önceki iki konuşmamda durumu toparladım ancak bir hususun üzerine basmakta fayda var. Biliyorsunuz CİMES taşıma belgesi kılavuzu var. Yayınlanmış bir kılavuz var. Ve bu kılavuzun 8. maddesinde de diller kısmı var. Yani şimdi bu testi yapacaksak bu kılavuza bağlı olarak yapamayız. Bu artık yani diller kısmında zorunluluk var biliyorsunuz. Yani başlıkta değil metin kısmında da zorunluluk var. Zorunluluktan bir tanesi eğer iki tarafa basıyorsa yani hem CİM belgesine hem OTİF hem KOTİF bölgesine basıyor ise Kiril yani Rusça ve İngilizce, Fransızca da Almanca dillerinden bir tanesi. Başka bir koşul. Çin'e basıyorsa Çince mecburiyeti var. Eğer tek grup içerisinde kullanacaksa, KOTİF bölgesinde kullanacaksa İngilizce yeterli. Eğer OSCD bölgesinde kullanacaksa Rusça yeterli. Ama şimdi bakın Türkiye'den çıkacak ve şu anda Kazakistan'da kardeşlerimizle sonuçlanacak bir test yapacağız. Bu testten ilgili olarak doğal olarak bu İngilizce üzerinden gitmeli. Başlıklar İngilizce ve Rusça olabilir ama metin haneleri İngilizce üzerinden gitmesi gerekir. Yani buna dikkat edilmesi gerekiyor. Yani bu testi yaparken birebir kullanma kılavuzunun üzerinden hareket edemeyiz. Çünkü bizdeki sistem şu. Biz kapıda yapmıyoruz bu işi. Biz ilk evrakı doldururken, kendi sistemimize elektronik tanım yaparken sistem arka tarafta kendi kendine otomasyon çeviriyor. Otomasyon CİM'e çeviriyor, otomasyon CİM'e MGS'e çeviriyor, otomasyon gümrüğün belgelerine çeviriyor. Orada kırıl doldurma mecburiyeti koyarsanız bizim Türkiye'de ben istasyonda kırıl dolduracak eleman bulamam. Böyle bir şey olamaz. Zaten bu kırmızı çizgimiz. Böyle bir şey mümkün değil. Buna dikkat edilmesi gerekiyor. Yani testin başlıkları CİMES MGS yani basılı kısımları CİMES MGS olabilir. Ancak içeriğinin İngilizce olması gerekir. Aksi takdirde Türkiye'den başlayan ve Türkiye'de sonuçlanan bir testi yapılabilmesi mümkün değildir. Bunu söylemeye. İkinci önerim, biraz önce beyan ettiğim üzere, zaten bizim fiili olarak kullandığımız bir sistem var. Bizim ürettiğimiz sistem üzerinden, yani bizim ürettiğimiz evrak üzerinden test yapılması daha uygun olacaktır diye düşünüyorum. Çünkü bizim ürettiğimiz evrak artık eşyaya ilişkin olarak da gümrük sisteminin Dünya Gümrük Örgütü'ne göre onaylanmış bir eşyası olacak. Yani üzerinde reel, fiili olarak doğru bilgiyle gelen bir eşya olacak. Teşekkür ederim.
Thank you, Mr. Nazinoglu. So please let's hear the views from Ukraine, Mr. Huryakov.
Ну, я хотел бы добавить то, что сказали коллеги, с ними согласиться, добавить о том, что, конечно же, есть у нас вызовы по использованию накладной. Ну, у украинской железной дороги есть электронные накладные ЦМС МГС, но мы их эксплуатируем больше в части цифровых двойников, то есть с использованием бумажных, в том числе носителей. Какие еще мы видим вызовы? У каждого перевозчика своя углубленность цифровизации. У нас системы стали не только цифровые, информационные, они стали еще и управляющие. То есть ту информацию, которую вводим, затем эта информация управляет в том числе и движением. Поэтому на этапе согласования стандартов и справочников очень важно найти компромисс. А если действительно необходимо тому или иному перевозчику иметь дополнительную информацию или информацию ту же, но в другом виде, то необходимо решить задачу трансформации ее для того, чтобы управляющие системы далее работали без сбоев. Спасибо.
Thank you very much. So we hear the views of our panelists, and we can, I think, conclude that there is interest for testing of this digital consignment net prototype, and that we can offer different opportunities in analyzing the issues, practical issues, as it was mentioned, the languages and the common documents and data that have to be harmonized between the countries, and after that to be put in the kind of recommendation for practical use. So we were thinking maybe for the next question to go on some digitalization of supplementing documents, which is very important issue, because we will start from SIM SMGS, but we also have to think about supplementing documents. And this is maybe the issue that on the working group level, we should discuss how to prioritize all these additional documents which are linked to the SIM SMGS and how to prioritize them in the work of digitalization. So that's why I will skip that question, go to the legal part, legal aspects of the pilot project. In the working group level, so we have to consider both. For testing, it's one thing. We will have MOU. We have countries which agree to test something. As it was mentioned from our colleague, Mr. Horyakov, we'll have backup on paper, so we can do parallel. But we have to analyze in depth what are the legal requirements and how to put these legal requirements in this transformation from paper to digital environment. And this is something that all of the countries are doing, and we are talking now about coordination of that work. And that's why we like to ask all panelists here, what are the key elements for recognition of legal status of SIM SMGS consignment node that you would like to have it in this document that will be analyzed, and after that provided some recommendations. So what are the key elements for recognition of legal status that we have to have in mind, because of the end of towards when the projects will start be implemented, we have to make some kind of specific recommendation in that regard as well, taking in the consideration all these recommendations on international level. So let's hear first the views from representative from Azerbaijan, Mr. Husseinov. The floor is yours.
Спасибо, господин Андреев. Значит, на текущий момент у нас не были полностью внедрены правовые механизмы для использования электронно-накладного СМС, поскольку мы еще не начали полноценное использование этих стандартов. Однако мы активно изучаем возможные подходы для готовности к такому переходу. Однако мы уже видим некоторые потенциальные проблемы, как сказал господин Айдыноğlu, который может возникнуть на международном трансграничном уровне. Среди них разные законодательства в системе и стандартов данных и различных странах могут создавать препятствия для гармонизации системы электронного накладная. Возможность сотрудничества, защита данных и обеспечение их конфиденциальности при трансграничной передаче. Необходимость соглашения о взаимопонимании признания электронных накладных между различными странами. Несмотря на эту проблему, мы стремимся к активному сотрудничеству с международным партнером для создания эффективных правовых и технологических механизмов использования электронного накладного СМС. Спасибо.
Thank you. Can I have the views here from representative from Georgia, Ms. Nikuradze, about the legal status of the SIM SMGS consignment node?
Спасибо. Существующим правовым документом, который регулирует формирование электронного документа, электронной подписи для местных перевозок, является правило, которое регулирует формирование электронного документа. И это значит, что проверяется подлинность электронного документа, проверяется, значит, личности, которые делают электронную подпись. И ну, для международных перевозок, значит, для правовым документов, правовым механизмом для признания электронной подписи, наверное, должно быть урегулировано также, чтобы признавалась вот эта электронная подпись, и это более правовая сторона, я думаю, более юридическая, которая должна тоже урегулироваться как для местных перевозок. Спасибо.
Thank you very much. Can we hear the views of Kazakhstan? Mr. Yembaev.
Ну, в принципе, как коллеги, я тоже присоединяюсь к их мнению. Хотел бы просто отметить, что мы же, многие наши коллеги проводят эту работу в рамках организации сотрудничества железнодорожных дорог. То есть на площадке соответствующей ОСЖД комиссии, в принципе, регламентируются, регулируются те или иные правовые решения, которые определяют порядок использования, в том числе соответствующих накладных. Поэтому мы полагаем, что в рамках вот данной комиссии, на площадке комиссии по транспортному праву, в рамках ОСЖД, эту работу в том числе можно реализовать, поскольку у нас уже наработанные какие-то правовые документы и основания, они уже находятся в работе, либо имеют место быть. В целом мы как бы соответствующую работу также с учетом предполагаемого пилотного проекта будем реализовывать. Спасибо. И самое главное, да, это то, что необходимо все-таки завершить в ускоренном режиме как бы заключение соответствующих соглашений между ЖД-администрациями, которые пока еще в процессе подписания. Спасибо.
Daha önce de belirttiğim gibi Türk Demiryolları İdaresi olarak artı Gümrük İdaresi olarak gereken bütün mevzuat düzenlemelerini gerçekleştirmiş vaziyetteyiz. Ek bir mevzuat düzenlemesine ülkemizde şu anda ihtiyaç bulunmuyor. Elektronik imza dahil olmak üzere. Teşekkür ederim.
Thank you very much. And now I would like to give the floor to the colleague from Ukraine, Mr. Horyakov, on the part of the legal issues in the digitalization.
Уважаемые коллеги, когда мы начинали у себя внедрение внутри страны электронных документов, мы тоже много разрабатывали, принимали участие в создании нормативных документов, которые принимались теми или иными государственными органами, проходили сертификацию, готовились очень долго. Но прошло время, и эти стандарты, законы, они стали немножко для нас уже устаревшими и ненужными. Мне посчастливилось принимать участие в рабочей группе второй комиссии, которая сегодня была, вспоминалась, ОЖД по транспортному праву, где мы нарабатывали изменения в СМГС относительно электронного документооборота. И эти изменения были приняты, и само соглашение, как транспортное право, которое определяет перевозку, устанавливает нормы, связанные и условия перевозки, она и учитывает использование электронного документа при одном «но». Перевозчики для организации перевозки с помощью электронных документов должны об этом договориться, то есть заключить соответствующий договор, и электронная накладная будет легитимная. Что касается процедуры подтверждения, сегодня звучало, есть различные формы третьей стороны, обмена цифровыми подписями. Скажу свое сугубо субъективное мнение. Стандарты применения, которые применяют доверительную третью сторону, нужно для тех систем, когда есть открытая площадка и очень много участников могут войти на эту площадку и заключить договор. И этот участник, он не имеет каких-то соглашений или лимитизаций с другими перевозчиками. С теми перевозчиками, которыми мы подписываем сегодня соглашение, мы имеем многолетнее сотрудничество. Мы знаем друг друга. И заключая договор, естественно, мы договариваемся об этом. Ведь нет никакого договора об использовании подписи, ну, если ставить отправитель. Так исторически сложилось, что подпись это подтверждает заключение договора. И мы не проверяем, принимая груз перевозки третьей, четвертой страны, что подпись легитимная. Если нам передает перевозчик этот документ с грузом, значит мы верим, что накладная оформлена отправителем и груз этого отправителя. Поэтому, конечно же, мы в дальнейшем будем в рабочей группе обсуждать формы договора, формы подтверждения электронных накладных, но я уже прошу не усложнять эти системы, потому что дальше нам будет очень сложно работать. Мы знаем друг друга, доверяем друг другу, и заключив договор, мы можем смело организовать такую перевозку.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for highlighting the need to simplify things for trade, for transport, and for border crossing authorities, but in the manner that could be safe and secure as well. But we can achieve that, I believe, in this collaborative manner. So we've finished this round of questions, and I would like to have only one more round, really quickly, if you can. Now, we've discussed. All of you mentioned that there's issues that we have to work on the legal part. Some issues on authorization of authentication of document and use of electronic signature is apparently one of the highest, but also protection of data and other issues in the legal part will have to be dealt with. Here we have to bear in mind there are two components. One is national component, what each country is developing in this part, and one is international component, which presently is done only on bilateral level, one country to another. So we can think about that in the working group. We can definitely share experience. We can definitely set what are the expectations in this legal part. And one of the potential questions is to be, do we need something like multilateral agreement on some kind of framework agreement that can actually deal with some of those data? And after that, when you go on the second level, on bilateral level, we can have more harmonized issues on signatures, use of signatures, whatever the working group will decide. So this is something that the working group will discuss, but now just quick round of what is your view of potential regional or TRASECA, for example, arrangement on this legal part for that could be done as a recommendation under the pilot project. So yes, please.
Я хотел ответить на вопрос насчет электронного подписи. Наши коллеги все сказали про это. Мы оставили ее в концовку. Существует несколько ключевых элементов, которые мы ожидаем изучить в ходе пилотного проекта для признания права в статусу электронного накладное, согласно законодательству Азербайджана. Первое. Правовые признания электронной подписи. Для признания электронной накладной необходимо, чтобы наше законодательство признавало юридические силы электронной подписи в таких документах. Второе. Обеспечение безопасности данных. Мы должны убедиться, что система обеспечивает надлежащую систему и конфиденциальность данных в соответствии с требованиями нашего законодательства. Третье. Соответствие нормам международного права. Поскольку ЦМС-МГС – это международный стандарт, нам важно исследовать, как он согласуется с существующими нормами и правилами международного, железнодорожного и транспортного права. потому что мы уже еще не умеем с этим. Четвертое. Проблема таможенного контроля. Важно понять, как электронная накладная может быть интегрирована в существующие процедуры таможенного контроля и какие изменения в законодательстве может потребоваться для этого. Насчет вопроса ответственности, также нам необходимо изучать, как введение электронной накладной может повлиять на вопрос ответственности перевозчика и других участников транспортного процесса. Исследование этих вопросов поможет нам разобраться эффективный механизм для внедрения электронного накладного. Спасибо.
Thank you very much. And can you jump to the question, Mr. Husinov? Could you please jump to the end of this session with views of Azerbaijan with regard to type of agreement that we may need? So bilateral, you already have something, but what about something like multilateral agreement on these issues? This is actually, that was the last question, but now we'll finish with this round of questions. So if you have some thoughts about it, please share it with us.
Мы полностью согласны на пилотного проекта и не будем отказаться от подписания, но нам нужен, мы будем начинаться все с нуля. Поэтому нам долго будем часто общаться с другими странами, железнодорожными администрациями и изучать их, которые они работали с МГС и электронными накладными.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing your views, but even though I don't think that it's need to start everything from scratch, because definitely you already have something and we have opportunity to exchange all existing cooperation agreements that you already have and to see where we can build up on that. If you agree, we can go further with the next panelist. I would like to, Ms. Nikuridze, to share what are your views of potential legal arrangements that we may suggest or just outline what kind of expectation we can have. Thank you.
Спасибо. И опять-таки, значит, для урегулирования правовой стороны, для получения электронного полноценного документа, который будет аналогом, значит, бумажного документа, обязательно квалифицированная электронная подпись, потому что это, значит, способствует тому, чтобы установить подлинность, сохранить подлинность этого документа, установить личность, которая подписывается, и главное, чтобы сохранить целостность этого документа, чтобы не менялся документ после того, как он был подписан. Кроме этого, значит, в рамках этого пилотного проекта, кроме того, чтобы, я могу в отношении грузинской железной дороги сказать, что у нас сейчас ведется таможенная ведомость в электронном виде, и мы, значит, ожидаем, думаем, чтобы в электронном виде получить декларацию, таможенную декларацию тоже. Что касается, конечно, в дальнейшем мы должны способствовать тому, чтобы урегулировать вот эти правовые аспекты тоже, чтобы участвовать в этом пилотном проекте активно.
Thank you very much. Can we have the views of Kazakhstan, Mr. Igimbaev, with regard to the legal framework that we can consider?
Ну, я хотел бы дополнить, что, в принципе, да, правильный вопрос. У нас страны по определенной экономической причастности к тем или иным вопросам состоят в различных международных организациях. Допустим, Казахстан состоит в Евразийской экономической комиссии, есть определенные решения в рамках Каспийского маршрута. То есть, и, соответственно, в каждом той или иной организации есть определенные решения в части принятия или каких-то либо обязательств, либо принятия соответствующих документов. И поэтому вот мы будем стараться, учитывая, что мы состоим в нескольких организациях, которые, в принципе, по одной тематике свою работу проводят, будем стараться приводить, как скажем, те или иные решения, именно правовые, в рамках одного знаменателя, чтобы, в принципе, те решения, которые были приняты в той или иной организации, не мешали, а наоборот способствовали соответствующим принятию документов в рамках реализации данного пилотного проекта. Спасибо.
Thank you very much. Mr. Oktin, could you please inform us about potential international arrangements, maybe in future that we can consider?
Öncelikle ben Ukraynalı meslektaşımın önerisini öneriyorum. Olayı çok fazla girifleştirerek, çok zorlaştırmadan bir adım, yani kayadan bir ufak parça koparmamız gerekiyor. Bunu, ve kademeli geçmemiz gerekiyor. Olayı bütünüyle olayı bütünüyle realiteye sokmaya kalkınırsa fazla bir istenilen sonuç elde edilmeyebilir. Benim görüşüm, beyan ettiğim üzere zaten biz Türk Demir Yolları İdaresi olarak düzenlemeler yaptık. Diğer meslektaşlarımıza önerimiz ancak şu olabilir. İlk başta kendi ülkeleri içerisinde CİM-SMGS belgesinin gerek Gümrük İdaresi tarafından, gerekse kendi iç mevzuatları, Ulaştırma Bakanlığı ya da bağlı demiryolları idareleri olarak düzenlemesi gereken hususları tespit etmeleri gerekiyor. Yani şöyle söyleyeyim, eğer ülkenin tabi olduğu gümrük mevzuatında demiryolları taşıma evrakı SMGS diye yazıyorsa bir kere onu değiştirmeleri gerekiyor. Yani ilk başta her ülke kendi içerisinde bu belgenin, CİM-SMGS belgesinin reel demiryolları taşıma evrakı olarak kullanılabilmesine ilişkin olarak düzenlemeleri yapması gerekiyor. Bu düzenlemeleri yaptıktan sonra artık bir çatı, yani bunun ortak bir belge olarak kullanılması noktası ikinci aşama. Bu çok zor bir aşama. Bu Birleşmiş Milletler'de biliyorsunuz yıllardan beri devam eden OSCE'de ve KOTİF üyesi ülkelerin ortak belge üretmesi bu o kadar kolay değil. Burada da önerimiz şu oluyor. Gümrük idarelerinin kendi aralarındaki anlaşması daha kolay oluyor. Biz bunların üzerinden hareket etmemiz gerekiyor diye öneriyorum. Yani burada olayı çok fazla girifleştirmeden basit bir teste başlamamız gerekiyor. Bu arada her ülke kendi içerisinde ne yapacak onu belirlesin. Çatıyı Suriye bırakalım. O kadar kolay değil. O çatıyı da bizim yaptığımız gibi gümrük idarelerin entegrasyonu olarak yaparsanız elektronik imza sorununu da çözmüş oluyorsunuz sadece. Teşekkür ederim.
Thank you for sharing your views. And finally, can we have the views from Ukraine and Mr. Huryakov?
Спасибо. Я уже, наверное, отвечал на этот вопрос в прошлый раз, но хочу добавить, вы правильно, господин Андреев, поставили вопрос. Это многосторонний договор, да, или это двухсторонние договора? Конечно же, самое простое решение – подписать многосторонний договор между участниками меморандума по результатам пилотного проекта. Но у любых многосторонних договоров есть свой недостаток. Они статичны, и в них очень тяжело вносить изменения. Очень бы хотелось бы поработать над другим решением такой проблемы. Если не найдем ответа, будем подписывать, наверное, многосторонний договор. Пока так.
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, both of them are necessary. I think that with this, we can conclude this round of panel discussion. And now we can have some reflections for this panel discussion. I would like to thank to all panelists for their contribution for the panel discussion. But now I would like to check if some other participants would like to do some reflection. I believe that Mr. Mario Apostolov and Ms. Robert maybe would like to have some comments on the pilot project.
Thank you very much for giving me this possibility. Of course, what we mentioned early in the morning today, we are ready to support. There are certain things which we showed for a possible prototype. We can work with you. And this work is always practical, meaning the standard setters with the practical implementers, so that we can get together some meetings so that in order to prepare a prototype and then test the prototype. If that works, that works. The agreement, I agree with all the discussion here with the suggestion by Ukraine and Turkey that it has to be simple, very simple. Use the electronic version and that for the testing. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Ms. Probert, would you like to add something or?
Thank you. No, not really. It's been a very interesting discussion. I would like to mention that we do have a question in the Zoom, which you might like to take from the lady from UIC. But apart from that, I support the comments from Mario. Thank you.
Yes, I think that we've seen in the chat that there is a question of the dangerous goods. Are they going to be included? Which is a really difficult topic. And I would like to follow the suggestions. Let's start with simple things. And we'll definitely have to address dangerous goods, but maybe not in the beginning of the project. Mr. Platonov.
Спасибо. Я хотел выразить благодарность господину Андрееву за прекрасно промодерированную встречу и поделиться опытом. Вы задали главный вопрос, на какой правовой основе надо действовать. В принципе, Организация сотрудничества железных дорог создала уже правовую основу, и хорошим примером есть технология, которая реализуется сегодня, это железнодорожно-паромное сообщение, которое создали специальное приложение, 5-е, 6-е, по которому морской перевозчик, работающий по другой конвенции совершенно, принимает на себя ответственность за перевозку по праву железнодорожному. И хочу выразить благодарность сегодня представителю в лице Турецкой Республики, когда 10 лет назад экспедиторы Турции подняли вопрос о том, что они обеспокоены, что вагоны, которые следуют через Черное море из Турции в Украину, находятся в воздухе. И Министерство транспорта Украины и Турецкой Республики провели переговоры, приняли и подписали тогда соглашение, как применять МСМГС на морском участке. Долго Турецкая Республика имплементировала это законодательство, но, слава богу, сегодня оно есть, и теперь вот эта работа, которую вы начинаете, как раз является той основой, которая даст возможность вот этой длительной работе продлиться. Мне кажется, что соглашение должно быть публичное. Ну, я скажу слово «публичное», потому что ОЭЖД регламентирует свою деятельность по публичному праву. Так же самое, как приложения, которые будут приниматься. Допустим, в ОЭЖД уже полностью есть форматы и спецификации для электронных накладных, и все это уже сделано. Остается добрая воля государств или органов, уполномоченных на подписание того или иного документа о сотрудничестве. И после сегодняшней церемонии подписания меморандума, я думаю, что в рамках ОЭЖД, используя документы не только СМГС, но и ЦМСМГС, открыта полная возможность для экспериментов. И, конечно, главное теперь найти тех, кто будет это платить. Это клиенты, которым это должно понравиться. Так вот, новация железнодорожно-паромного сообщения, она привела не только к сотрудничеству железных дорог, но и она дала новую свободу грузовладельцу. Если раньше при классической перевозке договорной перевозчик принимает у клиента груз и его доставляет на свое усмотрение, то железнодорожно-промное сообщение дало возможность клиенту самому выбирать перевозчиков, организации, оказывающие услуги в пунктах перегрузки и перестановки, а также производить самостоятельно расчеты. И таким образом грузоотправитель стал свободным от перевозчика, и у него появились другие совершенно возможности. Поэтому это хорошее начинание сегодня, которое в Баку происходит. Я надеюсь, что Трасека уделит, конечно, внимание, вот здесь звучал хороший вопрос, обучению не только перевозчиков, но и клиентуры, для того, чтобы все, что было как бы сегодня озвучено, и те достижения, которые есть, были доведены для участников рынка, которые бы пользовались этими продуктами. Спасибо большое.
Thank you, Mr. Bulatonov. As you rightfully mentioned, there will be many other projects, initiatives, and we have to try to complement each other in this part. And I believe we will have further discussion maybe tomorrow in that sense. With that, I think if we don't have any other comments, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Asef Asefbayev for some final remarks in this part of the discussion.
Да, спасибо большое. Я буду краток. Лишь хотел заверить, что со стороны постоянного секретариата МПК Трасека будет уделено данному вопросу особое внимание и постоянное внимание. Вы знаете, что подписание меморандума – это вот, так сказать, итог продолжительной работы, в связи с чем я хочу сегодня поблагодарить все 5 стран, которые подтвердили готовность и выразили желание подписать меморандум и таким образом начать, так сказать, на практике применять электронную ЦМС МГС. Я лишь хотел сказать, что это нормально, то, что в странах разный уровень готовности, в странах разные подходы, в странах разное видение. И как раз-таки наша задача, то есть платформа Трасека, как раз-таки постараться гармонизировать законодательство, изучить, проанализировать лучшие практики, где лучше прописано. У нас есть хорошие коллеги, помощники, как МСЖД, вы сегодня видели, и ОСЖД, и МСЖД, и МКЖТ. То есть все коллеги, которые в этой области, сфере, и UNECE, да, то есть все коллеги, которые так или иначе задевают этот вопрос, они готовы вас всех поддержать. Мы же готовы со своей стороны все это скоординировать. Поэтому у нас есть отдельная рабочая группа в сфере таможенного сотрудничества. Те вопросы, которые вы сегодня поднимаете, это тоже правильно. То есть с турецкой стороной неоднократно поднимался вопрос НЦТС. Эта проблема ясная, и мы этим вопросом также в рамках сотрудничества, организации сотрудничества между таможенными органами мы занимаемся. Поэтому, я думаю, в любом случае у нас будет возможность, так сказать, где-то какие-то вопросы скоординировать, присоединить или же там рассмотреть совместно на тех или иных заседаниях рабочих групп. К примеру, по таможенным вопросам мы можем вынести и проговорить. В частности, по НЦТС мы, например, с Азиатским банком развития двигаем этот проект. Жалко, сегодня нету Самит Гаралова, который постоянно нам говорит о необходимости подписания соглашения между Азербайджаном, Грузией и Казахстаном по применению тоже таможенно-транзитной системы по аналогии НЦТС, который был разработан при поддержке АБР. Мы двигаемся совместно с АБРом, Азиатским банком развития, я имею в виду, чтобы быстрее это соглашение принять. Там те же самые по аналогии НЦТС сделано, чтобы максимально, так сказать, сгармонизировать и упростить процессы торговли. То есть это опять-таки один из примеров, там, где Трасека может более эффективно, так сказать, помочь. Поэтому, как я сказал, это нормально. Те проблемы, которые вы сегодня озвучили, мы все записали. Мы рады, что у вас есть желание, мы рады, что есть у стран разный опыт и разное видение. Я думаю, что с теми странами, у которых уже есть хорошая практика, мы сможем быстрее продвинуться вперед. И я также абсолютно поддерживаю то, что давайте не будем сразу усложнять. У нас есть различные механизмы, не обязательно там сейчас сразу на уровне международных соглашений, это может быть нашей целью, да. Но для пилота, я думаю, достаточно будет в рамках нашего ОМС принять то или иное приложение, к примеру, как один из вариантов, как техническое приложение, которое у нас широко применяется, для того, чтобы пропилотировать проект, если это будет необходимо, конечно же. Но при этом мы будем это все обсуждать на рабочих группах, и я хочу сказать этим самым, что, в принципе, у меня все. Желаю всем нам успехов, удачи, и, господин Гуран, надо за работу, да, приступать. Спасибо всем.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sevev, for closing remarks. So now I think we can close this part and we can continue to the signing ceremony. I would like to give the floor to my colleague Samira Ratizadeh to guide us to signing ceremony.
Signatories of the Memorandum of Understanding for Team SMGS from Azerbaijan, Georgia, Kazakhstan, Turkey, Ukraine are invited to the table. Signing procedure of Memorandum of Understanding on Team SMGS being conducted.
If somebody is going to leave, just one word, if somebody is going to leave now, tomorrow at 9:30 we are starting again. And there will be more presentations from this session